Hello, welcome to Cinema Savvy. We have reached the 25th film in our James Bond retrospective, and it's the final one for right now, at least. Of course, it's No Time to Die, which is the latest James Bond film directed by Kari Joji Fukunaga. We're kind of going round two on this one. We've already done our spoiler-free discussion on this one. As you can see from the title, this is our spoiler-filled discussion. So obviously, we're going to pass over to people who are hopefully watching at this point. To obviously, you've got carte blanche with the comments now. You're not restricted. We have a lot to talk about. This was the thing. We did our spoiler-free, and we're all very positive on it. But there are some massive, huge, cataclysmic things in the Bond canon now, which we can say. That's been a big shake-up with this film. We're finally getting the chance to talk about it. I have no idea how long this review is going to be. We've got a very, very comprehensive plan. We're going to go through it. We're going to try and talk about all the major talking points. And obviously, everyone in the comments as well, feel free to chip in with any points that either we forget to mention or that you want to talk about. And obviously, we're pre-recording this, but in the live chat, we'll be manning the comments when this one goes live. But before we get on to all that, over to George with the socials.
Absolutely, guys. We want you to comment and belong. As we said, get all your spoiler-filled thoughts out there. And I'm just going to politely reiterate on here on YouTube where this is getting loaded. Please don't put it on our Twitter unless you're DMing us or on Facebook or anything like that. People haven't seen this film yet, and we know it's out in America this week, and it will probably all be online next week. Not saying it's you Bond fans. It's just the culture of how Americans react to big films. I'm going to say. I don't know if that counts as closet racism or not, but give an example. Venom 2 is out in one country and it's online for everyone to read about. Bond's been out in like loads of different countries and no one's speaking about spoilers. So I'll leave that there. That being said, yeah, this is normally we've got loads of Bond to talk about. We do have a video we'll bring up at the end. We've got a couple of things we'll speak about at the end that's coming. Bond isn't going away. He will return, which we all know about, of course. But before then, if you want to follow us, we've got a lot of things coming up, some new stuff, Bond stuff, all the other things. Hit us up on our social medias, Facebook, Cinema Savvy, Twitter, at cinema_savvy, letterboxd.com/cinema savvy. Of course, we have a link to TeePublic in the description below. But as we said, this is a spoiler discussion. Nothing is off limits unless you've got a leaked script that's not been written for the next film yet.
Yes, and we do want to say for anyone who doesn't want things spoiled, if you've clicked onto this review thinking it's going to be spoiler-free, it's definitely not. We're going to be chatting about everything, every single aspect of this film. We do have our spoiler-free video, which we put out, which should be, find it on our YouTube page. It should be on our last videos and stuff like that. So please go and watch that one first, and then go and see the film, and then come back and watch this if you want the more kind of in-depth, spoiler-filled video. But yes, please comment along today. We will be watching it when it does go live, and yeah, you can put in spoilers onto this video, but don't put the spoilers back onto our Twitter or anything like that.
Yeah, we've given people the weekend, so hopefully you've seen it. Maybe you've just watched it the once, maybe you've seen it a couple of times. I think we're a mix sort of on the channel here today. George, I think you're 3 times into this film. I think me and Tayte, we're still rocking just the one showing of this so far. So hopefully we're giving everyone plenty enough time to get acquainted with the film. And even if you have just seen it the once, as I mentioned, we've had time away from it now. We've had our immediate thoughts. Maybe they could have changed. Maybe we could have come around to, a few ideas in the film. We've had time away from it because immediate reactions are usually never the same as what they are once you get a few days into it, or indeed a few viewings into it. So apologies to any American viewers or certainly any Australian viewers, because you guys haven't got the film yet. We need to talk about this film now. We can't wait until, what is it, November the 2nd, did you say? Which seems absolutely ridiculous. We need to start talking about this film, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to kind of structure this one. The last one was kind of just like a stream of consciousness, wasn't it? Sort of like a grand sweep over everything. We're going to structure this one more like we have done all the previous retrospectives on the channel so far for all the Bond films. But it goes without saying, this is so fresh, so fresh. So it hasn't had the time to sink in like a lot of the other Bond films have. And like many other Bond films, that could be actually one of our questions on our next question. Which Bond film was completely smooth sailing with no issues in the production? This one had quite a lot of problems in the production, actually quite damning ones. And I will say this, if you've probably already seen my initial opinions on the film itself, surprised how well this film has turned out, visually, directorially, cinematography wise, everything's great in this film. Considering that they had a director drop out, a page 1 rewrite on the script, and I think for the first time ever in the series, a composer being brought on during post-production. All of these things sound like absolutely damning, but somehow they pulled it out the bag. So I guess, like the first thing as well, there was Universal. I think this was Universal's first Bond film, wasn't it, as in terms of a production company, with Sony out after Spectre, the last one. And I think this is going to be a big talking point, because I know, George, you have some opinions on this. Danny Boyle was obviously originally touted to direct this film. I think that would have been interesting in the similar ways that we discussed what the Tarantino Bond film would have looked like, to a much lesser degree than what a Tarantino Bond film would have looked like. Because Danny Boyle does have a very visual style, a very unique style in terms of directing, and there have been drips and drabs of ideas of what his Bond film would have looked like, based on certain nationalities and what the villain was going to be in certain castings like that. What are your opinions on that, George, with the whole Danny Boyle thing? Because I think you've mentioned it on a few of these retrospectives so far.
Yeah, and this one's really bad, because I don't dislike him as a director, and I've got to say this first. I just had absolutely no intention of ever wanting to see him direct a James Bond film. And that aside, maybe in the future, something could work out. He could do something episodic. I'm not fussed, but when it's the actor's last Bond film, which has been the announcement from day one, Daniel Craig is coming up for his final Bond film. And I'm not going to say be naive and say Danny Boyle can't do drama. He can. But you need this to go to somebody. I don't even want to say better track record. To me, just the concept of Danny Boyle doing Bond, but in the episodic finale, doesn't work. And I don't care that he did a 5-minute Olympic short film with Daniel Craig for it.
That's as close as he's going to come to directing a Bond film probably now at this point.
And this is it. And so many people are like, oh yeah, he did the Olympic short. I was like, he did. And it was really good as a part of the, he directed the opening ceremony that involved the short film. He didn't only come in to direct a short film that they aired and acted out. And this is where I don't know if I'm sounding harsh, but I think of the films I've seen of him, I think sometimes he's a director that may have struggled with endings, with other things. I just couldn't have imagined him doing this Bond film. And as I said, I really enjoy some of his work. I've only seen Slumdog once. I think I always get it mixed up with Stardust. What was the Cillian Murphy one? Sunshine?
Sunshine.
Oh, Sunshine. Yeah, there's 28 Days Later as well with Cillian Murphy in there.
And then,
yeah. And then with this, I remember there were rumors that, he hadn't impressed Barbara Broccoli with a script. And, back then, this isn't even filming started. This is like a Bond director's come on board and it's not looking good. And how often do you get that with big films? That a director comes on board and it's not looking good already? And I don't know if you guys remember when he did get sacked, they kept talking about a Russian actor he'd cast. And it was essentially that, the moment they say, his story was going to be more Cold War orientated, Russians, and
it's a throwback, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah. And I'm there like, again, not to jump in with the Craig stuff, but when the hell have the Russians been really involved in Craig's Bond? I'm not saying they couldn't have been, but the Craig era, I think, has been the only era without Russians.
We get a Russian scientist in this one, don't we?
I was going to say we do get that, but like the big bad villain that we get, and we'll talk about. I almost said Freddie Mercury then, but I'll talk about that later, because that is probably actually one of my biggest issues of the film, is actually with Safin in this. But I think it would have been a real, not waste opportunity, but when they announced he was going, that he hadn't impressed Broccoli, he hadn't impressed Craig, and we look at all the issues we had with Spectre, right? That it was. They weren't really up for it. You need them to be up for it. You need them to have the right film. And obviously, we have to also acknowledge getting rid of Danny Boyle didn't just delay the film and bring in Fukunaga. That gave them the room for Daniel Craig to go off and film Knives Out, which is an even more important thing. So without Danny Boyle getting sacked, we don't actually have Knives Out, which is definitely worth taking into account.
100%. And I think it's something that's quite telling, because I do quite like Danny Boyle as director as well. I was just looking through his film repertoire now, and I was like, oh my god, the amount of films I've actually seen of his, like Trainspotting, The Beach, Sunshine, 28 Days Later. You've got Steve Jobs, which is one of my favorite films. It made it into my top 25 of the last decade as well. So there's loads of fantastic films. Even yesterday, I've had my criticisms of it, but it's still quite an enjoyable film to watch. None of it screams Bond. None of it screams Bond at all. And hearing that he'd had those problems with kind of the writing of it, you actually look at it, his entire kind of repertoire. He's only written 2 things before. He's only really been the director of things. He's never been put into that writing role. He wrote the screenplay for 127 hours, and he wrote the London opening ceremony. That's it.
And they're
else
both
has been
based off real
directed.
life.
Correct.
As well.
And it's been adaptations, and it's been kind of slight twists on reality and stuff like that in their own way. So bringing him in to write a Bond film is very, very different. Bringing him to write full stop is very different. I'm sure he would have done a great job if he was just directing. But the fact that he was there to write and direct, or at least do more than just the average kind of person would do for a film, it seems like it's become like a confusing mess. And I saw the stuff about the Cold War stuff, and it did cross my mind, like, really, they're going for a Cold War perspective? That has nothing to do with what's going on. Whether they would tie that into Spectre and have it as like a Cold War villain from Spectre, or whether it would just be kind of, we're going to change the direction completely, we're going to throw it completely off track and have someone completely different in as a villain. Who knows? I don't think he'll ever kind of reveal all of his details and stuff like that, whether he's holding out to be brought on for a different Bond film, or whether he's going to take the ideas that he's got into a different project. I know that he's filming some kind of 1970s, 80s
It's Sex
TV show
Pistols,
at the
isn't it?
moment.
He's going to get criticised. He's
called
got one of the
Pistol,
Sex
isn't it?
Pistols. Yeah, I'm sure it's about the Sex Pistols on the news that he's not. Maybe he's not got the rights,
Yeah.
but you know, like how that Bowie film came out and the
Mhm.
family's like, we've got nothing to do with this. Please don't watch it. I think one of the Sex Pistols has said that, or his family. So I'm not too sure, but I know he's moving into TV, which again, I think he can do drama, and episodic TV would probably be good for him. But you know, it's really think he's wrote 127 hours, and I'm not seeing it, but that was as real life as it can get, and you know,
I'll be honest, it's not the most complex of films to write.
Well, I
There's
was
not
going to
much
say it's a man
dialogue.
stuck in a rock.
It's a man stuck in a rock. The dialogue is basically all monologues done by what's his face, James Franco, and that's literally the entire film, just monologuing to a camera. So there's not really much to write. And I'm sure that there was other creative input put into that. It wouldn't have just been all kind of, oh, you must read our script. I'm sure there was some ad lib stuff in there as well. So when you look at that and break down that side of things, as competent as a director he is, writing a Bond film and directing it and trying to close off this kind of entire Daniel Craig saga as it's become, it wouldn't have worked at all, especially in the direction that he was trying to take it in.
Yeah, and to me, I mean, it kind of seems like they threw a bunch of names in a hat and was like, which sort of like major British filmmakers can we think of? Boom, Danny Boyle, get him to do a Bond film, because you know it is the patriotic thing, isn't it? You know, the Britishness about it, and obviously he had done the opening ceremony as well. I'm a fan of like a lot of his work, but yeah, it doesn't have that scope of a Bond film, does it? Or like the action that's required. Like I'm trying to remember some like action scenes in some of his previous films, and everything feels quite low key, quite intimate, almost like an independent film in many ways. Like a lot of his films, sort of that low budget thing, and you know, give him $200-300 million budget to do a Bond film. I don't know, like if it was going to be a throwback, I'd be interested in that, because you know I am quite nostalgic like that. But yeah, for like the final chapter of Daniel Craig's and what the Craig era was set out to do, I don't think it would have worked. And actually, I don't know if that led to the first delay of this film, because I know that they had to try and get another director within 60 days. And luckily, I think it was within 30 days. I think they got it within the month. You had Fukunaga jump on board. Now, I was worried about that initially, because I thought they've just gone, we need someone, get this guy. And as of right now, as I mentioned in the previous review, this remains the only work of Fukunaga that I've actually seen. But I think one of my biggest positives for this film is how it's directed, the pacing, and you can definitely tell there is a director behind that camera that knows how to make a movie, knows what has to go into making a film be a visual medium and an engaging one, and to hold your attention for almost upwards of 3 hours nearly. So I'm very excited to see his future work. And as we've mentioned, he's attached to you had Band of Brothers, The Pacific. He's off doing the next one. I don't know if that has a title yet, but it's the third iteration.
Masters of the Air.
Masters of the Air.
Yes. Do you guys know who was offered Bond before Kerry Fukunaga?
It was Christopher Nolan, wasn't it? I think was his name thrown around there. No,
someone. A lot of people put in the same vein as him. Somebody that also hates Warner Brothers, but this person has a big Warner Brothers film coming out in the next weeks.
Oh, Villeneuve. Is it Villeneuve?
He declined. I remember this at the time. So when they got rid of Danny Boyle, the name everywhere was Denis Villeneuve. But a lot of people were like, no, he's doing Dune. And then he declined it and said, I had to do Dune or Bond, and I picked Dune. So I respect that massively. Obviously, we'll find out in the next couple of weeks to see how that one comes out. But there is a Denis Villeneuve Bond film somewhere. Maybe it will come in the future. But one thing with Fukunaga is the first non-British person to direct a Bond film, I believe.
I think it's
or
first
the
American,
first
isn't it? I think
American.
first
Yeah,
American.
it might.
Yeah.
And ironically, I don't want an American to play Bond, so make it what you will. But I've got no issue with the director coming on board and making a film. And I think Chris, I need to have seen him. I've said it for months now. True Detective season 1 is one of the greatest things I've ever seen, and I love Beast in the Nation. Very, very good film. And obviously, the new HBO series is United. But when he was announced that, and it's kind of, I think I said it in the spoiler-free one, to get announced for a war series it's not like they've rushed out sequels. There's been 12 years since the Pacific, I think, and they gave it to him. That made me think, sure, okay, they've seen something from Bond that we've not seen, or he knows not to have direct action. He's obviously got a repertoire with it. So I was excited with those announcements, and obviously one of the really big things heading into this film for me was him in the director's seat. And again, not to sort of shit on Danny Boyle, because I do like him. I would have been far more worried, like, because I dislike Spectre so much, and I've said across the series I've been very nervous about going back to it. If I'd have been nervous about the director for the film following Spectre, I'd be very nervous overall. But I had this comfortable approach to this film, and I think that has helped. That I've known it's in safe hands, and I absolutely just love everything. And anytime I've heard him speak about the franchise as well, he's so eloquent with it, but also what he says, that he's got a clear understanding of the franchise to date, the series, and I think that's the difference as well. But he's come on board to tell a story that's going to be the last Craig Bond film, and it's not been anything more than that. I've not seen. I think he did a Jane Eyre adaptation with the Michael Fassbender one, but
I think that's one of the first things he did. Yeah,
2011.
Yeah,
Was that
yeah.
2011?
Like he likes his long takes, and you get bits of that in this film. But he because he's not done so much like a Danny Boyle, like a Sam Mendes. I can't. There's not really a significant stamp, if that makes sense. Direction. It's just there's a jump in quality of the direction from some of the other films, I'd say.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because, like, once again, he didn't have ridiculous amounts of material going into it, and I mean, we said it on the kind of the spoiler-free one. He has made a fantastic film here. He really has, direction-wise. It's a really, really beautiful film to watch, just from kind of his composition and stuff like that he's put together. And if we're looking at the actual kind of the writing side that goes into that and everything like that, you've also got the writers that have come back from all of the Daniel Craig Bond films with Neil Purvis and Robert Wade. And you're also joined by Phoebe Waller-Bridge as well to bring in those kind of comedy elements, which I think we're going to talk about in a minute as well. But the fact that you've got the same writers on to kind of help with the composition and help kind of bring the story forwards to bring an end to the saga, it seems to have made a good kind of mix of people for a film. And I know that it's very unlikely he'll be brought on for another Bond film, but honestly, I wouldn't mind from a director's standpoint, because the film is very, very nice to watch. It's a well-composed film. The fight scenes, especially towards the end of the film, are very well choreographed and very well put together and very well directed. And it seems like, I don't know, he seems to have got more from Daniel Craig than we had done in Spectre. And I don't know if that was down to him having a massive fallout with Sam Mendes and stuff like that, whether that was during the film or after the film and stuff like that. But we talked about this previously. There are those films in Bond where the actor checks out. They're done. You can tell in their eyes, you can tell in their acting and stuff like that. They've given up all effort. And it felt like that in Spectre with Daniel Craig. It felt like it was, it's done. Like he's gone. We won't see kind of a performance brought back from him, but it seems like Karijoji Fukunaga has managed to somehow revitalize that performance just for that one last time. And yeah, that is down to the direction and also the writers kind of trying to bring that character back through.
Yeah, and I think Daniel Craig probably had a lot more say with the character this time as well. I don't know if he's made his thoughts regarding Spectre known, but I think that let down quite a lot of people, not just the fans, but I think also the people that made that film weren't happy with how that film ultimately turned out. And I think Phoebe Waller-Bridge coming on board, I think that was actually at Craig's request that she came on to do to script doctor it, and it is quite evident in the film, I think, where you can see her input shining through. There's a lot more one-liners in this one, a lot more sort of tongue-in-cheek moments, and
it
as I
seems
mentioned
like she wrote, just jumping in, it seems like she wrote the entire Cuba sequence, because that just seems like the funnest point of the film.
She did so they gave in a final draft, and she just polished up what the final draft was, and I think they always said it was the dialogue, and I think that's what you can tell and certain actions. And another thing I want to jump in, I know obviously Fukunaga helped write as well, but it just feels like there's a bit of fresh blood on there. That,
Mm.
and I don't mind Purvis and Wade, but when they've been doing it for what 20 plus years now, and it does make you think. I'm not saying other people have come on board and worked with them, but it does make you think for the future of this franchise. Like, is it time to bring in new faces? I mean, we're literally going to get a new face next time, Bond, obviously, but the having someone like Wallabies jump on board, I think felt very significant because it's such a different style of I don't even want to say humor, just the dialogue feels very different to the previous Bond films, and I think that helps speed it up as well. I mean, maybe one day Sony's not involved, right? So they're not going to leak the script online anytime soon, but I can only imagine how sort of drab it could have been. I mean, if you think about how long this film is, what the story is, can you imagine if it had been done like Spectre?
I say if Mendes came back to do this one, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Some of the shots would have looked fantastic, but God, it would have been.
I think that would have put me in an early grave if we got another Mendes one for the finale. Jesus Christ. But you can definitely tell where her input comes into it, and there's a lot of sort of oddball comedy stuff in there, especially towards the beginning. He's not in our plan. I'll mention him now. Hugh Dennis is in this film, which might not mean anything to any international viewers. I don't know if you've got Mock the Week over there. That's where I know him from. I know he's been in like a bunch of other TV shows. I don't know if he owed someone a favor. I don't know.
He was in Fleabag. He's one of the characters in Fleabag. He's a good friend with Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
No, every screening I've been to, one of the loudest reactions is the moment it has his face, and there are pockets of people like, what? Like they all just clock it's him. And it's amazing because he is one of those comedians that's like so British that to any other countries, like, it's just a random scientist. And to everyone here, like we all see him in every. Like, I always think Outnumbered from the Outnumbered stuff, and it's just pretty brutal way to go. I've got to add that too.
Yeah,
it's like when I saw Last Jedi for the first time, and Aid Edmondson shows up in the intro. I was like, "Why is he in this film out of anyone?" It's so strange, but you can see where some of that oddball comedy's coming through, and the stuff with the scientists at the beginning. That's where I was like, "This isn't landing for me. This feels like." A lot of it feels like it's from a Brosnan film, like it's kind of aping off the GoldenEye stuff, like Boris, like that kind of weird, quirky stuff. And
Boris Grushenko is
like Office
much
humor,
more lovable character.
Agreed.
He's so much more lovable.
Well, 1,000% agreed, Tay. I agree with that. But just in terms of that, and as you know, we'll talk about Anna de Armas's character later again. She feels like something from a Brosnan film. So you've got this kind of like weird mash with the tone. But then there's other moments where, and again, I don't know if this is all down to Phoebe Waller-Bridge. There are a lot more one-liners in terms of, Bond's, Daniel Craig's incarnation of Bond. And there are moments where it does feel like it's more akin to that Roger Moore era. And I said it in my spoiler-free, and I stand by it now. It's taken Craig sort of like 5 films to kind of go, yeah, this is what Bond should be about. And honestly, I think this is my favorite performance of his out of all of his films. And it's like, where was this from the beginning? I actually don't mind him in Casino Royale, all things considered, but like, Christ alive, could we have had this from Quantum onwards? Like, this is it. You've nailed it. And it's his last one. And it's really frustrating down to that fact. So I don't know if that was her input. So it's kind of hit and miss for me. There are some jokes that didn't land and felt out of place and tonally inconsistent with what had been set up with the Daniel Craig films. But then it delivered on things that I've been clamoring for years, especially with Mendes helming the films. I don't mind I think Skyfall's a very well written, very well made film, but it's not an entertaining Bond film that I'm going to throw on any day of the week. Spectre, the less said about that film, the better. So this did feel like a breath of fresh air. And yeah, I agree with the writing. And who knows what they're going to do from this point onwards. I mean, Purvis and Wade at this moment, they're just like a factory, just churning out, just like, give me a Bond script, give me a Bond story now, go. And they just come up with another one. So maybe it is time to wipe the slate clean, but I think it was kind of like a dream combination. That being said, I do think one of the weakest things overall, don't know if it's necessarily down to the writing. It might be just like a story thing for me with this one, I think, more so than the actual script. Although there are some lines which we'll get into later that I was very vocal about off camera, which I'm finally going to get the chance to be vocal about now. But yeah, I think it was a good addition. I think it was kind of what the Craig era needed, really, especially after Spectre and how mundane that film went over with a lot of people.
I think when they know it's his last film, a bit like Harrison Ford, I don't know if it was just spoke about Harrison Ford in The Force Awakens, that it's that approach is, okay, you're coming back, but this is the last one. I mean, it wasn't actually the last one for Harrison Ford, but it's one of them. I think the approach of them was, obviously we'll never know how bad Spectre went, but the approach seemed to be, let's just do the opposite. Okay, you've been injured before filming, because that was another delay when he broke his foot, and it was delayed 3 months filming. And I think he's joked about it. Says, I was literally just walking down a street and my ankle broke. Like, he wasn't even doing a stunt. He said it was pathetic. And this is where I love Daniel Craig. Like, his whole interview process, like, do you remember at Spectre, they just kept asking him, "Are you leaving? Are you leaving? Are you leaving?" Whereas the last 2-3 weeks, every interview, it's just felt like they're honoring him. And I absolutely love it, because they're not trying to get clickbait out of him. They're not trying to make things. They're not asking him about what happens. It's almost been like a celebration of Daniel Craig. And I think he seems the funnest he's ever been in his interviews. And I think that's what's kind of helped with all this. Like, he was even talking on, you get those awful radio ones when it's like really cringy questions. Even he's taking the piss. Like, there was one where they go to him, what would you like your Bond to be remembered for? And he just like really quickly shouts puns, does a fake laugh, and throws the card away, because he knows that's going to rile up so many people. And I think this is the approach that they went in knowing, okay, it's his last one. Let's not dial it down a bit, but I think it was kind of, let's make this your film. Obviously, he's a producer, and I think the Phoebe Waller-Bridge just solidified that. Like, how can they have fun with it? But again, they delayed the film when they had to. Whereas Spectre was, okay, I'll go with the broken leg. I'll do that, and I'll film it and have a shit time filming it, which is essentially what he said. But this one was, we're going to get this one right. We're going to take the time we need. Obviously, that led to other delays out of our control, such as Corona. But they never sold it to a streaming service online. They never did any of that. And I think this is where the big things come down to this film, that they took. Sometimes it is better to wait. It's the wrong medium. But obviously, Cyberpunk will forever be one of the most famous delayed games in history, because they just released it when it was broken. And they really shouldn't have. And it does make you think that Daniel Craig slipped and broke his foot. They could have told him to carry on filming. They could have redone the schedule. But I think the approach they've had for this film has been better. And I think that's also helped with a lot of other things that they might use as lessons in the future for whatever does come next.
I do want to pull a quote from one of those radio interviews that he did, which was, I think the question was, is there any advice that you'd give to the next person to play Bond? And he said, don't be shit. It's just like a bland response, just straight up, just like... but yeah, I wonder actually if filming Knives Out and being a very different, quite comedic character, maybe people who wrote Bond and stuff like that, even Phoebe Waller-Bridge, probably looked at that and went, oh my God, you can actually be funny. You can deliver these lines and stuff like that, like whilst keeping a straight face and everything like that. And I wonder if they saw that film and thought, do you know what? We should make Bond a little bit more into that character, because we know Daniel can handle it, which is really bad to say that, oh yeah, he couldn't handle it in any of his previous films. But
Knives Out came out just as this finished filming. I think it might have been Logan Lucky, maybe, or maybe possibly they would have probably heard what night. Because I think, how does it work with festivals? Don't they like sell the scripts with a director attached, and then an actor comes on board and things like that will jump around it? But I think he needed a Knives Out, I think, to go back to do a Bond. He wanted something that was chilled out, a bit different. And even post Bond, he's been announced to go straight back to the stage and do Macbeth. So I think he's an actor that's politely put, not waited for this to be over, but he knows he can now move on with his career, knowing he doesn't have to put a year and a half aside for one film every so often. And also, he's just a bit old. Like, he was on Sky Sports News doing football interviews. We know he's a massive football fan, but how many of the Bonds are going to get away with going on Sky Sports News for their press interviews? Like, it's so odd.
I know, and it's also good that he supports the best team in the country. So, yeah.
Well, I did wonder if that was a reason why he was so jovial in this film, is because it was his last one. It's like, when you've got like 1 week left of your job and you can't wait to leave it, and it's just like, oh, I don't care. Like, maybe there's an element of that as well. And I actually wonder, we'll talk about it later on in the review, because it's like probably the biggest talking point of this whole film, really, for a lot of people. I wonder if where Bond ends up and his fate at the end of this film was also a decision by Craig, if he wanted... This is the spoiler discussion. If he wanted Bond to die at the end, if that was a stipulation of Daniel Craig, or if that was always in the story.
Just says, "Kill me off."
But he was like, it was like, I think they wanted him to sign a 2-picture deal, didn't they? And he turned down like a huge sum of money. He was like, no, I'll do 1 more. I'm not doing 2. It was like the Timothy Dalton thing, where it was like, we want you to do 3. It's like, nah, I'll come back for 1, but I'm not doing 3. and he turned it down, which is absolutely fair play to him. But I do wonder if he says, "Oh, and if I do come back and do one more, you're killing me off at the end because I never want to come back to this goddamn franchise. Nip that in the bud right now. Have me taken out by a nuke where there's no hope of return." I don't know. I don't know if that was always in the story, but I don't know if there's also an element of Craig sort of having his demands with what he wanted to happen.
I think it's a bit of both. I think without getting to it now, because we'll have that. That's going to be the big one. I think you're bang on. I think it's all of it combined. That this is the one Bond story that has an ending, and it made sense as being because it's the only Bond so far that's had an actual series. I guess you could say it's not saga, it was era. I mean, they've all had eras, but sequential. I hate using the word sequential, but it is the only one that's done it. And I think for where they wanted to go, this is the timing, the place. But we'll speak of that probably because I think you are right. That I think it's all factors combined for so many other things. But shall we talk about the film? Right, 30 minutes in.
I mean, the headings
we always do.
The headings pre-credits scene, but this is more like a third of the film, really, isn't it?
Yeah, this is. Let's even get before the pre-credit scene, shall we?
Oh wow, okay, yeah.
The Universal logo transforming into the classic gun barrel. What a phenomenal moment! I don't care how pathetic and sad it sounds. That was great. It went black and white. I was like, oh my god, are we getting another black and white opening? And then it was the gun barrel. I was like, I'm in. You've done me there. Sony couldn't do that. They'd have him walk around with another Sony laptop with their logo on it.
I was very happy to see the gun barrel back, not going to lie. And see it, I mean, I thought it was a bit odd kind of seeing Universal there to start off with because we've seen Sony in the previous films, stuff like that. I expect them to go into like a cold open without actually like giving us like the gun barrel at all and stuff like that. But I'm glad that it was there. And yeah, it immediately got me in the spirit for the film and stuff like that straight off the bat.
I mean, it was absolutely a gun barrel for 2021, wasn't it? Like, they pulled out all the bells and whistles for it. Although I saw the Universal logo in black and white, I was like, did I walk into a rescreener for, like, Van Helsing? Like, what's going on? Why is it black and white? Because I don't know if I mentioned last time, the projector went all kind of weird at my screening, which was really annoying. It conked out at the Dune trailer, and then it got restarted, and it was black and white. You know, when you, like, the old-style TVs where you used to have to, like, smack the side of the TV to get the colour back on. I do miss the whole like blood coming down and the circle kind of doing the DVD screensaver thing and bouncing around the screen. I do miss that. But what I did like was how kind of like the edges of the gun barrel were like mirrored and you could see the reflection of like the snow as it leads into the first scene. That was pretty cool. So yeah, it was just nice to sort of open the film with the gun barrel again. And I think Spectre did it as well, though, didn't it? I think that did.
You've got your favourite part of Spectre.
Yes, the dead speak right after it. There's no dead speaking after this, which is very nice. It's straight into the opening scene. And yeah, if we talk about that, so we open in Norway and we kind of get Madeleine Swan's entire backstory, really, where her mum's killed by a masked assailant who, if we've seen the trailer, we can put two and two together. We know that that's Safin. What's kind of weird for me, though, is that he looks the same. I guess they get away with it because he's wearing a mask, but he's basically exactly the same age as he is X amount of years later. I don't actually know how many years it jumps ahead. I'm guessing it's like 25 years, maybe, because I know that the actress...
I don't think it's that old.
How old are we saying Madeleine Swan is?
When did Wallace and Gromit come out? That's a good question.
Oh, which it was wrong.
That was the wrong trousers, yeah. There's Tamagotchis in there.
1993. So
I assumed it's meant to be like 15, 16 years later. Because I kept... It sounds a bit weird, isn't it? I kept looking at the guys like, is she meant to be like 8 or is she meant to be like 13, 14? I couldn't quite... And this is one of the... I couldn't quite piece out because he sounds exactly the way he does throughout the entire film.
Yeah.
And the only difference is that his scars are fresh. So when they shoot the mask off, it's all red and veiny. So I assume that was pretty soon after he died, but I couldn't...
The opening in Matero is it's still set in 2015, isn't it? And then it jumps ahead those 5 years to get it to sort of modern day, doesn't it?
So Wrong Trousers came out October 1993, but let's be real here. If it's in a foreign language, it's going to be 1994 at least.
It's 20-something.
So, was it that makes sense, actually. I heard a weird noise. I was like, what's this noise? This isn't Wallace and Gromit. That's made obvious reason. I like the song as well. It's really annoyed me. I googled it, like, what's the song at the start of No Time to Die? And it's just dickhead saying Gun Barrel or Billie Eilish. I was like, no. I was like, there was another song in between. I don't know what it was, but is that the first time we've had smoking in a Bond film since Timothy Dalton?
Was there not one?
He had cigars, didn't he?
Yeah.
But like, because she got massacred, man, and the cigarette's still lit when they show a dead body. Like, that's savage. Like, I love that whole stuff in French. I don't know why, but what do you make of it being? I mean, we'll get to the second part of it because it's the longest the longest pre-credit sequence. But
I mean, yeah.
what do we make of it being a flashback?
Me and Chris have been discussing about whether this should have been put in at this point of the film or not. Whether this should have been here as the very first opening scene, because the context for this scene doesn't really matter until quite a lot later on, and could have had possibly a more potent effect if it was kind of revealed slowly throughout the entire story instead of just showing everything in this scene in one spot and then having this ridiculously long opening sequence, which I'll be honest, it's the first time I've watched a James Bond opening sequence where I've looked at my watch about halfway through and gone, Jesus, this is going on for ages. I do feel like it was too long. I think you can have the stuff in Matero and the stuff at Vesper's like grave and stuff like that, but this stuff, which is the kind of the stuff in Norway, I feel could have been revealed with the mask reveal later on, or just drips of it being kind of planted in throughout the film, so you kind of get the full story of why she's indebted to him throughout the film, instead of just saying from the very start, oh, opening scene, okay, that's definitely Madeleine Swan. Her life's been saved by him, therefore there's going to be some form of debt paid later on in the future. It's not a big reveal, and it could have been a big reveal. I do also want to point out in the Norway sequence, everyone in my cinema got jumped by the mask in the window. Everyone.
Yes.
And that was scary as hell.
Well,
That
it doesn't
got me
help that
so
they
hard.
cranked the volume of like the music to like God knows what, like the jump
like,
scare. You know,
Jesus.
that's more startling than it is scary.
There's
I
a couple
think,
of jump scares in this film.
Yeah.
There's about 3 or 4 big ones, I think.
Oh god, the explosion! They're all at the beginning. Like Jesus Christ, when the bomb goes off at the grave, like you probably know that something's going to happen. But God, it was so loud. It was like a bomb was actually going off in the cinema. Christ.
Where I would put this scene actually, with the mask scene and kind of slowly unveiling maybe little bits of it, so you can have kind of the start of the scene with the mask coming up to the window. She then finishes her therapy session with Safin, and then later on when Bond's maybe talking, they can reveal more of it. When Bond speaks to Safin, so he actually finds out why she's indebted to him and stuff like that, and his whole backstory, because he basically explains almost what happens in the opening scene back to Bond. It's like we've already been explained it as an audience, so why would we get that again? So I feel like they could have changed that around, and it would have meant a shorter pre-credit scene as well.
So
Oh, go on, sorry.
I would say I really liked this. I don't know if it's the first flashback in James Bond. I don't know if that's ever been a thing. I'm not too sure.
Was the
I was
opening
trying
to
to think.
Casino Royale?
Opening sequence count?
Yeah, well, Skyfall's a bit like this, isn't it? They have a sequence, then it moves into the future.
Yeah.
But this is why this one, because I was thinking, I was like, oh, could they have scattered? Because we always assumed that I always did, Chris, that the ice scene would be the first time we meet Safin, and I was like, be killing a random bloke under the water. It wouldn't be Bond. Obviously, it wasn't actually that either, but I really enjoyed it. I don't know what I think. I mean, not the fact it's a literal cold opening when they go to Norway, but I think it was a very smart way to set him up. But also, we know one of the biggest problems of Spectre was Madeleine, and that we just didn't. I mean, we'll get into it properly in a bit, but we didn't care for her character, her development, her story, or at least I didn't. And I think that off this 5 minutes, you learnt so much more about her already. Even like the Spectre ring in the spare room, the closet room. There was just something, because we knew he was going to come and kill them. It's not hard to guess he wouldn't, but I think it was. I'm going to say it's quite. I mean, I'm going to say ballsy a lot tonight, but I think this was one of the ballsiest things they did in the film. And fuck me, there's a lot of ballsy things that haven't been done in Bond films before.
It's not ridiculously ballsy, at least from my opinion, purely because they're smashing together a sequence like in From Russia with Love, which is a pre-credit sequence which is all about the villain and sets up the villain for the story, and it's very, very short. And then they tack on one of the modern pre-credit sequences, like the one we had in Spectre, the one we had in Skyfall, the modern ones which kind of show off this big action set piece and stuff like that afterwards. So what they've done is they basically mashed 2 ideas together, and I just don't think it works. I think it goes on for way too long, and you can easily separate those 2 entities.
I mean, my problem sort of comes at this with, I mean, it's, it's a very well put together scene. It's very well directed. Some good visuals in there. One of my favorite shots in the film, just in terms of cinematography wise, is where Safin wearing the mask comes up to the frosted
door.
glass, and it's a really really cool shot. Love that. I think that was in the trailers. My problems with it come from the necessity of it. Like, okay, so Safin once saved Madeline. What? Okay, I mean, it's a nice fact to know, but like ultimately all that boils down to, when you think about it as sort of like the film progresses, is that he just wants to get her to the island to keep her safe, which is, where Bond's got to go ultimately to dispatch the villain. It's like, it's a cool little nugget of information for Madeline's character, I suppose, but so what? Like, I just question like the necessity of it. Like, I didn't really feel like it was a huge thing. It felt like a way of, all of the Daniel Craig films, they've gone above and beyond to try and connect them all, as we saw with Spectre, even connecting the likes of Skyfall. It's like, okay, so Madeline Swan has also had a past with the villain for this film as well. And it kind of felt like a little bit artificial for me to tacked on. And I love the look of the mask. Like, visually, it's fantastic. It's really creepy. I think it's based on a Japanese style mask. But I think the whole mask element in the film just kind of feels superfluous, because after this first scene, it's never really used again. Safin as a villain, it's not sort of like a visual thing that he wears throughout the film. It's just sort of brought up again where he's got it in a box. I'm like, well, is he wearing the mask to disguise his disfigured face, or is he doing it as just to conceal his identity? Because he's walking around without the mask on afterwards. So it's a cool concept, but I just don't feel like they doubled down on it. And I think they could have used a lot more elements with the mask. And apparently the mask idea was a carryover from an original idea where apparently Safin was going to have a henchman as well. I think Safin was probably going to wear this too. And they were wearing masks and armor based on Siberian bear hunting armor. And I've just Googled quickly what that looks like. And it might look slightly ridiculous. If you Google Siberian bear hunting suit, it basically looks like Pinhead from Hellraiser. It's like a human porcupine suit. It's a suit of armor covered in spikes, this really creepy blank face with spikes all on it. I don't know how that would have worked, in all honesty, in a Bond film.
Jesus, that is something out of
It's like the reverse Zao. It's got
exactly.
on it.
But apparently Fukunaga saw that, and he thought that the mask would kind of get in the way of the performance and draw too much attention to itself. So then they changed the idea to a Japanese mask. But again, it's like, the mask's cool. I'm down with that idea. If you want a masked villain, do something with the mask. It's in that opening scene, and then like, what's the point of it? You may as well have either just had the mask all the way through, but then obviously Rami Malek's getting no face time, or just don't bother with the mask. I don't know why the mask was essential. Very well put together scene, as I mentioned, but I do kind of question its importance to the overall story. And then you kind of get your real sort of like opener, jumping ahead. Obviously, you've got Matero. It's very long sequence. The whole opening, like, I was watching this thing thinking, shit, are we actually going to get the Billie Eilish song at the beginning? Are we going to have a title sequence, or are they going to play that during the end credits? Like, I was watching this film thinking, we're way overdue now for a title sequence. I think before this point, it was The World Is Not Enough, wasn't it? Had the record for, because
about 18 minutes.
Yeah, you had the
we had
chase, didn't you, and everything in that.
You had Bilbao. It was the same thing. You had two scenes to make the pre-title sequence scene, and obviously the first one of that was considerably short. I get it a little bit like this. This is what I'm curious for, because obviously, we're doing this on week one, and obviously in the future, in a couple of years, we'll be able to get the minutes. I reckon it was about 25 minutes. This pre-title sequence, I reckon it was probably about 8 minutes and 17, because the Matero stuff, I don't know if that's pronounced right, but it's like a short film. That is literally picking up from Spectre, and then we'll just go to the future, and this is a good time gap thing. But I didn't expect it. I mean, I don't even jump ahead, sorry guys, but if I jumped ahead too far, say Vesper's grave, like the moment Vesper got name dropped, and then Hans Zimmer plays the theme, like,
you get the music.
I was like, oh no, and that's the thing, and it's such a, and I kind of look back and see, like, you had some fantastic action, you had everything you want from a thing, but there was drama in it as well. And I think that's why I'm curious, because I really like the Safin thing. But with Wars on Earth, it's essentially the same scene. They just then move to MI6, have a chat, and then they get the big chase moment. So sort of very similar. Obviously, this one has a time jump, but I love this because I think we all had our own kind of predictions that I think a lot of us thought that Madeline would die, maybe in the first act of the film, or be it something, and we all knew something would happen to make him go away for 5 years and stuff, and everyone's had their speculation. But I guess it's really dumb. I didn't expect it to be a Spectre attack. I don't know if that just makes me naive or just assume they didn't want anything to do with the previous film, bar Blofeld. But as a heading in thing, not just the sequence, I was surprised at how much Spectre is in this film. And I will give it a little bit of credit for that because I didn't expect it. Again, that might be me being naive or jumping in too far.
No, I mean, this entire sequence is very well, or at least when the action gets going, it is very well shot and stuff like that. It's quite an interesting but also weird kind of sequence because from a narrative perspective, I'm not sure if I'm completely on board with it because it's like Madeline Swan saying to him like, "Oh, you need to let go of your past and stuff like that, and go and say hi to your ex's grave." And I don't know if Bond's being naive here or not, but like he's got to know that because of the ties that they've had in with Spectre in the past, that's going to be booby trapped, or at least there's going to be someone monitoring it from Spectre. Or did he honestly think that he destroyed all of Spectre as an organization in the previous film?
No, when they're first like walking to the hotel, he keeps looking over his shoulder, just like you don't need to look anymore. So I think what was really interesting in the rewatch is you can actually look at that scene and a lot of it, you understand his suspicion. That it was her idea to go to Matera. A lot of it was all her own doing. So when you do get to the whole trust moment, it worked really well, like piecing it together. But I just forget, like, is that meant? I'm assuming that's set like a couple of weeks after the end of Spectre. Like they go off in the DB5.
I think
Yeah,
more than a couple of weeks.
DB5.
I think it's a few months. I think it's not like an instant. Oh, he's disappeared off and stuff like that. I think it's been quite a while they've been together. And what makes me think that is because their relationship has progressed on a lot more than what it was within the film. It feels like it's a lot more embedded, and I feel like there's trust there. I mean, we haven't seen a Bond girl post the film that they originally posted in before, have we? So it's the first time we've seen any form of continuation where the Bond girl has been kind of schmoozed and kind of,
certainly the main lead. I think I did post that to socials, and someone reminded me of one from the Connery era. I was like, "Oh yeah, there was one that went across 2 films, but she's more of a side character than a main Bond girl."
It's his back home girl for one. He's not.
That's it. Yeah.
But like because it's the first time we've seen it carried over, we never really know how they're left off afterwards and what kind of relationships they may have, and whether Bond kind of dispatches of them and just kind of sends them off somewhere, sticks them on a train, for example, or whether like he actually has a proper relationship with them in between the films and stuff like that, because we've never had that kind of continuation. So it's an interesting relationship.
Like a continuation of the train sequence where he puts Madeline Swan on the train. The camera pans over to oh god,
Camille.
who was the one who we met in Rome in Spectre?
Monica Bellucci.
She's just like, first time. It's just like the whole train's full of previous Bond girls, maybe.
To be fair, Craig's not had it as much for his era. I mean, Brosnan, you can have about 10 train carriages, but Craig,
we can't do that now. We can't do that in 2021 now, can we? It's a bit more frowned upon, shall we say?
Well, Dalton didn't, did he? Dalton didn't. They kind of like
he was more monogamous.
You know how each Bond, like Roger Moore, was the ladies' man. Okay, let's then sharpen it with Dalton. Then let's revert back to what, and it is that sort of what's that thing called, the pendulum, isn't it? It's kind of about that with some of the Bond choices, but it did make me think of Craig. I was like, I'll just run it through because we spoke on Quantum Solace, and I was like, oh yeah, he never does get with Camille, does he? I think Skyfall, okay, she's dead when he gets with, and M's dead too, whether that counts or not. And then obviously you get Spectre, which he has his Madeline Swan. That's it. You get Monica Bellucci, but this Craig era has never really been even though like I'd argue more women talk about Craig than any other Bond, maybe, or maybe that's because we live in that era. But the whole like him coming out the water type thing, or the swinging, that Craig's probably been like sexualized more than any other Bond, I would say. Yet his character as Bond has been probably the least sort of womanizing of the lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I don't know if I'm like touching at straws. It sounds a bit weird, but you can kind of see where I'm coming from. It's a bit different.
I see where you're coming from as well. Like he hasn't had like a ridiculous amount of relationships. I think the most in one film is 2. If I'm right in saying that'd be Casino Royale. He had 2.
Yeah.
They have 2 in Quantum. He had 2. Did he have 2 in Skyfall?
Oh yeah, Strawberry Fields.
Yeah.
Ironically, actually, you know me, I'm terrible music. I saw the music video for Strawberry Fields for the first time this week. I was just sat there restrained. I was like, this is who the James Bond character's name after.
But yeah, no, going back to the actual sequence, I was with you. I didn't really know what to expect from the sequence, and I didn't expect it to be like Spectre coming after him. I thought it was going to be kind of the main villain sending people after him. I knew it was going to be the main like pre-scene. It kind of looked like an action scene, but you know that bit where he jumps up with the stunt, where he jumps up and onto the thing.
Cool.
I thought he was chasing someone, not being chased.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was chasing after someone in that procession, or that procession would have something to do with it. And it just ended up being quite a kind of like just you're being chased, you got to survive and stuff like that, and nothing else really past that.
Mm-hmm.
Other than it just being Spectre. I mean, we get introduced to one of the side villains of Primo, Cyclops, who, yeah, I quite like him as a side villain. We'll talk about him a bit later, but yeah, it's an interesting sequence because I wouldn't say it's better than Spectre sequence stuff,
No,
because that one's filmed very, very well. But it's just kind of it's just a normal kind of Bond intro sequence. It's what you would expect of the film without the kind of Norway stuff beforehand.
Well, I think for me, it does kind of blur that. It's going back to the length of it. It kind of transcends an opening sort of like stinger sequence and just feels like I'm watching the first third of the film. And then it's like, oh yeah, we need to put the title, the boom, there you go. What is it, like half hour into the film? It felt like it was getting upwards of half hour. I'm not sure where it was. But
I was timing it on my watch, and I looked at my watch, and I think it was around 23, 24 minutes.
Yeah, so it's getting up there. It's quite excessive, I think. But going back to what I said at the beginning of, I think it was in the Quantum of Solace review that we did, where I said it's such a short pre-title sequence in that film. But I was like, then again, is it sort of ratio-wise compared to the actual length of the film? So Quantum of Solace, shortest Bond film, shortest title sequence, longest Bond film, maybe. I don't know. I've got to go through this one sequentially, and I got to bring it up because we've skipped over probably one of my biggest pet peeves with the film, which you first see it and you're like, oh, it's a cute, very about as subtle as a sledgehammer to the face reference. That's fine, but they make a thing of it, and this is the one thing.
This is.
Oh
yeah, me and George, we had a little bit of a Facebook debate. It's all in good fun. It's all every now and then we've got to blow off a little bit of steam. It's fine. The On Her Majesty's Secret Service reference at the beginning, well, just in general throughout this film, but I'll talk about the one once we talk about the end of the film. They're driving and she says something like, oh, go faster, Bond. And he's like, go faster? Don't worry. We have all the time in the world. And then he turns to the camera and like winks at the audience. And then the music starts playing. And I was kind of teed up for it because they released, I think it is the Matera track, isn't it, by Hans Zimmer?
Yeah, I caved in and listened to it, and I text like, you've got to listen to this song. It's like, get to the 37-second mark.
And I would love to have recorded my reaction to that because as soon as it started up, I went,
yeah,
and then my brain went, hang on, that's from On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Like, I'm not okay with that being reused. So it was like the nostalgia. Oh, this is great to hear it, and beautiful sort of like reorchestrated version of it by Zimmer. And then it kind of sank down that I was like, that was the On Her Majesty's Secret Service theme. And now I didn't know that this was going to be like an actual thematic thing with this film, that it was going to get reprised again at the end. I thought, as references go, I thought this was way too on the nose for me. We've talked about sort of references, whether it be an anniversary film, you've got some in Die Another Day, you've got a few in Skyfall as well. This was a step too far for me. I was like, I didn't need. And again, as I mentioned last time, I don't blame Hans Zimmer for bringing the music back. If that's in the script, if that line's queued up, you'd be daft not to use the theme to go along with it in that point. But I just thought it was a bit unnecessary. So that was the first bit. And then just the concept of a lot of the dialogue at the beginning felt very on the nose as well. It was like, we are at a place where you forgive your past and bring up your secrets, and you have secrets, Bond, and you must burn your secrets and get rid of them. I'm like, okay, it's very sort of like matter of fact what they're trying to do. They go to, is it like the Acropolis or something, and it's like, this is a place where you say goodbye to your whatever it is anyway. And then he goes to Vesper's grave, and it is a very nice scene, but I did think, didn't we do this whole Vesper thing? Wasn't the entire point of Quantum of Solace him finally getting over and forgiving Vesper at the end of that film? I thought that was what the whole point and crux of, Quantum of Solace was for. Here we are 3 movies after, and he's still going back to Vesper, and we're still retreading that, but it's a nice moment, and I think he says, I miss you, doesn't he, at the grave, I think it is. So that's a nice moment. As we mentioned, like the theme comes back in, which was really nice. And the loudest...
He burns her last line, the forgive me, James.
That's it. Yeah,
That
yeah,
was because I remember that in all the trailers. Like, what's Madeline done? And I was like, oh my
yeah.
god, it
Yeah.
was Vesper all along. And I was like, sat there, and
It's the
they
power
showed
of
the
editing.
face.
It's the
Yeah.
I
power of
know,
editing
and
and movie trailer.
it's when they put the theme into it as well, and
Yeah.
I think again it jumps that sequential stuff. If you're wrapping up Craig's era in a film, I really think you need at least a minute for him to have a new missus to move on. I still think you need a scene about Vesper, and really random. I really like the bit when Madeline's like, "You need to move on." She's like, "Yep," and it's really like vague, and it's kind of at the same time like, damn, like she wants him to move on and get over Vesper. But I see what you mean with Quantum, because I never thought of it like that. But I just think it made sense for him, because I think if this had been his final film, wrapping up everything in a bow, you needed. I mean, I'm not saying you can have Eva Green come in and do a Harrison Ford from Rise of Skywalker. That wouldn't really work. But or she was actually alive the entire time.
Oh my god!
But I just think, opening scene, he's paid his respects. They've literally blown up the grave. That weird Spectre kid.
Oh
That
yeah,
smug bastard
yeah.
grin on the bridge. Oh, he should have got launched over the bridge, as far as I'm concerned. But
It reminded me of is it the opening of For Your Eyes Only, where Roger Moore starts at the grave for Tracy, and that's sort of like where
yeah,
the film kickstarts. It's kind of a little
was it like a
reprise of that,
priest
I
trying to
think.
kill him in that?
Yeah, I
I
think
remember, was
the
it?
priest, he gets in the helicopter, doesn't he? And the priest kind of has this knowing glance, like, yeah. So you've got a priest who's part of Spectre, you've got a kid who's part of Spectre. He's everywhere, as Mr. White says in Spectre. So we carry on with it. The loudest goddamn film explosion I've seen since maybe even Dunkirk,
Louder.
maybe in the
I was
cinema,
gonna say,
or louder, yeah.
It's louder than Spectre's explosion
Sudden.
was big.
And
You
they
know?
do that
Sudden.
whole like film making thing they do where it's like, the ringing, like the tinnitus kind of sound. And I was like, is that part of the film or is that actually me right now? Because it was
I
loud.
actually thought when that tinnitus sound comes in, I thought they were going to go into the title sequence in a similar way to him being shot in Skyfall.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that would be the kind of the trigger into the title sequence, because I was thinking, do you know what? That's about 10 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. That should be when the natural point for the title sequence come in was, and they was like, oh no, he's continuing on.
And then
We've got
just
a whole
have the
sequence.
chase play out as the credits go up, and just nip it in the bud, just kill two birds with one stone. We do get
He
introduced
has a lot
to.
of.
Go on, sorry.
Sorry. He gets a lot of explosions at like
He
1
does,
meter
yeah.
blast radiuses in this
It
film.
does.
But I love when he's saying Madeline, like you can again, like Craig's great. I think this is his best film performance after Casino Royale. I'm not gonna jump to conclusions that I enjoy it more than Casino Royale performance. I can't say it, but Chris was earlier. This is definitely the most fun Craig's had in the role.
Yeah.
But like when he's like Madeline, like he actually sounds like he can't hear, like the way he's talking on the phone. Like you watch some films, right, and they lose their hearing, but they can significantly know when the phone's not ringing, and like he's shouting a name whilst it's still dying out. And I thought they handled the explosion really well. And what's been amazing is every viewing since it's coming up. So he picks up the Spectre card, and I'm just sort of like lean back, look around, and there's always someone doing that. Like they absolutely just fly their arms. But
so you train yourself, don't you? It's like when I watch Dark Knight now, and I'm anticipating that like dead Batman body to smack against the window. Like you just train yourself now. You kind of time it. But the chase itself, fantastic action. That's I'm going to echo that across the entire film. Really, just fantastically shot, exciting, engaging, everything you want from a James Bond film. The soundtrack's going 10 to the dozen. You've got the DB5 with the Gatling guns, and I'm like, yes, this is Bond. This is what I want. And actually, that's probably one of my favorite bits of the film. I think they played a lot of this scene in one of the trailers actually, and just like really drew it out. I love when they're just like peppering the car, and they're going for the window, and he's just done. He's like, deja vu. This has happened again. I've been, I fell in love. I've been betrayed, and he's just done. He's like, yeah, take her. I don't care. Like if that bullet comes through that window, I'm so done. It's a brilliant performance. It's really tense. The editing as well, where it does the close up of the window of the bullet, almost penetrating the glass. And then you know where it's going because you've seen the trailer about 100 times at the cinema, because this thing kept getting delayed and delayed. And he just annihilates pretty much everyone. It's a fantastic opening sequence of them. I really like the bit on the train as well. I thought that was a good place to sort of lead into the title sequence. You've got the nice little foreshadowing there where she touches her stomach, which I did notice and thought, is she pregnant? But then she's obviously out of the film for quite a while, that I think I'd forgotten about that subconsciously. And then you get the colourful circles leading you into the title sequence, which I couldn't remember which Bond film it reminded me of. I know a lot of...
Got to know.
There's a lot of the
Doctor
older
No,
ones with
yeah.
that, yeah. So
I mean, I saw that and
cool.
immediately thought, oh, they're gonna do it, aren't they? They're gonna make Safin Doctor No, and I was like,
No, I didn't think that.
No, that was the immediate first thought. I was like,
Hey,
oh my god, it's a remake of Doctor No. That's all I was thinking. I was like, oh no, this is not
No,
good.
no,
That was
Taylor,
one of
it's
the
a
big
remake of On Her
speculation
Majesty's Secret Service, not Doctor No.
Yeah, very true.
That's like everyone spent so long focusing on him being Doctor No, they forgot that it was all about On Her Majesty's.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
thing right there.
Well, they like to
Even
remind
played-
us every chance they get, don't they, in this film? But
But at least it's the only Bond film to acknowledge it. We have to really. We'll get to it properly at the end, won't we? We'll get to that properly at the end. But it is the
well,
only
I mean,
one.
no, you've got moments like Tracy's grave, License to Kill.
Yeah,
They mentioned
well,
he was married before. There's moments like that.
Dare I say, though, out of all of the Bond films, it's probably the least watched Bond film on Her Majesty's
It
Secret
is. No,
Service.
it is.
Yeah,
It's the one that only the Bond fans have watched. So when it finished, like, I mean, I'm jumping in. When I saw it with my parents, I was like, "Oh, there's the Louis Armstrong song." I was like, "It's from James Bond, Dad." So yeah, that's the one no one watches because it's got George Lazenby, and I was like, "You're not wrong."
You're missing
Like-
out on one of the best Bond films.
Yeah, that's the
Christ.
problem, isn't
Yeah.
it? You're missing out. And it just, if George Lazenby's agent hadn't have told him to go, who would have known what came next? But no, I'm with both. Should we do the big on and matches discussion at the end? Like not at the end, but when we talk
Save
about the
it for
end
the
of the film.
Save it for the end. Absolutely. Yeah.
But the song. I mean, we spoke about the song, but yeah, we'll speak about it later on. But the opening animation, because you guys kept going about like, I loved the DNA stuff, and I was like, what DNA stuff? I just remember guns being shot in sync, and then obviously on the rewatch, I was like, oh yeah, they're like being shot
DNA
to make
strand.
DNA.
Yeah. It's
I was
awesome.
like, that's
Yeah.
fucking incredible. It reminded me of Jurassic Park, the DNA thing.
Yeah.
Very
Oh,
different.
Mr. DNA just shows up. Dinosaurs.
Maybe he'd have been at Safin's base at the end. Who knows?
Are
Oh,
we
hopefully-
talking about the song, or are we talking about?
No, we'll
next
talk
one
about
on
that
the list?
later. We'll talk about the
Yeah.
song
Yeah.
later. Yeah.
Anything else in the opening credits that caught you off guard you want to bring up really quickly or not? We don't really talk about the animations. I would say Daniel Kleinman is probably the second best Craig credits animation, I'd say.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
After Casino.
Overall, out of which ones has he done? He did Casino. He didn't do Quantum, did
Well,
he?
No, well, he did Casino, Skyfall, Spectre. I mean, there was no half-naked octopus with Daniel Craig for the anime fans out there for in this one, so
True.
we're in safe hands. But
I'd have to watch this one again. I don't think it's up there with Skyfall or Casino. Casino's still my favorite,
Casino's
probably
still the
title
one,
sequence
yeah.
of all time. In
Yeah.
all honesty, it's just dazzling that. Spectre's a little bit weird. It's straying into the hentai situation a little bit, isn't it? Many times in that, and you've got like the weird Photoshop shirtless Daniel Craig with flames behind him, and it just looks This is probably 3 out of the 4, I would say so far.
Yeah,
Are we talking so Craig's our next section, and we've kind of already talked about him to death, so I don't know if we want to talk about him again.
I mean,
so
the first point on there, which we haven't really gone into, is Madeline
Yeah.
Swan, because she is the main Bond girl of this film. We've talked about her a little bit in the kind of opening sequence and stuff like that, and she does have a bigger role in this film than she has done in previous films, or the last film at least. Purely because it's weird. Is she like the main character in this film? It's an odd one because she could arguably.
I'd say.
I'd say James. Yeah.
I'd argue that she was.
It's not like M in Skyfall where you could argue
Yeah.
that this one is definitely Bond's film because she doesn't come into it till the Blofeld stuff, I guess, and then she sticks around again. But
Yeah.
she's in it more than I thought. I will give it that. And if I'm going to jump in Madeline quickly, I'm going to say that this is the most I enjoyed her. But like, as in, we're coming out of Spectre. It's not hard to say she's better in this than
Yeah.
Spectre, but with a better script in a better film with better circumstances, I think it paid dividends to her. I still don't think she's like elite tier Bond or any like some of the other characters we've had the relationships, but I think they made one hell of a jump from the last film to this one, and I thought it was believable by the end of it. She's no Eva Green, like Vespa. Sorry,
Damn right she isn't. Yeah.
and there's no, it doesn't have that energy, but it also isn't strength. I know someone's going to say it. They wanted him and Anna Diaz to be a thing, and I've said this on Twitter already. It'd be very Roger Moore-ish. I'd be very not concerned because Anna Diaz isn't that young as Vutico, but if Daniel Craig would have hooked to Anna Diaz, that would have been a bit weird for me, personally, for this film, especially after Knives Out, which is another big talking point. But Madeline Swan, I'm fine with them two being together. I thought she's actually competent in this film, that she knows how to use a gun. We see her in a couple of action scenes, the tea scene, she holds her own with Safin. So I think this film spent a lot of time trying to improve the character. I do think they did improve it, but it's still not, I would honestly say, fundamentally one of the best Bond characters. But it is, at least, I think, to me at least, it's believable by the end of the film where they end up being.
Yeah,
Just
And she
quickly,
bags
I'm
herself a nice
I
after Matt and V8 for free out of it.
going to say
Go on,
Anna
Chris.
de Armas is only 3 years Leah Sedous Jr. So there's only
She looks
3
about
years
15
difference
years
between
younger,
the
though,
two.
doesn't she?
It's like, well, so does Leah Sedous. She looks so
Yes.
goddamn young. It's really distracting. God's sake.
One thing that I want to, and this is Spectre screwing up everything, and whether you could take this as No Time to Die not being able to adapt to what Spectre had done before it, or whether it's just Spectre just really screwed up any plans they had for anything going forward. But I find it really odd that in Spectre they wouldn't show Leia Seydoux, Madeline Swan's character, have any kind of savviness around kind of weaponry or around kind of the work that her father did, be very kind of disassociated from it, shall we say, and kind of focusing in on the kind of therapy and stuff like that. And yet in this film, in the opening scene, she shoots someone with quite good competence with a pistol when she's a child. And we also kind of learn throughout the film that she is actually quite competent with a weapon and she can actually use it and she can kind of protect herself. But we didn't see that in the previous film. I'm wondering if that's just kind of a character development that's just not transferred across the films, or whether that was just kind of a complete rewrite in there, because it feels like she's a completely different character in this film than she is in the previous film.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is it. I think they where the story wants to go, what they want to do with it, they have to carry that character over. I'd say again, to tie up the loose ends, and even if they'd have dumped her off the opening scene, and she never came back, they still did stuff with that character. And I think this is the problem where I spoke to Tom Butler from A to Z, and he rewatched Spectre yesterday, and he said that he enjoyed Spectre more than he ever had. Now, I don't know how many times I've seen it. I'm not in a rush to go watch it myself personally. What I probably will do is marathon them when they're out on Blu-ray, do the whole Craigs with each other. But they definitely make her more competent. Because in the first film, she's literally what? She's a psychiatrist. I guess they play that.
Yeah.
Then she doesn't really. They say she's good at hiding, which they definitely carry on with. And yeah, and I think this is again when they approach on that. What can we do to this character? And that opening scene, I think, does a lot of that. That you realize that she thought her dad was a doctor. It's not, that he cures people, and she's got a bit of denial of that. Obviously, she watches her mum get murdered because of her dad's actions as well. So certainly the character feels more believable why she disliked her dad, but they had to take a lot of time out to make that try to work, I guess I could say. And I think that's where I feel with it, that heading into a runtime as well, the moments they choose with it, you don't get too much of her. Like, they're happy to drop her off a film for how in some Bond films we've moaned that this character keeps coming back in when they shouldn't be involved in that scene, or they're staying on longer than they want. They're quite happy to dip her in and out of scenes, and I think that works in their favor. They didn't force her to be at his side for the entire film. He didn't run on a mission. I mean, he did technically save her, but he didn't have to break her out of the top floor staircase to then bring her down to have a big fight. They let her be competent by herself, and I think that's that was the big jumping point for me, that they just started to make her more competent. And that's a really big thing in these films, because how many terrible Bond films have these awful, incompetent people that are just insufferable?
Yeah,
dare we say we've never? Yeah, I was going to say we've never had the opportunity to allow a person to be carried over on a film and become more competent and see a different skill set from them and stuff like that. I just feel like it did feel like two completely separate characters between the two films. And whether that's just the kind of last point of Spectre, or whether that's the first point of No Time to Die, and there being a big jump between those points, or whether they just wanted to kind of rewrite the character in their own way to try and send her on a different path instead of the way that she was going in the previous film, which they didn't like. But I feel like as much as I enjoyed her performance more than it was in Spectre, I feel like the character itself has been almost completely changed between the two films.
Well, I mean, after Spectre, you had as far as I'm concerned, at the end of Spectre, you still had a complete blank slate of a character. I was very vocal in that review. She's probably one of my least favorite Bond girls, just because I couldn't tell you anything about her. After watching Spectre, I couldn't tell you anything about her character, her personality, what she wants out of life, and I didn't really get that sort of. Sometimes there's just that unspoken connection, that that chemistry between Bond and whoever's the lead Bond girl. And I didn't get any of that, and the whole three-quarter mark of that film where Bond's in the contraption, the dentist chair, and she's like, "I love you." I'm like, really? Like, I just didn't buy it at all. So obviously you're continuing on from that very bloody awful foundation. Really, I'm not going to dress it up. So anything you can bring to the character is a plus in my eyes compared to Spectre. And they do give her more to do in this film. She gets more emotional beats. That being said, I don't think it's like this tour de force. I don't think it's they've completely convinced me. I still don't see that chemistry there. I don't see this as being the Bond girl that Bond settles down with and has a loving monogamous relationship with, and even sires a bloody child with in this film. Like, I just don't see that with those two. And I don't blame her as an actress. I think she's a very good actress, but I don't know. It's not, when they screen test people together, don't they, to see if they'll have that chemistry? I just don't get that. And I still don't get it in this film. The age difference is, this feels almost like Roger Moore to me. I did notice Daniel Craig's age a lot more in this one, I will say. Like, he just looks tired. And I know that's the character. And he has been doing this for a while, but compared to her, and I know that she's in her 30s, I think she's 36, but she does look so young. She looks like she's, barely in her 20s still. So there is that kind of weird awkwardness there. And I just don't think that dialogue's there, that sort of sizzling dialogue that you get from one scene of Vesper being introduced to James Bond on that train sequence in Casino Royale. That one train scene, they have infinitely more chemistry and banter with each other than Bond has had with Madeline Swan over the course of 2 films. So I agree that, they just naturally give her character more to do. She's more, proactive in the plot, and the plot does center around her a lot more in this one. But I just don't get those emotions the film really wants you to feel. And, I'm going to mention it again here because I'm going to go hard on this when we get to the end of the film. But the On Her Majesty's stuff, that felt like the film's way of taking like a relationship from another film and the emotions that you feel regarding that previous film and everything that you feel with it, and tacking it onto this one in order to try and achieve the same dramatic and emotional effect as On Her Majesty's. And I just don't buy it. I'm like, this film hasn't done enough on its own merits, on its own grounds, to make this film sort of like stand on its own, and that the emotion of the ending and these two characters together stand on its own. We've got to take the music from that, or the thematic stuff from that, or the lines from that previous film that does have an impact, and attach it to this one. So, at the end, it's all meant to be very sad and, shedding a tear and everything. I just don't care about their relationship together. And that's, might take us on to the next point as well. That's not something that even introducing a child of Bond's child, can even match either. Because, of course, we have Mathilde. Bond is the father, and Jerry Springer screams and cheers. What do we think about this? Because, I mean, this is huge. There are so many shakeups to the Bond canon with this, and everything, all of our preconceptions of what we've known for the previous 24 Bond films. What do we think about Bond being a father, with there being a kid in the story? There's a lot to dissect with this one, I think. What do we think?
I really enjoy this. There are the two most daring things of the let me rephrase that. 2 of the 3 most daring things in Bond history took place in this film today. Number 1 was having a kid. Number 2 was killing Bond, and number 3 was killing Tracy in On Her Majesty's. Right? That's probably the 3. Well, even marrying him, does that make it 4 for On Her Majesty's? I don't know.
Yeah,
it's the same scene. But the way I'm going to approach it, can we talk about the death of Bond at the end? Because that's such a big talking point.
We'll talk about that.
We'll do Mathilde now. There had been rumours for a long time Bond would have a kid, but the problem with rumours is that every form of rumour about the last Bond film was done. He dies, he lives, he retires, he has a kid, he has a son. Any rumour was done. So not that I pay attention to them, but fake rumours come in the British tabloids for Bond, not ever in a film franchise, which says it all. And when she came down the stairs, and I was like, whew, okay. I didn't clock the blue eyes, and I said that to you guys before. Should have clocked them, but I didn't. But I just thought straight, he's a dad. And Chris, I clocked the chest press when the door closed on the train at the start as well. And this is where I'm kind of like just saying my thoughts. I'm not really prepping before I said them, but I think this worked for Craig, and I'm going to reflect again into the film. But for this iteration of Bond, for this only sequential story of 2006 to 2021, where it's not episodic, it's sequential, for character development, you can't have him marry his wife and then let her get shot on the head. Because could you have imagined if that happened in the opening scene in this, the chaos that would have ensued? Whereas you have to take another way out, that by bringing in a child, that doesn't just change the stakes of a Bond film, it being a villain's going to destroy the world. You need to implement that to James Bond himself and directly tie him into the story of it. And by bringing in the daughter, that essentially like added a pawn for the ending. Is Madeline going to die and Bond raised the daughter? Is Bond going to die? Because there ain't going to be a happy ending. You can't really have that in a Bond film. He's not going to hang up his boots with his entire family, married, everything. That just wouldn't work. So with Matilda, I really enjoyed it. I think on repeat viewings, when you know it's coming, it's really interesting to listen to the gasps of the crowd when she first appears. And then someone did do a Jerry Springer moment yesterday, and when Safin was like, you bore his child, someone was like, oh, James Bond's a dad, and I was like, well done. It's not hard to have guessed by now, but I think she works. I don't think she's annoying enough as a child actor. I think you do get a lot of them, but in this, she's fine. I liked her little random mosquito bit. She bites Freddie Mercury. She's just a great. We couldn't say any of this in the spoiler review. She has that great moment where he's like, "Do you want my protection?" She runs off. But then the camera cuts back to her still running off. Absolutely great comedy-wise. But I really liked her in it, and I think she was the right age for Bond to have a kid. It'd be a bit weird if a 20-year-old turned up. It's like, oh, we were, you and my mum were a bit of a thing 15 years ago. You can imagine an awful comedy sketch or something done like that. But he might have loads of kids. But as a story point, I think Matilda is easily one of the best things this film did. Is it needed? That's a question mark. I know this is split fans, but to have the child and then get the ending it gets to, I think is balls to the wall. Fair play to Eon. Fair play to this. I know someone's going to jump and say this up in the books. One thing I know me and Chris spoke about, because Ian Fleming died writing those books. So many of those books were released posthumously, where he might not have even released them. I've always came into the logic of there's never been an ending to Bond because the author never got to write one. But soon enough, someone's going to have to tell it in story form, and I think him having a kid was the first of two big steps and reached that line, and I really liked it. Maybe that's just me at the moment. I know that Nikolai was tweeted me saying how happy he is that I liked it, so he put it in his top 10. But I know it's going to be divisive, and that's the main thing. It is going to be divisive. There's no hiding from it, and I think this has gone over better with the non-Bond fan. I mean, let's look at the box office. Everyone in this country has basically seen it now, but this is something that the hardcore Bond fans, I think, have struggled with more. And I think it just feels very natural for where they are, personally. And her little doo-doo.
Yeah, I think you've actually pointed out a fantastic opening point for me here. I think Middle America, which is what most films are targeted at nowadays, especially action films, are going to love the idea of him having a kid and the idea of this film series having finality to it just within kind of the Daniel Craig canon. I feel like this has been made perfectly for that, because if you're a Bond fan, you're there for the adventure. You're there for kind of just to see Bond go on missions and kind of do all the stuff that he does, his spy work, his action, sleeping around, kind of being suave and stuff like that, beating the baddie. And this film does do some very bold things. We can call it bold, which is what it is. I didn't like it at all. I absolutely hated this decision to have a child. It goes against pretty much everything I thought of as far as a Bond film could have gone with. And they made some very big choices here in this film, some which I absolutely adored and worked perfectly fine. And the big one of that is Lashana as Nomi, and
that's not a bold choice, though.
I think that's quite a bold choice. Not only is it a female 00 agent, which we haven't really seen before, but it's a female 007.
Yeah,
that's quite bold if you say that out loud. That is quite a big thing.
But we've known it for 2 years since the day she's been cast.
No, but just the notion of doing that in a film in the first place is quite a bold new thing for Bond.
I'd say that was at least
maybe for Bond, but I don't think that's bold for cinema. I mean, we'll get to know me properly because I think she's great.
But for the Bond, no, I'd agree with that.
But having a child, I mean, first of all, the joke answer: how can you have a kid after what happened to him in Casino Royale with the rope and with the sheath? Seriously.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a great point.
That's the joke answer that you can give, but it is genuinely a good point. Like, I thought that was a good kind of canonical way of saying he's being whipped in the nuts. That's why he can have sex with all these women, because he can't have kids. Like, he can go around sleeping with people. He doesn't have any kids out there just because of that one film and that one moment. It brings into the phrase so many different questions about whether Bond is just like the code name given and it gets passed on to the next person. Obviously, it wasn't with Nomi, but it brings in that whole thing of, because this film has finality and because it's kind of linked in a reboot or a soft reboot, or whether it's actually linked to the main series, they've got the whole "we have all the time in the world" thing to add into that as well. And now him having a kid and him dying at the end, it's like, well, is this completely separate or is this still part of it?
It always has been. Yeah.
It's just, it boggles my mind. And when I was watching the film, I did think, wow, when I rewatch the Bond films, I may have to just kind of stop and reevaluate and have, instead of it being all one run where you can watch all kind of 24, now 25 films kind of in sequential order, or whichever way you want to do it, I'm going to have to watch the 24 films and then have a completely separate thing for watching these particular 5 films. And I feel
you
like...
did say in our Casino Royale video, though, that you knew it was a reboot from day one. You did say that in the review, though.
I did, but I thought it was going to be one that would place you, because Dr. No, he's an established spy. I thought it was going to be we're just going to kind of, it's modernized, but we're taking you back in that canon, so it's a soft reboot. That was my original thinking, but obviously that is not the case anymore. Clearly not the case. And this entire decision just baffles me. And sure, the performance, it was okay. Child performances, it's really difficult to judge unless they're given loads of material to go with and stuff like that. You can't exactly criticize or critique them and stuff like that. I have no idea. People who are French can tell me if her acting performance was bad or not, because I don't speak French, so I don't know how good her acting skills were actually in that scene. She could have delivered the lines terribly in her own language.
She's like 5, isn't she? Like, you're not going to get,
She's good at the garden scenes. There's the scene when they're taking their mom away. She actually acts that quite well, and that's what I only noticed on another one, that the stuff with Safin, I think she's quite good at face expression wise. But no, I mean, the one thing I would say this is that I know James Bond speaks lots of languages, but everyone seems to speak to her in English and she replies in French. That's the only thing I kept laughing at myself.
I mean, and this film set up quite early on that you can speak foreign languages, didn't it?
I think, to be a spy, you've got to be.
Well, yeah, he's multilingual.
He says at the end.
No. What I'm saying is there are other characters in the film that spoke different languages. If you look back at the old,
films, you mean almost like having another dialect in the film.
Yeah, everyone speaks French just with their localized accent instead of actually speaking their actual language, which was kind of quite a nice point. But I just personally think that Bond having a child completely ruins the illusion for me. It takes away from the character everything that's been built up before, and it applies something that you don't really want to see. It's almost as if, like, because I know that Barbara Broccoli says that one of the questions they ask themselves before going into the film is, what are we going to put Bond through this time? What's he going to be put through personally, and what is he going to face? What's the threat to the world? And it feels like if they're taking that approach here, they looked at it and go, what are we going to put him through personally this time? We're going to give him a kid. And that seems like an idea where they've run out of ideas. That seems like the end of the line, end of the barrel even, of the ideas and stuff like that, because that's something that James Bond should never really be put through personally, as far as the character is concerned.
He's had a wife, though.
He has.
If he's had a wife, why can't he have a kid? This has been my question. We'll get to it later on, but
because we've never seen him have that kind of happy ending and that continuation of that.
But 25 films in, people aren't going to these for the same. We always talk about the Bond formula.
I genuinely think
they are, because that's why they've been cranking them out for 25 films. Yeah, I think it is.
But then, what did they have to do after Die Another Day? They had to hit reset. And what was the one Bond film that went in the Craig era that did do all the ticks? It was Spectre, which is the worst of the Craig era.
That's only because
story-wise, I'd say, not
previous ones. It would have been a bog standard kind of film, but that's because it tried to tie itself back into the old, and it tried to.
But it still did the Bond formula tick list, and it just didn't work for Craig's Bond, because he's the only Bond that's had an actual story and a character arc. You can look at Brosnan, who is my favorite in scene 1, scene 2, whatever of GoldenEye. He hasn't changed by the time he got to the end of Die Another Day, bar age. I mean, Lazenby's unfair, so is Dalton because they did 2 years. But you look at Moore, he's not changed by the end. Connery's not changed by the end. Whereas these Craig, like, and this is what I kind of spoke to Chris about the other day. When we get to the 70th anniversary in 11 years' time, the Craig era will stand out amongst everything as being the one with the story. And I think the kid is the end game, because when we get to the death later, we'll speak about why that's even more important. That it's the reasons of how Safin won is actually the family. But I think it's wrong for a 25 film franchise for people to expect it to be the same as like 5-10 films ago, because you need to do bold things, and we'll get to one in Manchester later as well. But that was the boldest Bond film of all of them, and no one took to it, and it's aged like fine wine. It's now the one that everyone raves, what everyone speaks about, and it's unfortunately the hidden gem.
I personally don't see this aging like fine wine with the choices that they made. I think people do keep on coming back to these Bond films because they do enjoy the formula. They do enjoy seeing kind of spectacle. And obviously with these Daniel Craig films, they've taken on a different approach. But even then, you've still got the Bond girls, the fast cars, the action sequences, the spy work, the kind of the women. It's everything that you'd expect from a Bond film. It's just put in sequential order. And it's put. But
he's been more popular than all Bonds by Connery, and he's been the least like any formulaic ones. And that's the difference: is that the general public and the world we're in now with film, the way films moved on. You know, it was on one of the other channels, but you look at filmmaking now, where we get the Marvel films that do the saving the world all the time, and that's fine because you get 3, you can get away with a bad one, but you get one bad Bond film doing that, and you have to have a factory reset, which is what unfortunately they had to do Die Another Day. It made a lot of money. But people, you know, we're sick and tired of these gadgets. We're sick and tired of invisible cars. We're sick and tired of things being extreme. Let's bring it back to the basics.
That was them kind of taking it too far. This is them taking it too far with this whole saga that needs finality. You don't have to give him a kid to make it the end game situation. You can put him through personal trauma without having that as the kind of triggering factor.
But what trauma would he have left?
I mean, personal trauma, for example. I mean, he's already had personal trauma relating to someone else, but he hasn't had to deal with his own demons within
four films ago.
Could she? I'm going to jump
in.
Could she have been pregnant and not actually have the presence of the child in the film, but that she's pregnant? He has a pregnant missus who he's trying to protect, and maybe at the end of the film, with that DNA sequence thing, he can't see her. She's pregnant. She's going to give birth to his child. He won't ever be able to see her ever again, because if he comes in contact, he kills
you'd get no time
her
jump,
and his
though.
child.
You'd get no time jump, though. That's the problem. I think the big benefit of this is that it does feel like 5 years have gone by.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that'd be even weirder when it was sort of, here's new 00. She's been in your job for 3 months. And you've come out of retirement again after 3 months.
Is it also not odd that she has a child over in Norway, but there's no kind of mention of it in London at all when she's there? Did she bring the child to London, then take the child back to Norway? Or was the child always in Norway?
Well, they just said that the apartment's empty. That's all they say with her. But they always say she's good at hiding things, because I don't think they knew, or they didn't know it was his.
Yeah.
It's great to divide your fan base, isn't it?
Yes.
We've had it with Star Wars, and now we've got it with Bond too. But no, I'm tending to agree with Tayte more on this one, but I can see both sides to it. I just want to go back to the fact about the whole code name being Bond thing. I thought they did away with that in Skyfall, because it's the family name, isn't it? It's his dad was
years ago.
Andrew Bond, wasn't it, or something? I think so. It's always been a family name. Okay, Matilde, right. Oh, where do I even start? What do I say that you two guys haven't already just said? Personally, for me, I don't like the presence of a child there. Now, that's just because I don't like child actors. I don't need a child in my Bond film. I'm like, there's a reason that for 24 films before this point, we haven't had to throw a child in there. And, you know, I get the whole argument that it's bold, it's daring, and, you know, it needed it after the reboot. But could you imagine Casino Royale rolls out and it's like, we want to be bold. Let's give Bond the kid in this first one. Let's have him be a family man. And to me, it's just a question of that kind of betrays the core ingredients of what makes the character of Bond ultimately. I mean, for all the different incarnations, you know, you've had some similarities, you've had some differences in terms of the tone or the performances, but inherently the character, for the most part, has pretty much been the same throughout all the different incarnations. And he reminds me of almost like a comic book character, or like how comic books, how you'll have a new author, a new writer, and they'll do some bold, daring new thing in the comic, and that'll have its run. But it always hits a point where it's like we've strayed too far now, and you always get that factory reset, don't you? You get, Batman's parents being gunned down in the alley again, or Uncle Ben dying again, and the comic book has to revert back to those core sensibilities of the character before sort of like charting its new course. And I guess, if you are going to have a kid in there, be thankful for Small Mercies that it is in his final film and it is at this bookend of his era.
It wouldn't be any other film though. I'm on the same. But if this was like the second film, I'd be like the hell. But when it's his last film, it just makes sense for what they're doing. Like, he's retired, he's had it, he's come back because he's had to save the world properly, and there are personal stakes. And I think that's my big jump, that because it is the gap, it is the final one, that's why it needed to be like this. If it had been the final film, it was just him come out of retirement again by himself to get with girls to save the day, you'd be like, well, what difference does this make to any other Bond film? Because then there are no stakes. There are no stakes to when he dies, if that's the case as well, which we'll get to later on.
I think you could argue that though for like every other Bond film though, like he's just getting girls in this one, he's driving fast cars, he's getting into action scenes. What are the stakes? But you've had 24 other Bond films that have pretty much followed that tried and tested formula, and that's why they've kept cranking them out. Like, you don't have to break the mold with Bond. Obviously, you can do, but it's the reason why audiences keep coming back. They like the familiar, they know where they stand with the Bond character, and that's why he's one of the most enduring film characters of all time, almost coming up to 60 years. Yeah. So I think...
Very quickly onto that. In my cinema screening, when the credits rolled and it said Bond will return, that got a cheer from a few people in my screening. They are there to see Bond returning and Bond coming back and Bond doing the stuff that you'd expect in a Bond film. So it's the continuation, and this gives it
3 months ago. That's at the end. Like 3 months ago, impressed that's at the end. He has to. It's contractually in there.
I do think it's a weird juxtaposition based on the ending of this film. I don't want to talk about Bond. We're going to save that for the ending and sort of like the future of like the franchise. We're just going back to like the kid thing. So it does kind of write them into a corner a little bit. So it makes sense that it is at the end if this is its closed thing, which obviously, well, we hope it's going to be. I mean, they could continue it on in some way, shape, or form. We know that he is coming back, but a concept like this, I think, only works at the end, because if you have this being a long-running thing now, because I mean, now you've introduced this, that the fact that Bond can have a kid, we've had him marry before in the franchise, so that's not off the cards for the future. He's now had a kid. That's not to say he couldn't have a kid in the future of the franchise now that this has established it. But where do you go from there? Once Bond becomes the family man, the good old, the people carrier, the dogs, the cats, the white picket fence, the family man, he then ceases to be the Bond character. So my concerns is like, if they do this in the future, you're going to lose a lot of those core elements. Bond is the womanizer, and that's something that I hope they do continue in the future, because I know some like modern film sensibilities, they're like, maybe we need to make him slightly more monogamous now than perhaps, other incarnations, certainly Brosnan, or, even going back to like the Roger Moore or Connery era was. I'm not opposed to a monogamous Bond, like some of my favorites have been, Timothy Dalton and, George Lazenby, for example. So it is a big shake-up. I just don't feel like you needed a kid in there. I don't feel like the kid needed to be sort of like the ticking clock or the thing that had to be saved. The fate of the world's at stake, and that's pretty massive. And then you've also got Madeline Swan in the mix as well. So I think you'd have enough there, and I think you would have still had that there had she have just been pregnant. I don't think you actually needed Matilde running around here and there. One of my biggest problems with the whole Matilde thing is, I was confused watching this film. I was extremely confused. So when we're first introduced to Matilde and you first see her, Madeline Swan pretty adamantly says, she's not yours. And I think she even repeats it a second time. She's like, don't worry, she's not yours. And you take that at face value, and she seems pretty genuine when she says that. It doesn't seem like she's trying to like hide anything or mask anything or keep some hidden truth away from Bond. Which is quite funny, considering at the opening of the film, she says she wants no more secrets between the two of them, yet she's trying to keep this one a secret. Because it almost felt so obvious. So it was like, well, why are you... If it is misdirection, what's the point? Just in terms of script writing and, making a film, what is the point in trying to mislead us? Because did we ever feel misled? Like, she comes out with that twice, saying that she's not yours. And I laughed in the cinema and I thought, oh, okay, you know, Bond's off the hook. Like, oh, thank God he hasn't got to pay that 5 years child support or whatever. But then it comes back up later. You've got Safin. And I thought, wait, is she, because you had that connection with Safin at the beginning of the film, it would have been weird and it would have been kind of really dark, really. But I thought, is Safin the father? And, you know, he's had this sort of like family with Madeline Swan that's been kept very hush hush. I thought that's an interesting dynamic for the villain, if that's the case. You know, when he's got Matilda on his hip and he's like showing her around the garden and he's being all very fatherly, like he's trying to, you know, create this artificial family. Like he has no family. They were all killed by Spectre, so he's kind of trying to get his own family. Interesting concept again, which I don't feel like they developed all that much.
No.
And then at the end of the film, it comes back round and she's like, oh no, she has your eyes and she's your daughter. And I thought, I don't know. So it just kept me in like this weird state the whole film.
Yeah.
It was like, is she, isn't she? And if you're going to tell me she isn't, what's the point in that? Because there didn't seem like there was much mystery surrounding it. So it almost felt like you had two different screenwriters on it. You had like one idea was like, no, we're going to have her just be a daughter of Madeline. And then another one was like, no, she's got to be Bond's daughter. And then they kind of met in the middle. And it's this weird, awkward state that I'm in watching this film with the whole concept of Matilda. So
I
just
I thought it was really obvious.
I thought it was
well,
obvious
yeah,
as well.
but when she says like she's not yours, she doesn't sound.
I mean, if
like
you believe her,
she's-
that just means you fell for Madeline's trap. It's just the safety of it. So when she first meets Safin, he says to her, you know, I'll kill the one thing you love. And she goes, there's no one left. And he goes, he knows there is. And that's clearly the daughter. And I think that's the game between it, is that she's just protecting the child by essentially not telling him about its existence. That's how I feel.
She
So
could
when
have
it's just a
told
Bond,
like I don't know why
she just didn't want to.
she plays it off like that, and then all of a sudden she's like very open about it, pretty much from
then
the
how would
get-go.
Bond-
Like, there's no mystery there in terms of the film, really. It just feels like more of an awkward speed
I do
bump
want to
in
just
the film than anything
yeah.
else. But
I want to quickly just kind of add on to that with what you said previously. You were talking about how kind of you didn't need Matilda in there because you already had Madeline Swan there, and he has to try and save the world. I think I can't remember if we mentioned this in the spoiler-free one, but this is the first time where he's properly had to save the world.
yeah,
Like, it's the first time that the stakes are at its highest. You
and
don't
he dies
need
on the
that.
job.
You don't
No,
need-
I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be
the
that guy.
first time he's given a world-ending event and he dies.
Yeah. So
you-
who has the most records of most worlds saved out of all the Bond films? Like the big
think
villain?
It's got to be Roger Moore.
Is it Brosnan?
No, it'll be Brosnan. Sure. I mean, he did it in all four, didn't he?
Because it's not every Bond film is like a world-ending one. That's what I'm trying
No,
to think of. I
Dalton
don't
didn't
know
get
who's-
one. He got
No.
Stop an Arms Dealer followed by Stop a Drug Dealer, so
Yeah.
he didn't even get out.
He's
of, like,
quite a
the police.
low-key one, I think. as
Uh,
all the
Yeah,
Bonds go.
he
You've
was
got
just a
I
cop.
Love Me and Moonraker back to back. You've also got. Actually, no. Not many of those.
He
are
wasn't
just-
saving the world. View to a Kill. was just-
GoldenEye was saving the world. Tomorrow
Yeah.
Never Dies wasn't
All of-
really,
all
was
of-
it?
yeah.
Neither was World Is Not Enough. Die Another Day was, so I think Brosnan had
Mm.
2 out of 4.
Yeah.
Lazenby's 1 for 1, so I guess he has the best track record, right? Out of all of them. I don't know.
But
It's a random.
yeah,
Go on.
you
No,
do-
it's an
what-
interesting one because I've been
what-
thinking about it this
yeah.
week. 'Cause it did make me. Because I think we were chatting about Dalton. I was like, did Dalton save the world? I was like, drug dealer. I was like, what was the plot for Living Daylights? Because oh yeah, stop the Russian and then just stop the arms dealer.
I just think it's quite funny
Yeah.
that Craig gets like his one world-saving one, and he fucking dies. Like I don't know.
But that's
Yeah,
I think that's a good thing about it.
Yeah,
which we'll get to later. We'll get
There's
to it, 'cause I think-
progression there, you know.
But-
There's the early days, and then his final
Yeah.
one is the world. I get it.
on
yeah.
top of the whole, you don't really need a child to enhance the stakes towards the end of the world and stuff like that. I would have actually preferred it, and I was slightly on board with it when they kind of said it, even though I was like, well, it's definitely his kid. It's going to come back to it. But I would have been completely okay with having the storyline of Madeline moved on in those 5 years and did actually find someone else and
Jesus,
kind
she
of
moves on quick.
no,
Oh,
but
he did dump her. Yeah, no, I guess.
what
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying
what I
is she was
thought it was.
absolutely
Yeah.
heartbroken. She was put
and
on
it
a
was
train
Freddie
to
Mercury.
who knows where. You don't know who she would have bumped into, whether she was kind of rescued by one of the spies and she's done that. But I would have preferred if the child was a little bit younger, if that was the storyline going with. But given what we were shown and stuff like that, I would have been completely okay with it being she met someone else.
Mhm.
And she had a child with them, and it's still not being James, but because he still loves Madeline, he therefore
yeah.
kind of still loves the kid through association, and he's
You
still
need
willing
her
to
to die
save
for
them.
that. That's like the adopted. What film did that recently? the adopted child.
Is it
that
Fast
they
and
hate
Furious?
us.
Did Fast and Furious do something like
I think
that?
Fast and Furious.
I mean, this
like
film,
did,
this
yeah.
film
I think it
plays
did,
the
I think it did.
family angle. Nothing gets in the way of family kind of angle.
The problem is, we'll get Safin, but the problem is you need the personal states because the villain's plot just doesn't work, and we'll get to that, and that's my biggest problem with the
Yeah,
film.
no.
I mean, I have a
yeah.
very interesting kind of comment about the entire thing, because if he infects the Spectre agents, Mr. White was a Spectre agent. It's done through DNA, so shouldn't technically Madeline Swan also be?
He was dead because he was on the database.
Yeah, but he wouldn't
5
be,
years
wouldn't
ago.
he? Yeah, because 5 years ago he would have been.
He was
Yeah.
dead
Yeah,
because they show it on the screen. Like he wouldn't have been.
But
on
do they
their
still have
database.
access to his DNA?
correct.
Like,
They would have,
that's-
and he would have been on the Spectre database as one of like the big heads to be
Well, no, but
targeted.
why would
So
he-
wouldn't they
why
just
would it
copy and
be-
paste? Why would they
Why would
tailor
it be
it
on the
just for ones
active
who are alive?
database when he's dead? Batista wasn't on it.
Does he wear gloves when he touches Madeline? Is that a?
No,
Because you have
No,
to
he
touch
grabs her
someone.
arm.
Oh,
Yeah,
he grabs
okay.
her
Well, that shags that.
That's how
theory
Blofeld
then.
does.
yeah. But anyway, shall we move on to the allies now?
Oh yes.
Yeah. Oh my God. We're
MI6
140. We're 140. We're just starting. We're
I'll
getting
take it.
into really 007
It is-
territory here.
but
That's with the
we've
love.
done the Bond and the Child and Madeline, which is probably the biggest.
We just haven't done the big one yet.
Yeah.
MI6 crew. Let's go for Nomi first, right? Because
Mm.
Lashana Lynch is all over the marketing. We'll get to the rest of them shortly, but I absolutely love Lashana Lynch in this. I think she was underused in Captain Marvel. She didn't get to come back in WandaVision because she was
Forgot
dead off
in that
screen.
film.
Yeah, and this is one of the characters I was really excited about from when they cast her to the synopsis of, Bond is retired, there's a new 007. Morons on the internet, the journalists, I'd say, well, maybe not journalists, but you know what we mean, the screen rants and all that kind of stuff. Like, look, James Bond is now a black female and all the race is kicking off, which it never was. And people just don't understand the logic of a man retiring and somebody else getting their role. What I will say is that the challenge is superb in this. I'm not going to say she steals the film, but as a formidable spy, we see her. I mean, she does the whole Jamaica stuff at the start, wearing the wig. We see her spying, which is quite rare in a Bond film these days to get the spy to spy, which is really interesting. You get really interesting dynamic with the CIA, but I think she's great in this when she's got the machine guns. You feel like she's an action star, and I feel this is the kind of film that's going to put her into the limelight to maybe get more action roles. And I'm going to go back to what Barbara Rock said many years ago. Why do I make a female James Bond when we can just write good female characters instead? 100,000% proven. Daniel Craig said it recently too. Point proven, job done. Absolutely loved her. Some people saying she's not in it enough. I disagree with that. I think she was in it right from the start through to the end game. She's got some significant moments, emotional moments, and I think her and Daniel Craig have great chemistry. But I'm going to add to that, I'm so glad they didn't get together because that would not have worked at all. I like the fact it's just professional. She calls it professional courtesy at the start, doesn't she? Absolutely loved her in this.
Yeah, no, she was absolutely fantastic. And I think you absolutely nailed it by saying, like, the fact that she did spy work, which you just haven't seen in any of the Daniel Craig Bond films. The last spy work you would have seen would have been with Brosnan.
Skyfall.
And he, I mean, he did a little bit in Skyfall,
Singapore. He does the assassin on the building.
Yeah, very true. But that's not like kind of actual kind of information gathering and stuff like that. It's very different. But no, absolutely loved her character. Her interactions with Daniel Craig were fantastic. The chemistry they had together was absolutely amazing. I feel like that's just a thing that Daniel Craig just had great chemistry with everyone on this film. Like absolutely every character he interacts with, they managed to nail it writing wise in that sense, with getting those characters together and stuff like that. I mean, I said it in the spoiler-free review. I could absolutely see a kind of Nomi 007 film coming out and stuff like that, and it wouldn't be amiss in this kind of this James Bond universe. It would be like a side kind of film and stuff like that, which is not the best.
Amazon
Like they wanted to do with the Jinx
Amazon
one
spin-off.
back in the days of Dying of the Day.
But I absolutely see her as she is a fantastic leading like lady. She would be brilliant to have her own kind of series, and I'd love to see her do more spy work and do more kind of stuff within the 007 organization. I could easily see that as part of Amazon's takeover and stuff like that becoming a proper factor.
Well, I hope they don't do any like Bond spin-off TV shows. I will say that. I hope they do just keep it to films. I think they've been pretty adamant about that. So
they're not going to do a Q Branch TV show or something.
I would like to see her have more spy roles in other films or action roles. I don't necessarily want to see like a whole spin-off of like the 007 franchise, but
for a bit of an interesting one, she's playing Miss Honey in the Matilda new film. They're doing a musical adaptation. She's playing Miss Honey, and I've just got this image of her just like drop kicking a child into the wall that misbehaves. You know, it's just the scientist.
She should be playing Trunchbull. Like, what are they thinking?
No, Emma Thompson's playing Trunchbull. That'll be an interesting film, actually.
Oh,
It's
okay.
gonna be like Cruella.
I didn't know they were making that film, so
Neither
that's news to me. But yeah, so you know, Nomi's character, based on what we got from the trailers, was probably one of the things that I was most anxious about with this film. Was going to be sort of like how they were going to handle it. Was it going to be sort of like too, you know, we see it in a lot of films now in like modern movie making, and it just feels so like easy and everything. I thought, are they going to sort of like Shanghai Bond? Is she going to like constantly one up Bond in like every single scene? Are they going to sort of like emasculate Bond or anything like that? And from the trailers, it looks like that. But when you actually see it in context of the film, you know, Bond gives her just as good as she gives him kind of thing. And it's this really good balance between the two. And very quickly in the film, all of sort of like my concerns based on the trailers, everything were completely allayed. You know, I mentioned this in the spoiler-free one. I think she's a great introduction to the film. I think she complements the film very well, and she is a badass, and you know, she is equal to Bond. But most importantly, she doesn't overshadow Bond, and that's what I thought was going to be the case going into this film. You know, she's great when we first see her. You know, she's putting on the Jamaican accent, and then she just like snaps into British spy thing, which was great. There's a line there which we'll talk about when we get into our sort of like favorite one-liners of the film. There's a pretty good one in that scene there. And yeah, when she's all like suited and booted, combat gear, you know, guns cocked and everything like that, she absolutely looks the part. There is another one-liner towards the end where she kills a certain character. Well, I can say it, it's the spoiler one, where she kills the Russian scientist. Where I'm like, oh, that one-liner was a bit, but it's fine. But no, I really. Yeah, it's oh god, what's the line? It's
time
like
to die.
Time to die. I was like, oh, no, I came back to stop you. It's like that territory almost, isn't it? A little bit. But no, she was great. She was really, really great. And sort of like, if we're going to move on to the next character as well, Paloma, Ana Armas's character, loved her character as well. For all the 10 minutes that she was in the film. I feel stupid because I'm just reiterating everything I said in the last review, but she was just an absolute breath of fresh air. She did feel like a character, like a carryover from a Brosnan film. I liked that she was kind of socially awkward and a bit weird and a bit ditzy, but that worked for her character. And then you see her, you know, she's competent. She's doing all the action scenes whilst wearing a dress as well and high heels. That can't be easy. And she was just great. And then she's out of the film. And it's such a shame because I always like when you have an ally, you know, some of the allies are never, most of them aren't that long lived, in all honesty, in the Bond franchise, especially if you have a good one. Usually you're counting the minutes before they're going to be killed or something. So, but she doesn't die, but she is just like quickly out of the film. So it would have been nice to see her sort of like crop up again later on in the film. What I will say is I'm wondering if, I mean, I'm glad that she's in the film. I think she's a wonderful character in the Bond canon, but would that scene have been strengthened had we have seen Felix and Bond sort of on a mission together? Because, you know, I'm jumping ahead now to Felix, and obviously you guys can talk about him more and we can get into that more because there's a big thing involving Felix too. But they get reintroduced. You know, we haven't seen him for 2 films now, and he didn't get all that much to do in Quantum of Solace, although he was in that film. He didn't really get much time. Did he get any time with Bond? Like one scene maybe, wasn't it, at the bar, I think, when Bond meets him there. So we've had 2 films away from this character, and then, you know, you get a bit of banter between the two, and you can tell that the two of them are good friends. And then he's off, and I think it would have been nice to like see them in action together, because you get the sense that maybe Felix and Bond have done missions together, but they've all been off screen, and we haven't seen them actually together on a mission. So I don't know. I mean, you would have had to have written her character out, but I'm wondering how that scene would have gone over maybe if you'd had Bond and Felix on the job doing something, and then would that have strengthened the impact of his death? Or, you know, maybe you did find his death impactful as it was in the film.
I'm going to sound like a right bastard if I say this. I don't think Jeffrey Wright could have done what Ana de Armas did in this.
That's true.
Something horrible. I think it'd be underutilized to have him in an action scene, but I think the scene we got from him after instead worked very well. I want to go to Ana because she stole this. The moment, you know, he sees her at the bar, you think, you know, typical Bond train, but she's nervous, she's scared, she's very funny. As you say, Chris, she's nervous, and it's the kind of character that like Connery and Brosnan would like. I think this is where the Craig era is. Or was it lost me?
Yeah, you cut out for a second. Yeah.
So I think she's the kind of character that Connery and like Brosnan would pry on it and get with and get killed the next morning, right? You know, the traditional Bond girl, the nervous one, or that one that does that. And I think that would have been a massive discredit if she'd have died or slept with Bond. I think we got the perfect amount of screen time with her. Yes, I would have loved more, but I think she's got such a fantastic 10-minute sequence. It is a superb character to have played. Because ultimately, story-wise, she would have had to have died in the next scene, right? If she went to that boat, she's gone. She ain't making that scene out. You can't take her with you for the rest of the story and to get back to Madeline. So I'm curious to know in the original draft if that character was killed. But I just love the facts. It's like, bye-bye. Like, it's like a really, like, bizarre thing. We've not have we ever seen Bond just go on a casual mission with a contact and just Living Daylights, the woman in the tube that does the motorboat. A bit different to this, but it's like just pops up, has the moment, steal. Well, I don't think she saw the show, Anna Mastered, but that's how I feel this because she's so good in it, and they've got such good chemistry with each other, and that goes back to Knives Out. That I think the rumors were that Daniel Craig literally was like, we need to get Anna into a Bond film. Reminds a bit of when Ben Affleck's like, I want to get Emily Ratajkowski in Gone Girl so that I can sleep with her in it. You know, that's how I always thought about that, and I'm glad Daniel Craig didn't do that because Rachel Weisz probably would be very concerned otherwise.
Yes.
But I don't know. I just think she added so much joy to it. She was so, and it was really well written humor as well. It wasn't just like piss take, awkward one liner. It was like the delivery, the performance, and she's so competent with the gun. Like when she's killing them, like you see it, like you see how well trained she is. But even the whole like when she's like undressing him and she's like no, straight away just gets the tux. I think those two are superb, and I know she's not going to be in Knives Out 2, but I would like to see them in more films because it just feels like they're having a really fun time filming it as well.
See, George, you've just gone through a laundry list of reasons why she should have been the lead Bond girl. Like great chemistry, competent, wonderful. Like that's 10 minutes. Imagine what that could have been like stretched over. But it wouldn't. I get it with
for an
like
episodic
Madeline,
for an episodic Bond film. For an episodic,
yes, that's what I mean. Yeah.
But would she have had that chemistry with any other Bond? Again, it all came down to Knives Out for me for this to work.
I feel like she would have had good chemistry with Brosnan. I think she would have had fantastic chemistry with Brosnan actually, because he's a bit more of a fun Bond as well, and kind of the kind of one-liners and stuff like that being played off. And I think this wouldn't have worked if it was in Spectre, purely because there's no comedy in Spectre at all. There's nothing that kind of the writing standards aren't there. Whereas with this film, I mean, first of all, it's fantastic to see that she's a Cuban actress and she's acting in a film that is filmed in Cuba, or it wasn't filmed in Cuba, but it's made to look like it's Cuba, which is always nice, getting kind of the ethnic origin of the person matched up with the scene and stuff like that, because sometimes that doesn't happen in films, especially nowadays. Not only that, but Ana de Armas is just fantastic in everything she's in. I think she has perfect on-screen chemistry with Daniel Craig. I agree with Chris that she should have been the lead Bond girl, but at the same time, with the story and the way they take it in the end, it just wouldn't fit. I don't see her being... I was trying to think of where she could come back into the film if they were to keep her alive and stuff like that. And I don't see her getting past the finale. I don't see her getting past any of that. Unless they say, oh, the Americans are closing in and she's part of the team, because obviously she was hired by kind of Felix and she's pissed off that he was killed and stuff like that. That's the only way I can see her getting involved in that finale bit. But apart from that, the brief cameo that it was absolutely fantastic, with the two of them kind of drinking shots and shooting up the place and trying to get I'm about to say Dr. Oppenheimer, what's his name? Dr.
Obrachev
out of there and stuff like that. It's just a great cameo of a character. Is it the best Bond kind of cameo character from any film? It's got to be up there. I'm not going to lie straight away.
We need to define side character or cameo.
A side character is a character who has a kind of large, meaningful kind of stand.
Like a one scene and done.
Doesn't really kind of cut.
One and done. Oh God,
scene.
No, dude. German.
Oh, Dr. Kaufman.
Oh yeah, Dr. Kaufman.
He's still the best for me.
God, that's a really good question. Who else is there?
I was going to say it's Professor Joe Butcher, but I think he's more of a side character, isn't he?
He's a side character.
He's quite integral to the end.
He's more like one-liners, isn't he? Like, God, who would be the best one scene and done?
That's
a
really
very good question. Has
Well,
there
maybe
been
we'll
many?
do a
That's
tier
probably
list.
another
There's
question.
not been many.
Of what it does.
There's not been many, but anyway.
Yeah.
And as far as Felix is concerned, I mean, it would have been nice to see him do some kind of action. If not, you see him as just kind of a spy kind of thing. He kind of becomes a handler in this film, which he wasn't really previously, but that's because the last time we saw him, he was kind of upgraded into that role, taking over from David Harbour's character in Quantum. So, yeah, I mean, I think maybe more Felix would have been nice before him getting killed off, but seeing as this film has finality and stuff like that, it does it goes against my argument for the kid thing, but it does make sense that he would be killed off if we are saying this whole circle and stuff like that. It would make sense that he would be the one who would be killed off first and stuff like that.
I think it's a shame that we didn't get more of Felix and Bond together, though,
Mm.
and that's more of
Spectre.
that's more on Spectre or Skyfall.
Yeah.
Well, it's,
I don't know if he would have
called
fit into
Felix.
Skyfall.
Do you remember in Spectre, I have a friend called Felix. Like,
yeah, let's see him. Bring him out.
and like Jeffrey Wright, like he loves being like, well, I don't say loves being character actor, but he's happy to do smaller roles and because he's in this 2 or 3 scenes and he's just naturally so good again. And it's what I said earlier, because like he feels like him and Craig have been mates before, and I know what some people are going to say. I'm going to bring License to Kill. This Felix obviously didn't get recast every other year, and we've had 15 years of this actor, and I think I'm not going to assume Jeffrey Wright to die, but I knew it would be a long-term role in this film. He wouldn't be with him for long. It would be a couple of scenes, maybe he'd wisp in, wisp out, and we won't see him again. But he gets a great line of Bond when he talks about having the better life away, and it's that great bit, and we'll get to Logan Ash later. But fucking hell, there is an vengeful moment in this, and I really liked him, and I didn't shed a tear when he went. I think when Felix goes, okay, we've had his leg been bit off before, that's fine, and that was a very good scene. And his wife opt, but never him. But to kill off a Bond character that has been around with significance, to me, that sort of opened the board up to. I mean, I know none of the MI6 did go, but I was really hoping that Nomi wasn't a villain, and she wasn't killed either. We just got to see a competent agent in the field, and I didn't know if, by killing someone early on, the stakes there for others to go. And I think that was the big thing. Obviously, we're very lucky we didn't get an MI6 side quest at the end. They were all just essentially in a room. But could you imagine if they'd all been out in the field again? They'd have another 20-minute extra.
Yeah.
It does kind of feel a bit like the death of Mathis over again, though, because it's a character who's been reintroduced who was an ally, or, well, he kind of towed the line, but was an ally to Bond. He's introduced back in, he helps with the mission, and then he gets killed off, and then the rest of the film goes on after having a brief conversation between each other. And it's the only other character you can kind of compare to because they fill out those very similar roles across the films. But obviously this one's a much longer relationship. There's a lot more time to build it up and stuff like that. I would have wanted more kind of talking scenes. A scene like in Quantum with them on the plane and having a drink and stuff like that. Just one, not just them in the nightclub, but then just very quickly, oh yeah, I'm in on the phone, and then meeting up on the boat for like 2 minutes and then it's done and dusted. I would have wanted to see more. Because you never get that connection in this film, sadly, other than the bit in the bar, which just doesn't go on for long enough.
Well, he's the first actor to play Felix in 3 films, so there is that. That's quite groundbreaking. It's just, you think back to Casino Royale, and, they got such great banter with each other, and, like, every scene they're together, and a relatively short amount of time, you pretty much get it from their first scene, like, that sort of, like, instant connection with the two of them, and I get they couldn't do loads together because, Quantum takes place directly after. That's kind of the pitfall of that film, as was discussed. But I do think it was a mistake not having him be present in a bit more than just a name drop way in Spectre. I think you needed some, especially because it's been years for us in terms of the films. I think that's the main thing as well. Like maybe if you watch all of these in a marathon, like one after the other, maybe it's, a better pill to swallow that way. But because it's been so many years since Quantum of Solace in real time, you feel like as an audience member you've lost that connection with them together, and they do the best with what they can in this film. There's that great bar sequence where you do get that, but yeah, I mean, when he did die, that sucked because I really like Felix in this continuity. He probably is my favorite Felix, or actually, no, I can't remember if I said that guy from License to Kill was my favorite. I think in terms of like a Felix story, definitely License to Kill is my favorite one. I think they do a lot more with him thematically in that one. But yeah, when he dies in Bond Arms in this one, it sucked because I really loved his character in this continuity.
And he's got a fantastic one-liner when he goes, which
It's
is
a good life, isn't it?
Well, no, before that, he goes, "I've got a feeling in my gut Ash isn't on our side," because he
Oh,
got shot in the guts.
yeah, I missed that.
And
Yeah, that's good.
that was great. Really quickly, because we got to move on to the villains shortly.
Yes.
The MI6 crew. Moneypenny, yeah, don't know much to say. She wasn't in it much. I really like Naomi Harris. She's a good emotional moment at the end, but this isn't her or their film, and I'm going to be quite adamant. So that one thing I noticed when I came out of the screening and the embargo lifted, I've read a couple of like social media reactions, and someone's like, "Oh, it's such a massive shame that we didn't get the MI6 crew in it much." And I just sat there like, no, like this is a James Bond film, not Mission Impossible, not MI6. This is a Bond film, and they are very good actors in those roles. You could argue they are maybe too big a name for those roles. I'm not just on Judi Dench. M's a bit different to the others, but Ben Whishaw as Q, you get more of him than you'd expect, but he's used in the right way. I keep saying the Lucius Fox role. That won't be the only downlight comparison for me gets later on. But I really want to quickly speak about Ralph Fiennes as M, because anytime him and Daniel Craig are together, I absolutely love them. And you could argue that M is the real villain of this film. It's his fault the weapon gets out there. It all comes on him. You get some great moments with him and Daniel Craig about the desk. He gets the Voldemort teeth out when he's getting really angry with him. I just thought, the way Skyfall finished in 2012 was setting up this new era of Bond, this new MI6, and the logistics of it or whatnot. But with this being a finality film, I don't think any of these actors will hang around for the next iteration. I don't think you'll get another Judi Dench type thing where, if any of them probably could stay, it would be Ben Whishaw, but I think even he spoke about moving on. I just think this MI6 lot, I'm going to say it politely, they all are good moments in this film, but they deserve better for their time in Bond, i.e. they got 2 films in 9 years that followed.
Yeah. The crew, they all have their parts to do in this film, some more than others. One point I do want to make is I'm very happy that Q kind of had a moment where they kind of make reference to the fact that he is LGBTQ plus, and it's not even played off as a big thing. It's just naturally built into his character, and it's not a surprise, it's not a shock or anything like that. It feels like it's just kind of very, very natural. And we've said this in other films. Some films try and make a big kind of hurrah about it, but in our modern society, it's completely normal to have a character like that, where it doesn't completely define them and it can just be slipped into conversation and no one will have to care about it. And I absolutely adore the fact that they do that with this character, especially because Ben Whishaw, I'm not sure about his personal life, but he has played a lot of LGBTQ plus characters in his career and done a good way of kind of paving those kind of performances in the past as well. So it's really nice they wrote that into his character in this film. We could have seen more from Naomi Harris, but in this film, she's, I don't want to say irrelevant, but she's kind of put back into that kind of normal Moneypenny role of sit at the desk and there isn't really much more that you need to do. You open up the office door, which is a shame seeing as we saw what had been built up in Skyfall and Spectre. And I guess she has that moment where she takes Bond over to Q's and they kind of have that meeting and stuff like that. But it is quite limiting on what you can do with a character moving on without also invading into the character time of Nomi or any of the other characters that needed the attention, especially when it kind of gets towards M, because, you could easily say he's one of the villains of this film. It is all his fault. And Ralph Fiennes absolutely kills it in this performance. And I'm so glad that he was given just more acting to do, because he's one of the best actors in kind of like these films and stuff like that from what he's previously done throughout his entire career. And Spectre did him dirty by giving him basically nothing to do. And
no, they gave him too much to do. They gave him too much to do in that film, Inspector.
I
It's
mean,
like, no, get him off screen. I
say the
love
word.
Ralph Fiennes, but I don't want to see him right now.
As much as forgettable as that film is, towards the end he's given stuff with what's his face, Andrew
M
Scott.
stands for moron.
Yeah,
he's got a great quote in this, though, hasn't he? He's like, "Oh,
Yeah, he
shut up,
does.
Q." Everyone's after that. It's great.
But the
yeah,
fact that he's able to kind of really kind of act it off is a good way to send his character off.
Yeah, going to the Q not the Q yeah, the Q thing, sorry. I was watching Critical Drinker's review on this film, and it made me laugh. He said the whole thing about saying that, he's got a guy coming around. It says it's in a quick, easily to edit out line for when it goes to China, and that goes into like Chinese theaters, and they have to cut it out because it's
Yeah.
it's easily to edit out. Yeah, I didn't have a problem with it. It's fine. It's not made a big deal of. It's just casual in conversation, and we move on. And I think that was the best way to do it. Didn't have a problem with that at all. M being behind the whole virus thing essentially and keeping people on the payroll. Do we think that's out of character for M?
No, it's shady business.
No.
Spy agencies do that.
Yeah, but like he's
head
still
of this...
shocked that it's got out of hand. Like this has the potential to destroy the world, and now he's all of a sudden concerned about it. Like, would that never have been a concern that if it fell into enemy hands and the applications of that in the first place? I don't know.
But that's what they said, didn't they? That's why they kept it off the books. They said, I think the way I've kind of seen it is that he's head of MI6 is essentially head of defense in the country, right? Essentially.
Mm-hmm.
You'd assume. I mean, it'd be naive for him not to be. Not saying I want him to make a virus and wipe out the world, but the way I kind of clocked it, this came from the rewatches, was that he said, it was never intended to be like this. They took it and altered the formula so it could work on anybody. That comes more down to Obrachev, but it was really interesting because it's like the political game behind it all as well. That I love the stuff when it's like don't call the PM, it was a gas leak, all that sort of stereotypical stuff. I liked it because he's trying to save his shoulders, and the worst possible scenario for him is James Bond to call him up and be like, "You fucked up, mate," and he did.
Mm.
But another great line is that Daniel Craig's like, "You are thirsty today." Like it's just those two. I mean, they've probably had like 3 or 4 proper scenes with each other in all these films, but whenever they're one-on-one with each other, it's just fantastic. And I'm not saying Ralph Fiennes is being a Judi Dench. If I could take any of the MI6 lot to bring back, I mean, I love Ben Whishaw, but I'd want M because he just brings the authority to everything.
I like the line about the desk as well when he says like, if you got smaller as the desk got bigger. I quite like that. It was a good moment. I do think this is probably one of, would it be my favorite Ralph Fiennes performance out of the Bond films? I'm not sure. But they're just kept to the right amount in this film, aren't they, in terms of their screen time? And I think the big thing is as well, regardless of their screen time, what they're doing is actually furthering the story of Bond. Like Bond is at the focus. There's not like a subplot that derails what's actually going on with Bond. Everything feels congruent to the story that's being told and the end goal that they're getting to. And then I guess just Moneypenny really quickly. I really don't have anything to say about her in this film, in all honesty. I do miss that whole flirtatious back and forth quality that we used to have with Lois Maxwell and Bond. I think that was just really nice, and that banter between the two, that unspoken connection that they have there that could never be. I really enjoy that aspect, and I do think that it is an aspect that's lost in these newer films. But we're already pushing 2 hours 43. I'm not talking about the runtime on our review either. I'm talking about the actual film here. That would have got out of place, and there probably wouldn't have been space for it in this film. But I hope that that's something that they do in the next incarnation of Bond with whoever they go for as Moneypenny in that one. Really quickly, because I know this will probably come into sort of like the end discussion where we talk about the end of Bond. I would have liked more scenes with them at the end. I thought it was very quick, like how they dealt with sort of like the aftermath of Bond's death. We get like a quick, like half a minute scene with them in the office together, and then we move on. It felt like it was very brushed off quickly. I would have liked
Chris,
sort of
did
more.
Did you want a funeral and then M going to a foreign country and looking across from a cafe and seeing James Bond with?
Yeah, kind of, because Bond would have survived. But yeah, I felt like we could have mined a few more scenes with them at the end of the film a little bit to just give them a bit more staying power towards the end of that film and just draw it out a little bit more. Let us feel the impact of that moment, because I felt like it was brushed off very quickly. But yeah, I guess that will cover it for the MI6 crew.
Sorry, Chris, did you just say that you liked the ending of The Dark Knight Rises?
No, I didn't say that. I said I would have preferred it in this film because Bond's not meant to die. Batman doesn't quit.
I'm going to bring that up later. That's been on my to bring up list since the first minute I watched it.
Batman doesn't quit and Bond doesn't die. They're my two parameters in life, and in the last few years I've had both of them questioned. Okay, so if we get onto the villains now, then, and this is kind of where well, I have two big problems with this film. Matilde, I can kind of see both things. I have two glaring issues with this film. This one's more stupid than anything else. We'll start with Blofeld, because he only really gets one scene in the film, so he's pretty much in the film and then out of it straight away. And I kind of guessed that was going to be the case. You know, we've got Safin and we need to, you know, develop him, and whether you think they did a good job of that, well, stick around for our villain section, because we'll get to him in a minute. There's a lot of villains in this one, actually, more than I thought there would be with this film. Obviously, you've got Christoph Waltz returning, and, you know, he's I don't mind him as Blofeld. I just don't think they did a lot with his character in Spectre, and we discussed that last time. And they do even less with him in this one, because he gets one scene and he's out the film. So my problem with this whole section is just, you know, they got the rights back to Spectre, and, you know, that's not to say they can't use Spectre in future incarnations of Bond. Of course, they probably will be. I mean, it's the big villainous organization, but Spectre were introduced in the previous movie. A big shock of that, the fact that it was called Spectre. And, you know, Blofeld is the main villain, and, you know, he gets apprehended after one film appearance, and then he's killed in the second. And it's more sort of how Spectre as an organization comes crumbling down that I have a big problem with. And just like when I vocalize this, it sounds so dumb, and I don't even know how it got put in a film. So they're throwing a birthday party for Blofeld. I'm right. Okay. They're throwing Spectre, the organization, are throwing a birthday party for their beloved Blofeld, who is not behind bars. He's in the Great Glass Elevator, isn't he? Locked away in the dungeons of MI6 somewhere. He's like right next to him is Hannibal Lecter in like the adjacent cell. And they're throwing a party for him, and he's kind of there, and he's talking to everyone. He's overseeing the whole situation through a bionic eye. I don't know where he got that bionic eye, because, you know, he gets apprehended straight away at the end of Spectre, and then I don't know if someone smuggled it in. Does he get visitors? I don't know how this works.
Did he already have it in when he had the glass eye put in?
Did they not search him? Like,
this is what I kept an eye out for, right? So I mean, I don't know how he went in prison, but that was unintended. I'll take it if people laughed. So yeah, it took me a couple to clock it. So Primo, he has what would you call it? A biometric eye? Is that their smart term for
bionic eye? Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah.
And Blofeld also has one, and they are, all I know is they are it's basically like live streaming. Like he's he's like Twitch live streaming his life. That's what I clocked. It took me like 2 viewings to understand it, because my thing with this bit is, you know, like in the bit we loved of Spectre, right, in the first one. Well, I say the first one in Spectre was the whole like he turns to him at the table, he knows he's there, and it's like it was so weird they're doing a birthday party. I'm convinced that Johnson from Peep Show's in it. I can see Michael G. Wilson's got a cameo as well. He looks a bit like Sean Connery in it. But it felt like it was trying to, because I said that I didn't think Spectre would be a thing again. I thought that was them done. Blofeld in prison, they just deassembled. And this is where I kind of realized, like, obviously Spectre behind the attack earlier on in the film. I didn't talk about the phone. In this day and age, if someone calls you, your background can get transferred into a Spectre background. I don't know if anyone else clocked that, but it just makes me laugh every time. I'd love a phone that did that if someone rang me. Yeah, like he's manning and doing all his missions from prison, but in prison they're making out he's a nutter when actually he's running the meetings, and I think that's just terrible prison guards. I mean, you know, I'm not going to take the piss out of the shit show that's happening at the moment, but the Met's not in a good place. A lot of dodgy stuff going on there, and this film's not exactly helping that, because it's believable now. And
that's horrible.
Yeah, this is where the whole, you know, if you deconstruct a Bond film down, how far do you want to go? Because this is probably the most ridiculous thing of all of it, is that Blofeld still controls Spectre from his prison cell. I know that he's the villain. Because
he's speaking like complete nonsense. I'm wondering whether that was code.
Well, yeah,
because he's speaking nonsense to them, but to the Spectre agents, it's his plan. And that's why it's so weird. It's just funny, like the whole guy walking around with the waiter thing, like he's really
on a little cushion, like the little bionic eye on a cushion. What the fuck?
I tell you what you said. I spotted the German woman from Spectre. I kept an out of story this time as well. I didn't, but this is one of the things which is a bit much for me. But you know, it's down to, okay, you know, we didn't like Spectre, like let's just kill them all. And I didn't expect that, and I quite like it. And you know, it's the whole. It's like wrestling, right? You put someone over, someone else is coming through. How do you make that person look imposing, look better? Just have them destroy whoever was there before. And obviously, that was Freddie Mercury's plan, was to use Oberchev to. I mean, I know you don't like the scientist, Chris. I fucking love him, but I just love the most obvious. You know, when people just speak for the audience to clock, it's like yes, yes, yes. Spectre agent's dying. Like,
And he's like
this is
laughing with
good.
his little briefcase,
Yeah,
like this little
and I love it.
mustache twirly villain.
It's so random. Yeah, he just needs
It's
a problem
shit.
mustache.
It's so shit.
I thought it was great. I thought it was really funny, but the plan. The only sort of my only biggest concern is how the hell did the Cyclops geezer not die with the gas? But then he got hired by Freddie Mercury straight after. That's again one of the big things for me. I'll get into the substance of later, but killing Spectre, I thought it worked. And I mean, Blofeld got a weird scene. You know, it was as prisoner as they wanted it to be, I guess. But his death was so weird. I mean, I get why the whole grab his hand. Now he's touched Blofeld and killed Blofeld and all that stuff. But the Spectre meeting, I think it's again, this film's got to tie up the whole Craig era. And unfortunately, because of a film that wasn't executed properly last time, Spectre's had to carry over into this. I think that was just their way of tying off loose ends as quick as they can while trying to bring in a new villain, maybe. That's just how I've seen it. I didn't expect them to be in it at all, if I'm being honest.
Well, I think just eliminating Spectre that quickly, like, way to completely disassemble your threat of Spectre, like this underlying organization, you know, what was originally Quantum that became, you know, Spectre and everything like that. Spectre, the massive organization that's, you know, dating back to the earliest of Bond films. And it feels like the you know, the Star Wars quote is like, wait a minute, how did this happen? We're smarter than this. You've got this organization that are in the shadows, but they all came together. Every single remaining member of this organization met together in the same room, and they act like a big shocker when there's like a terrorist attempt on them, essentially to wipe them all out. And they're all gone, by the way. Like, you see that computer and it blanks out all the names, doesn't it? All of the people that got case files on, and just the fact that they have case files on everyone. Did Blofeld talk in his cell? Did he give up all the members of his organization? I thought they were meant to be in the shadows. I don't know, but the fact that they all meet up at a birthday party for Blofeld and they're all killed, and it's
they all look like villains as well.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm going to use
this.
I'm going to use this moment for another big criticism. You know who should have been there that wasn't? Who should have come back that didn't? That could have given this scene a bit of levity? It's Big Dave Bautista.
Oh, yeah. That
Could you imagine
give him a neck brace. Put him in a neck brace again.
Imagine if that had been him in the opening scene in Matera a few weeks later, him at the Spectre meeting getting killed. You needed something rather than have, look at that posh bellend getting killed.
For all the connective tissue that these films do, that feels like a big missed opportunity with that one there, I think.
And that's, again, you know, I moaned about Bautista, I think, in every chance I've had, but he would have been, I think, one of the ideal people. Again, a 1 minute role, a 2 minute role. I think Bautista would have done it. I know he would have been filming Dune at the same time, but he's bold in that too. Just fly him over for a day, please, thank you. But I just think connective tissue. That's what I'm missing.
The last thing I'll say about it as well is, you know, the whole plot of Spectre was banging on about worldwide surveillance, right? We need eyes on everything. Turns out all they needed was a little bionic eye on a cushion, and you've got surveillance, so you didn't need all of that Moriarty plot in Spectre after all, did you? It was that simple after all.
What's weird is, at the same time, the plan for Safin was to basically buy or get hold of the weird kind of bacteria, the virus, and plant it on all the Spectre people and kill them at the party that he knew was happening. At the same time, it was Spectre's plan to lure James Bond to the party just to kill him.
James Bond.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Oberchev was a double agent. Spectre thought that Oberchev was working for them in order to kill James Bond, but he switched the virus, didn't he? And weaponized it for Spectre.
Like, they lured him in, and they decided to kill him by dumping him off with the virus instead of just, you know, shooting him on the spot because everyone in the party was a Spectre agent.
No, it's before I kill you, Mr. Bond type thing.
Both doesn't want to shoot him. What I'll say to add to that, I don't know if it's fair scene, but Spectre's opening scene, Chris, you kept talking about one of the favorite shots of the trailer down the side of the building. that was a savage scene, and that was great. I mean, not that I'm like sort of praising terrorism, but that felt, again, Dark Knight Rises comparisons, it felt like Bane's army, I'm not gonna lie. But I just love the whole like ruthlessness of how they worked. They killed everyone in sight. They were effective. Their fucking magnet drop thing was incredible. I don't know the science behind
That was
it, but
weird. It was very
weird.
Sci-fi, wasn't it? But it was cool.
And,
it was cool. But
one drama, I forgot the production, is when they blew up the 007 stage. That was the fireball stunt from the lab scene.
was it?
When they do the
okay.
So when the fireball goes through and goes pop at the end, that's what accidentally blew up the 007 stage.
Shit. It is like the whole Dr. Pavel thing, isn't it, from Dark Knight Rises?
Yeah,
it's like
exactly
we've got to smuggle
that, yeah.
this scientist out, and say, oh yes, the fire rises. Obrachev, oh god, if this guy was in a Brosnan film, wouldn't have a problem with it. Wouldn't have a problem with it. If he was in a Roger Moore film, absolutely fine. The fact that it's in a Daniel Craig film, this is where the tonal inconsistency comes into it with me. And I don't mind levity. You know, as I mentioned, there are some cracking one-liners in this film, genuinely like laugh out loud, really good Bond lines. This was a step too far. This was, you know, as we mentioned, like the little giggle he does when he's got the little briefcase and he's like slinking out of a room. It just felt like a step too far for me on this one. And I didn't particularly like the banter or the jokiness of the scientists in the beginning, like with Hugh Dennis's character. And then you pepper that with the rest of the scientist crew just getting gunned down in like cold blood. And it's like, pick a tone and stick to it. And it felt like they went through every tone in that scene. You know, the magnet drop, as you mentioned, and he's like, oh, he's like screaming, like clutching this briefcase. I was like, what the hell am I watching right now? It didn't feel like it was, you know, you look back at the previous Daniel Craig films, and I mean, you could make the argument that every one felt like a different tone. You know, Casino Royale tonally feels very different to Quantum, which in turn feels very different to Skyfall, indeed Spectre. But I don't know, this was just a bit too hokey for me. And I don't mind hokiness in my Bond films, like Lord Have Mercy, like Moonraker is probably one of my favorites, but it just didn't fit. It's got to be congruent for me with the actual tone that they decide to go for with one of the Bonds. It's the same thing that I have with Dalton. And, you know, in Living Daylights, I mentioned in that one, you've got some of the jokey things in that's felt more of a carryover from the Roger Moore stuff. And it doesn't feel congruent with that incarnation of Bond. I don't know. I thought he was a bit just too silly for this film. Great death scene, though. I will say that. He turns into a human bath bomb. That's cool. But
he was very Brosnan. See, I didn't mind him. I don't know why, because normally I would dislike a character like this, but he reminded me so much of Tobias Funke.
Yes.
I just spent the entire film thinking it was Tobias Funke in a Bond film. Because he even had like the gap in his teeth.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is why I like him so much, because I did actually have a double take. I was like, wait, is this Tobias Funke? Like, when the credits came, I was like, okay, it's not. Apparently it's someone that's been in British comedies before, but I 100% get where you're coming from this character. He's very... It feels like the biggest comparison I can make is, you said it earlier, is Goldeneye. And that's exactly what I thought straight away. Oh, okay, here's the attack, and the scientist is managed to sort of get the way out of it, and he's actually a villain all along. Very, very Goldeneye. I didn't mind him, and I said I get why people didn't like him. The fact also, like, he gets really racist was like, he's like, I will wipe out your entire ethnicity, and it's like, you know, he's going to go now, but what
probably not the best thing to say, is it, to someone when someone's got you at gunpoint in that situation?
Yeah, he's amazing. I just love his arrogance. Like, you wouldn't even understand it if I tried to explain it to you, like that, just talking down, belittling. I get why it didn't work for everyone, but personally, I think we just had the right amount of him. For me, maybe it was too much for others, but again, I think when they've got a good death to sell it, I think that adds to it, doesn't it?
Death scene aside, I think it was too much. Honestly, it is an over-the-top character, and it would have fit in with different Bond films. But I completely agree with Chris. It does not fit in with the Daniel Craig Bond films, and whether that's because of the tone that they've set in the previous film, and because it's a direct kind of continuation, and you've got similar characters being brought over from Spectre, so. Some things work, like bringing back in the humor into kind of the Bond, and Bond having his kind of one-liners and stuff like that. Other things wouldn't work. Like, when you've got such a kind of serious main villain, do you really think he would put up with the shit that this guy spews? Honestly, probably not. No, he'd kill him on the spot. As soon as he got like the formula or something like that, he would literally just absolutely just.
I'll speak about the formula later on as well, because that comes more into Safin's plot, but. Obachev's needed, not the actual briefcase. That's my takeaway from it.
I thought it was a bit of a missed opportunity where I think Bond says something like, "Well, shut him up then," and I thought she was just going to go like clunk and knock him out, and that's it. Enough of the awkward humor.
She goes like down boy like a dog. And then
she just kind of breaks his nose, and it doesn't shut him up at all.
When they're standing in the window, he's like, "Ow, my nose!" And
yeah,
even at the start in the lab, when they lift out like the plutonium, like he like puts it above his head, really proud. I fucking loved him. Again, I get why it doesn't.
Yeah.
Primarily work for Craig's here, but I think he was just, for me, just the right man. Also, the way Craig takes this role delves a little bit back into the older. Because we know we said in Spectre. I mean, we'll get to Craig in later, but obviously in Spectre, that was like a bit of Roger Mooreisms, and they didn't work how bleak and depressing it was. But in this one, like, it is fun, and he is funny. So I don't know. That's just me, but certainly Obrachev. I'd rather Obrachev was the sort of bumbling idiot, not Safin. That's my big takeaway as well.
We've got to talk about the obviously evil Logan Ash now. Did you guys think? Did you immediately know he was going to be?
I just brought him in it for the smile. We got a great one-liner when he got called the Book of Mormon. I'm sorry, that was a fantastic one-liner.
That was good.
And apparently he's a comedian. So one of my friends texted me saying apparently he's big in Magnuson. I've not seen him in anything, but we knew he's a villain. The moment he wears a suit and the weird Jamaican boy calls him like. He doesn't call him Batty Boy, but he's called like something like that. Like he looks really uncomfortable when he walks past a group of Jamaicans. But I've only put him in a schedule because of the death scene.
He's absolutely worth talking about. Like, I mean, for God's sake, he kills Felix, doesn't he? Which is massive. And then probably one of the coolest scenes in the film for me is how he's off completely like For Your Eyes Only, isn't it? With the whole like kicking off the cliff. It really reminded me of that. I love how brutal Bond is in this one. Dare I say it might be the most brutal that we've seen. Daniel Craig. I mean, he's been brutal since his first scene in Casino Royale in the black and white sequence. But I mean, arms get broken in this film as well, which we'll talk about later, which is really grim. But I love that where he just like slaps the Jeep and it comes down and just rolls over him and crushes him. Really satisfying death, and that action set piece as well in the forest is probably one of my favorites in the film as well.
It's not just the point that it does. Yeah, sorry, it's not just the point that it doesn't just like land on him and then stay still. It just rolls over him. It's brutal. It's
when they're setting it up and the car window goes down. He just pokes his head out and like does a weird smile. It's like he's so horribly like not efficient, but like you cannot wait for him to die, and he's gonna you get the villain, but it's not likable. Like you just can't wait for that person to get killed now.
Well, Bond goes to one shot him, doesn't he? And then he's like, "Oh,
he's run out of ammo." Yeah,
and it's like bang, like pats it, and it's
like
so great.
It's like I had a brother. And his name was Felix Leiter, and it's great. It's so good.
Well, no, he had a brother. His name was Blofeld, but
I think Logan Ash, like, I again didn't have a clue we'd get another sort of mini character arc from it. I also love the revelation as well when he's like, "Wait, why is Naomi following me?" And no, she's following Logan Ash, and it clicks. I'll talk about Norway later, one of my favorite sequences, but the forest stuff. He was in like a Han Solo Endor coat as well. It's fucking class.
And then we've got Primo, the Cyclops. We've already kind of mentioned him before.
Yeah.
I think it's so nice though that we have more of a costumed kind of henchman-like character with a quirk, like a henchman with a quirk. You have Dave Bautista, who was just this tank, and then besides that, really in the Craig films, you haven't really had any henchmen that have kind of fit the bill like this. This felt like sort of like classic Bond henchman. Now, I'm not going to say that Primo is going to be like a fan favorite for years to come, but it did kind of stand out to me. He's got the gimmick that you remember. It's the bionic eye. And then, well, I'm not going to spoil it right now because I need at least one-liner for favorite one-liners of the week with this one, but a very, very satisfying ending. So a lot of the henchman type characters in this get a really cool death. Obrachev, Logan Ash, Primo, all get really, really cool deaths in this one. So I enjoyed his character. It was standout, I thought.
I liked him. It's very weird he got hired by Safin. I am going to add that. Again, I'm not going to decipher it, but because it took me a couple of times to call, because wait, I was like, oh no, he actually was a Spectre agent and then became part of what? I mean, Safin's not really a terrorist group because there's, because you imagine if it was like Smirch, because that would be Dr. No, but I didn't mind him. He's got a great moment. I think that's what you want, and also I guess you could say that Bionic at least has some influence in the story that it's at least like some Bond villains have a gimmick for the sake of a gimmick, whereas at least, I mean, loosely say plot, but Primo does pop up a couple of times in the film, and obviously he's at the end, and he's the one that's doing going back to the TB5, which was hours ago. We spoke about it. The opening scene is he's like, Blofeld sends his regards, and he just absolutely lamps his face against the brick wall. Yeah. Also, Logan Asteroid. We want to quickly jump back. The fight scene of him and the boat with Daniel Craig, Daniel Craig rugby tackles him into the roof of the fucking thing, and it's just, again, like Craig in this film, he's so physical, yet he's been evolved. Like, it's almost the best of everything he's ever been a Bond came together for this, and they're just absolutely battering each other, and they just keep going.
I would say the fight scenes are quite kind of brutal in this film, especially towards the end of the film, where it becomes really realistic with that kind of one take kind of look up the staircase and stuff like that, which is where we get the final fight scene with Primo. I think he's a fun villain. He's probably the most memorable side villain out of kind of the gimmicky side villain, because we haven't really had any in this era at all.
You had Elvis and his bowl cuts from Quantum of Solace.
That was the only other person I could think of. That was the only other person.
He's one of the worst henchmen. Chris has already forgotten his final.
I don't even remember. There was another henchman.
It was the weird. He was the weird. It was the no. It was in Quantum of Solace. I mean, the best henchman of Craig is Batista. So I'll leave that there. But do you not remember the weird guy with the bowl cut in Quantum of Solace, Chris? He gets kicked down the stairs on Strawberry Fields.
Yeah.
And then he dies at the end because he's standing still when it blows up.
I thought that was just like a guy. I don't remember.
No,
he's classified as a henchman, just one of the worst ever ones, don't worry.
No,
yeah.
No.
Exactly. But anyway, I guess we move on to the main guy.
Safin.
Freddie Mercury.
Lucifer Safin, is it?
God's sake.
So I just thought of this today.
Now he's dead.
Well, I mean, I mentioned last time his first name is basically Lucifer, isn't it? I'm like, if you switch 2 letters around, his last name is basically Satan, isn't it? It's like Lucifer Satan, pretty much. It's near enough. That's why I've had to tie my hair back now. This one's complicated because I'm really torn on this one. On the one hand, Rami Malek's fantastic. For what he's given, he's brilliant. Very unique look to him, the way he carries himself, the way he talks. It's a very physical performance as well, the way he holds himself. And he's a very intriguing villain, and he's a villain that I still want to know more about, because I don't feel like the film does a good job of sort of like telling us, they give us a motive. That's the big thing. They give us a motive right off the bat that his whole family, was wiped out by Spectre, and it's been his lifelong ambition to get rid of them. As soon as he achieves that at Blofeld's birthday party, and I can't re-emphasize that enough, at a birthday party for Blofeld, once that's taken care of, I'm like, okay, he's done. He's fulfilled his mission. He's done what he needed to do. All of Spectre is dead. What's next? And then it kind of just sort of resorts into typical bad guy wanting to just take over the world and destroy the world. And I didn't know if this was just me missing something because I've only watched it the once, but I genuinely think that's the progression that it goes. Once he's fulfilled his motive, he just has to become sort of like the big bombastic Bond villain. And that would be fine if I had more of a motivation. I need to know why he goes from one case of affairs to the other case of affairs. How does he go from A to B? Why does he go from this very personal, intimate motive of just wanting to get revenge on Spectre, which is a fair enough motive to have, to then wanting to take over the world? What's in it for him? Like, what does he get out of this whole situation? And I don't feel like the film, it's just, it feels like they had this really interesting concept for a villain. And then there's other elements to the character as well. He's got this past with Madeline Swan's character, and you have, the opening flashback scene, and they have this kind of connection that, he saved her life, and then she's also working for him and helping him a little bit as well by getting rid of Blofeld with the virus thing. And that's an interesting concept, and I don't feel like they mine that enough. And then there's the whole thing of, he's kind of being like a surrogate father a little bit in some aspects with Mathilde, which was kind of creepy, but a cool avenue. I would have loved to have seen them go down that route. And they don't. It feels like they've got loads of different ideas. It feels like you've got ideas for like 3 Bond villains right here, 3 or 4 Bond villains. They've mashed them all together, and no element kind of sticks the landing, which is really frustrating, because from the trailers, I thought he looked like one of the most intriguing Bond villains we've had in a long time. I thought this guy could rival Silver. I genuinely did when I saw the trailers. And unfortunately, I can't hold him up there in the upper echelons of Bond villains because his motive and plot makes no sense, and it's a real shame because I think performance-wise, I think he was absolutely solid, and the look of the character, brilliant, and the fact that he's got a lair as well, like the Bond lair looks bloody beautiful. Some of those shots you've got like those lanterns in like the lake of acid or whatever it is, looks great. What else have you got? Just the overall aesthetic. The garden, for example, beautiful set piece, and even those, I don't feel like they did enough with those set pieces. I felt like they could have done more with those set pieces. Give us more action scenes in those locations. Not that I'm saying that I want Mendes back, but I could imagine Mendes doing something, especially with that Lake of Lanterns. Like he could have made that really visual, and it's cool to see it. But I kind of wanted to spend more time in those environments. We just get a lot of sort of grey staircases, which is a great sequence, don't get me wrong, and grey control rooms, really. And I don't feel like we get many other action set pieces set in any of those wonderful locales, really.
I'm with you on this. So I've obviously seen this 3 times now, right? Obviously, the first time you're swept in by the occasion, and I love the concept that it was Mr. White that wiped out his family bar one, that he's on a revenge mission from the get-go. There's so much going for him. As you said, Chris, his connection to Madeleine, he saved her life. He saw like the innocence in her eye. The bit where he calls in the favor to get rid of Boyford when he turns up to her house, well, to a job. Really weird scene before. Sorry, that randomness, like he's a weird one. But we can't say that anymore. You didn't need that 20 seconds. It didn't make. I don't know if people thought it was James Bond sitting in the room or something. Oh yeah, Bond is weird, but yeah, I just wanted to get away because that's a really weird scene for me. I think it's 20 seconds. I don't like his plot, and this is my biggest criticism of the entire film: is Safin's endgame. Is that yes, get your revenge on Spectre, fantastically done. You've built up to years. Yes, you've got your island, you've got the vials. You're in love. I think he's in love with Madeleine Swan. It's a bit creepy. I'm not gonna lie. I feel a bit creeped out by it. That he is definitely in love with her. And Rami Malek is good in this. I saw an interview where he said that he didn't get this film because of Bohemian Rhapsody. He said that he was in talks with Eon during iRobot, and he said he had been filming Bohemian Rhapsody but hadn't come out. So it wasn't even the typical, hype thing. But what is interesting is that he said that he was filming this whilst the final season of Mr. Robot, not iRobot.
I was gonna say, I was waiting.
Pause then. So he said that he almost couldn't do Bond, but they managed to sort something out scheduling. Now, I don't know, because I don't think he's in this enough to be anywhere near Silver's level. I think the character had enough intrigue. I think there was enough there, but it's the one thing that's lacking. And I think Javier Bardem is such a good Bond villain, probably top 3 or 5 of all of them. It's so hard to get past that. And I think Christoph Waltz did the best of a bad situation as Blofeld, in truth, but his plan, and the first time I was like, okay, did I miss it because he's got an accent and I need to concentrate, and I got to round 2 and I was like, it's the sit down scene with him and Bond, and I'm really focusing. It's like you don't really have clear reasoning or goals to want to do this. Like anytime Bond mentions like you're
tidier, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's it, really. I think.
But he doesn't exactly say who he's targeting. That's the point.
Well, this he speaks and he says like what I got from viewing 3 was he's talking. He's like people want freedom, but they'll never get freedom because it's the world they live in, and this nonsense. Like, but you've still not given me your motives, and this is where it becomes my biggest problem because I love so much this film, but he just unfortunately just becomes the old school megalomaniac, which they've wanted to do away with. I would say in a very long time. What was the last old school megalomaniac? Maybe.
Gustav Graves, maybe.
Gustav Graves.
Is he a megalomaniac?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
He doesn't have a giant lair, which is a shame. I mean,
he has a sun laser.
I have a giant.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, let's go to Dine of the Day. That's fair. I was just thinking like the big base, the old school, like that kind of like a moonraker type thing.
Like that.
I don't know if Zorin count. Anyway, I'll be waffling for ages.
It's not really a base, so you'd be going all the way back to like.
GoldenEye's got the satellite.
Moonraker even.
Yeah, GoldenEye. I think Chris, you're on it. Yeah, GoldenEye. Got the big base. But this is it. And it's a shame because, again, Danny Boyle would have given us a bog standard Russian. And I'm not going to shit on the actor. I haven't seen anything he's in. I know he's been in a lot of TV and stuff who would have been cast as a Russian. But, you've got Rami Malek, who has, maybe it's a bit of a curse that he won the Oscar after after talking to Eon or something that people might have expected even more. I don't know. But you just needed not even more of him, because I like the scene when he first meets Madeline when he's older. I like the scene where he pops up to Endor halfway through that chase and takes them away. And I like the scene of Bond. It's just his reasoning is just a load of nonsense, because he's achieved his goal by eradicating Spectre and Madeline's family. And the best thing I will say about him is that he won. Not killing millions, because that's dumb, but he beat James Bond. He had his insurance policy, which was the vial with her target, and this is where, I mean, I won't get anything yet whether we want to save even the vial bit for that, but he is a rare villain that won. Obviously, his plot failed, but he himself directly won. Does it feel a bit like Joker? I don't know, because that was more Javier Bardem personally in Skyfall, but there's something about him where you hang on his every word, and even up to his death. I mean, the arm break, I was half traumatized with the first time I saw it, because it's the fact how much Daniel Craig's screaming for his arm to break. But,
it looks so blunt as well. Like, it's not done as this
know.
like massive cinematic. It genuinely looks like he's just put pressure on his arm to break it. It's just, oh.
What I'd have loved, if you've had another 15 seconds when they reopen the blast doors, if you'd have just seen his body just drop into the acid lake, because it would have, because he was killed in the pit, which opens up. But you just, to me, I'm just missing a bit of reasoning from his goal as to why he went from killing Spectre to now I want to play God. And that feels like them jumping to the we've got to do a save the world plot. So his toxin is to save the world. And we haven't even spoke about the big C word yet of COVID. Not careless, as Emma put it. The original rumors this film was delayed before they all started getting delayed was that it may have had a plan where a villain sets off a virus. They were 90% right. I didn't feel a bit. I saw someone tweet abuse saying that this film shouldn't be out in a world like ours now, and I just want to say, to that person had been on a Bond film before as like a minor actor from it. This was made a long time before COVID, so I'm going to leave that there. And then yes, Daniel Craig's on a lovey-dovey final film adventure where he just goes for a spin in his plane and then it cuts to credits and he's retired. Of course not. Freddie Mercury. I'm just missing some reasoning. I'm watching that. I don't mind. I'm not the only one that thinks that. That's the big criticism I've seen online as well.
Do you think they could have saved Blofeld for like the main big bad guy that kind of gets the better of Bond, like the ultimate arch nemesis of Bond is his final one that beats him?
How many times it was me all along? Like again, you'd be reducing Safin, and at least he stands on his own with the vial. I think I would bet they had a conversation about it. I'm glad they didn't do it, because I think that would look real shit marketing as well, that Safin was marketed as the big bad, but it was never ever going to be him. I think killing Blofeld quite helped me ease that, because I did think that, didn't I? I think we joked before, like, oh, imagine if he gets broken out at the end of it and he's the villain all along. I'm glad they didn't do that route. Again, there's no reasoning to him wanting to wipe out millions.
I completely agree with you on that one. To almost every single point, like his acting standard in this film is good for the screen time he's given, and you can't really fault Rami Malek for anything that he did within his performance. But at the same time, is it the writing issue that lets him down here? Just not having a comprehensive kind of story for the villain, or not having a clear goal? I do wonder if they wrote in that James Bond would die first, and then decided to fit a villain around that.
Yeah,
and
100%.
that would have hampered it so hard, because you're missing so much kind of key back story and stuff like that. Obviously, with the previous film, it was we're going to have Blofeld come in, we're going to have Spectre come in, and that being the key focus and that being the villain focus. Suddenly, the film is tailored more towards that, and this film is more tailored towards Bond dying at the end of it, and not towards the villain and what the villain's aspirations are and what the villain's plot is, and it gets lost in there. Because, I mean, what they've created with this film is a villain that takes down Spectre and James Bond. I mean, even James Bond struggled to take down Spectre alone in one film. He had to take however many films throughout Sean Connery's original run to actually get rid of the entire kind of organization, with George Lazenby also thrown in there. And it seems like within these two films, they've just kind of done away with it through one kind of bigger fish kind of taking out the previous one. And I don't know what you could have changed the motivations to being Like, they could have added something into his backstory about kind of being oppressed as a child, and that would have easily worked in him wanting kind of oppression eradicated from the world, possibly even him having a good like reason for it. Because we haven't yet had a Bond villain that you can actually agree with their methods, and maybe they've just gone a bit too far with the execution of it. They could have done that. That would have been something that Bond hasn't tackled before. Obviously, they didn't go with that in the end. They went with the kid and killing him off at the end as the two things that he would be put through this film. And we're left with a villain that is completely confusing as far as the motivation is concerned past the first kind of two acts.
It's a shame because oh, go on, sorry.
Yeah, because he's got such a good motivation for the first two acts that when you get the opening scene or the revelation, you agree with him. You know, his family. There's an ironic joke, but it's the whole, you know, your family were the dioxin people, and they killed your family with the weapon they create. And I love the whole concept of it, but it's never delivered. And I know that Rami Malek said in interviews, you know, that the first agreement was that he wouldn't just play a bog standard like Muslim terrorist that wants to bomb people, which we knew it wouldn't be anyway because he wouldn't have took it. But you just needed something, and I think this way used to say that they were so focused on where the, you know, where the end goal was, you know, because you can tell they worked backwards to the death, to the family being involved with the death of the vial, all that kind of stuff. And it's like, okay, now how do we get rid of Spectre? Okay, we'll bring them in to have been involved with him and all this mixing and matching. You're just left with a motive to now he wants to kill millions, because it doesn't seem right in his character that he wants to kill those millions. And I think one thing I want to add to that is the Craig era. I would bar Dominic Green. I know some people do like him. I think the Craig era has been rich with villains. I think Christoph Waltz was very good in Spectre. The motive was bonkers and this silly brother thing, but up until that point it worked. Silver is top tier Bond villain. Le Chiffre was quality, and you understood all of his reasoning, his actions, and his story arc, and the people around him. And I think the Craig era is done so by the villains that the time for it to come to get a megalomaniac and there's no motive, I think that is one of the issues, that because there's been good ones throughout, it's now we've got the one of the big stakes. We don't have reasoning for the big stakes.
Yeah, I think the problem lies in that you have the two. It's basically like split down the middle, isn't it? It's like the more intimate personal goal of wanting to take out Spectre, which would equate to a film. If you have that be his one motivation over the whole film, you need Blofeld to be the end goal of that film. So you need to keep Blofeld around, and that would come across more of like a bit like Skyfall, really, like the more personal mission to Silver. Like he just wants to take out M. That's it. He doesn't want to take over the world or anything. He doesn't even really want to take out Bond. He just wants to get to M and get rid of her. And that would be the same kind of case of this one. He just wants to get to Blofeld, take down Spectre. That's it. That's all he's in it for. And then he's done. Whereas if you take a villain at the end of the film who is that megalomaniacal maniac, or whatever the phraseology is, I'm very tired. We're coming up to 3 hours on this thing. That's fine, and that would be great to have as a villain. Maybe have it where the father created this virus, and you know he's continuing his father's work, and he doesn't feel like his father achieved the potential that it has. And then you have your more sort of classic Bond villain where he's like, I have this virus, I can kill this certain president of this country, I can collapse governments, I can do this, I am God, essentially, and have like a God complex villain. And that's fine, and that would be great, and that would work for a Bond villain. But having the two motivations together doesn't work, because there's no progression. There's no, he's done that, now why does he want to do that thing? And that's where the main problem lies. Both work on their own, but together there's no transition between the two, essentially.
And
yeah, go on, sorry.
I think when I spoke on the spoiler, I said what Tom Butler messaged me. I said, you know, this is the film Spectre wishes it was.
Mm-hmm.
That is a Spectre plan. That is outright a Spectre plan. If Blofeld hadn't have been done, that would have been an ingenious Blofeld plan. This film, the whole that. But the problem is with their Blofeld, they made him an upset stepbrother. So you know, you knew that was never his plan. His plan was even more dumb, was to obtain intelligence when he already has it all. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that in because I think it feels like such a traditional Bond villain-esque plan. It's not a traditional Bond film, and you know the incredible, as I said earlier, Chris, the megalomaniac base, the design of it. We've not seen anything like it in the Craig era to its scale and its size and that sort of thing. And for the big finale, it's what you want as a big finale piece. And to me personally, I'm missing Safin's reasoning, and that brings him down more so than the plan because his insurance plan is actually the best plan of all. I don't know if it's time to talk about.
I think it is
the
time to
elephant in
talk
the room.
about the.
Oh boy!
It's
Okay.
not an
I mean,
elephant in a
even
room,
before
it's
the
a
death,
nuke in
before
the
the
room.
death. Yeah, it's not a nuke. It's just a missile. It's the insurance plan's incredible because so often in these types of films, I'm thinking blockbuster, not Bond, by the way. You know, the best villains are the ones that often win, and this is what's annoyed me with Safin so much because his insurance plan, if it went wrong, was to have a dose with Madeleine's hair, in which he did. He took it from her room, and if anybody touched that blood or got into their system, Madeleine and her daughter will die because that's the DNA strand for them. And it's the moment in which you think Bond's doing well. He said this incredible set piece. He's on the way down. He even finds Doo-Doo to make the way out, and then and then
Context:
you just get
Doo-Doo's the name of the little toy,
Yes.
by the way. Just to clarify.
legend. That'll be on the 007 store for probably like 10 grand knowing
Christ's
them in the
sake.
next few weeks. It just pops out of nowhere, shoots him pretty savagely, like through the back almost as well, like in the garden.
It looked like it was a mortal wound from that gunshot when it focused on the blood dripping to the ground. Yeah.
And then obviously they have the scrap, but Safin smacks the thing into his face. And this is what I love, that, you know, yes, he had this dumb, stupid plan to destroy the world, but his insurance policy was the revenge on Bond, that Bond could now never touch Madeleine or his daughter. He can't. Yeah, and this is it, and this is why I loved it, because Safin knows that's his plan, but then it got a bit creepy again, because he's like, you know, we are both heroes cursed by the same thing, because obviously he's got blood in his bloodstream, even though he wasn't going to touch Madeleine anyway. They were long gone. Which again, it's just the weird villain complex, but
yeah.
I went into this film thinking Craig was going to die, and maybe this is why I'm a bit easier with it than some. I'm going to say that straight, but for him to go, you know, go saving the day is fine, but I want a bit of drama to it. If James Bond's going to die, it can't just be for the sake of saving the world. It needs to be something more personal than that. And I think this is why I'm really open with this, is that because I'm in with the daughter, and more so than Madeleine, I think if the daughter's not in it, I don't care that he can't touch Madeleine. I'd be like, go on, mate, do the fucking Philosopher's Stone and get rid of her and bring someone else in. I'm emotionally connected to Bond, to the daughter, to Madeleine at this point. And I feel for him. You know, we'll talk about this in the score later, but the moment in which that vial is snapped, that's when you know Bond's gone. That's when you know it's all gone to shit. It's all going to go wrong. And I was fully in. And it was still a shock to get the moment. We know he's going to head back anyway, but it's James Bond. You'd expect him to get a ship to fly out or to get a parachute or something. But because he has the curse that he because even if he touched someone at MI6, they could then touch Madeleine. That chain system of that DNA strand only ever being targeted for Madeleine and Matilda, he's defeated James Bond, because all he's wanted is to settle down. He wants to settle down, have that life, have that retirement, and he can't even have his happy ending. So he was dead long before that missile went off, as far as I'm concerned. And I think that's why I'm so attached to the ending of it, that I'm in with it, and I feel the pain. And you know, he goes out in a blaze of glory. He does save the day, but to me, it's not about that. It's about the showdown of Safin, which is what's pissing me off about Safin, because the stupid plan is so dumb, but his insurance plan was so much better.
And I think you've actually nailed right there why I don't like this ending. And it's one of my biggest points, because it's another Bondism that you just don't do. Bond doesn't die. He is an immortal character, not an immortal actor with Daniel Craig playing the character, but it's a character that should just continue to do
like Iron Man.
No, very, very different.
No,
because in the
no.
comic books and stuff like that, his character dies,
Gets
and
rebooted again and again and again, like new
again.
actors playing Bond.
Yeah, but at the same time, the character, like, of course, he never goes riding off into the. He does that in every single film. He goes off into the sunset with the Bond girl and stuff like that. But you never see him die. He's a character who you never see die.
But Ian Fleming didn't write it, and maybe this makes me like a dick. But
write it.
This is where the thing is that I'm going to bring in my Dark Knight comparison. Been sitting on for 10 days. Sorry, Chris, to bring in.
This is not a good comparison to compare it
is. This
in
is
any way,
a
shape, or
comparison.
form.
How many Batmans have we had now? We're getting a trailer for another one next week, right?
Mm.
And now we're getting a team-up film where we're going to get a Batman Spider-Verse, aren't we, basically, next year with Flash and all this stuff. Who's the one Batman that's not going to be in that? It's going to be Nolan's, right? Because his take on Batman has a definitive beginning, middle, and end. Whether or not you like the ending is another conversation, but the writing of the era is a story that's locked in. That can't be changed. It won't be changed. They won't have more editing. They can't come and bring them back in and out. And this is how I feel with Craig's Bond. For the first ever time in 60 years of James Bond as a franchise, we have had an actor come in who's been able to tell a character piece story, a beginning, middle, and end. Now, obviously, you know, we're less than a week since this ending's been out, but this is where my Dark Knight Rises comparisons coming in. That was 9 years ago, and we've already had 2 more Batmans since then. One of which had a horrible time, who should have had a good time. Different directors, cock-ups. We've got another one coming in, and now they're bringing in the one from 30 years ago and the one from 5 years ago. I'm not saying we're going to get James Bond first, but the Craig era, because it's now locked in with the story, he can't not die. I know this sounds really dumb. If he goes off into a retirement swan song, great. That happened at Spectre. What's going to stop him coming back? This time around, he needs to have a daughter or he's got to die. It's got to be something that's so definitive there is no coming back from. And I don't mean this to steal your point. This is what I was going to make anyway.
Yeah.
This is where it is for me, that as the years go by, the Craig era is going to look so bad. And I'm not going to sit here like a bellend. You know, he's not my favorite Bond. He's probably my second favorite, if I'm being absolutely honest. But whoever comes in next, a bit like Ben Affleck, he's got to follow on from a serious act that had a beginning, middle, end. And it's going to be so soon after that the general public have took to this iteration of this character. I don't want to say like never before, but yeah, after Connery, is Craig box office numbers prove that, adjusted for inflation and things like the popularity of the character, critical acclaim, which the ones haven't had Oscar acclaim, all that kind of stuff. And this is where I feel with him going, is that the way Craig series is gone, he is the only Bond that's going to have an ending. And, you know, we can look back at our favourites, but Brosnan, absolutely love him. How did it go? He got a phone call a couple of years after dying of a day saying, sorry, you're not coming back. Timothy Dalton sat in limbo for 6 years and then was offered, you know, come back and do loads. No, that's you done then. Okay, that's really sad. Roger Moore just got too old. Connery, how it wasn't in it, he still came back, did an official one to retire on, and Lazenby's agent convinced him to make the dumbest choice possible, which would have changed James Bond the way we know anyway if he stayed. But this is where I'm with Craig's death, is that he is a story arc, and again, in 10 years' time, he will be the only Bond that was a story, a consistent story from beginning through to end. And I think when you've got a franchise that's had 25 films, we're approaching his 60th anniversary, we're going to get to 30 films, we might even get to 40 films, we're going to get to 70 years, 80 years, all that kind of nonsense. This will be the only one that can be seen as a story point. And I think that is such a lasting legacy, that is a story decision that they absolutely should do. In the same way that Dalton, everyone hated License to Kill when it came out. Yes, it is revered now, and it is an incredible film. I love it. That film almost destroyed the whole franchise of James Bond. It bombed. They didn't take to him, didn't take to the film, didn't take to the era. But as the time's gone by, it has been proven that he was a fantastic Bond in an era where he was just, in all honesty, too early. He was too early for that 1980s era. And I think this is the way I feel with Craig now, is that he has presented a new legacy, but he has changed the face of what you can do with James Bond. Now, I don't want to see every version of James Bond die, absolutely not. But in a 50 film story arc, is someone not going to take, in the same way it was ballsy to give Bond a wife and shoot her in the head and kill her off in 1969, which was unfortunately a one-off film. You know, I think Lazenby would have been the closest thing we've had to a Craig in terms of telling a story over films, but they never got the chance. And we'll get to one of matches later, because that's going to be another big comparison.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is why I think this film is paying so much homage to it, because this wants to be the story. And I will speak about other matches properly later, but that's how I kind of feel of the whole death. I think to not do it, I think is just people being afraid of change. And again, you know, it's not the second film they've killed off Daniel Craig. This is a guy that's been Bond for 15 years. We're not ever going to get an actor play Bond for 15 years again either.
Well, if we do get a Bond for that long, we're going to get more than 5 films. That's the point.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so.
Yeah.
I think with Amazon they will, but you would hope so. We'd have thought in 2012 we wouldn't get 2 films in 9 years.
So within what you just said there, you did say that they wouldn't kill off Bond again, or at least something along those lines. And I think that's what's going against this, at least for me, because this will, for me, Daniel Craig is now going to be known as the Bond that died, the Bond that failed. And that comes with the character and what attachment I have to that character in the first place, whether it's a kind of seen as a positive note or a negative note, as the character from now on, for me, is known as the Bond that failed and the Bond that died.
What did he fail, though?
He died saving the world. He wasn't able to continue.
But he saved the world, right? He won.
In On Her Majesty's Secret Service, he saves the world. He has a wife. The wife dies, but he continues to be an agent afterwards. His legacy continues on afterwards.
But it's not George Lazenby, though.
I know, but for all the James Bond characters before, they've always been able to continue afterwards. And that's what you see from the character throughout the entirety of the Bond canon.
But this has been a reboot, though, from day one. Casino Royale was the reboot for a new Bond in a new era. It wasn't a continuation.
You've got to stay true to the character tropes, though. I think, haven't you? Like what make the.
But do you not think they do? Because I think, as I said, I've not read the Fleming. I've not read the Fleming books, so you know maybe I'm at a disadvantage to some. But I think this character projection of Craig has been far more akin to what I think the books are going to be like to a lot of others. And again, Brosnan's my favorite. James Bond's not going to save the world 4 films in a row. You know, those big stakes are repetitive. And I know that the Brosnan is the only ones not to ever acknowledge Fleming's work either, but I think this film, more than any, is following a storytelling decision that none of the others have ever done. I just think it's naive to think that James Bond could never die, because it was always going to happen at some point. And I'd ask this as well. If Dalton came back to do one more film, he'd probably want to die. Connery would have wanted to come back for one more film. He'd probably wanted him to die. Roger Moore and Brosnan, absolutely.
We don't know that, though.
We don't, but we can assume it when someone's not done a PR interview for 25 years about James Bond.
Yeah.
I mean, he came back for Never Say Never Again, and he didn't die at the end of that one. I know it's
no,
not
but that was just a middle finger.
Yeah, that
was just a middle finger at Cubby Broccoli, not to be Bond.
One point as well that I want to kind of go off here is that you said that you were on board with his death going into it and stuff like that. You were accepting of it because you'd got on board with the child being there. You got on board with kind of the whole kind of cursed kind of thing of him being infected with the blood. I wasn't on board with any of those things whilst watching the film. I didn't enjoy the child being his within the film, so I was never on board with that entire plan and that trajectory of the thing. And I feel like that's where this also falls down as well. If you're not happy with some of the decisions that they've made going into this film, that this would be a final film, it would have finality, it would be a saga, you could wrap this one up all on its own. If you weren't on board with that entire notion, then this entire thing is a complete write-off for you. And that's where I'm at as a kind of James Bond fan. I even mentioned it like kind of after the film and kind of in my thoughts and trying to voice it out and stuff like that. For me now, the Bond films go from Dr. No to kind of Die Another Day. You've got the original kind of set. You've got this reboot and stuff like that. And of course, it's a reboot. But previously, I was like, do you know what? No, you continue that on. It's set in a different time. They have rebooted it. It's kind of back to the start again. But you can still kind of get on board with it and you can still recognize that it's Bond. By having the character die, it doesn't feel like Bond anymore. It just feels like a different agent. Bond is one of those characters that has such a great legacy of being able to get out of any situation towards the end of the film. It's always one of my favorite parts of the film. How is Bond going to get out of this one? By immediately removing that and saying he doesn't get out, it's just a different agent to me. It's just a different character completely. And that's what Bond's become over these Daniel Craig films for me. We mentioned it in the Quantum of Solace review, where it starts to feel a bit more like a Bourne film and the character becomes kind of that character who just, instead of being a spy about the situation, he just shoots things up and just deals with it in that way. The evolution of the character, for me at least, has been on a negative trend because of what they've done with this saga. And yeah, sure, it could have worked where they have 5 films in a row where they all link together and it can still be part of the original Bond kind of trajectory character-wise, but this has just gone in a different direction to what I personally wanted for Bond. And whether that's just a personal thing or whether that's just kind of a generalized, I wanted the character to continue on into adventures, and they've even said at the end of this film, Bond will return. It goes completely against what we've seen in the film. And it just angers me that that's the way that they decided to end this character, whether it be, oh, it's Daniel Craig, we wanted him to have a final moment, or whether it was just we wanted to move on and do another complete reboot 5 films in. They didn't have to really do that. You could say that they did that with kind of between License to Kill and GoldenEye, but it's still part of that original kind of timeline, if that makes sense. This one is, nope, 5 films, reset button again, let's go again. And that's what angers me.
Do you not think that's modern cinema, though? This is my other part of it.
It's good to show contempt to your audience in modern cinema.
Yes.
no, but the people aren't. I don't want to say something, but audiences now aren't the same as 20, 30 years ago. They want sequential story. I'm not talking about cinematic universes, by the way, either. But the era of filmmaking has moved on. That auteurs are making blockbusters, not sort of cogs in a studio machine. You still get a lot of that, don't get me wrong, but when they bring in auteurs to make films, people are going to approach these in a different manner. And if you would have carried on making Bond films the same way you did 20, 30 years ago, it would have died out as it very, very almost did. And I think that's the thing of Bond, that when you've got a character as popular as this, you have to also ask the question, okay, let's not kill him. Let's have him ride off into the sunset. And in 3 years' time, when we do another one, because they will always return, then what happens? Are people going to say, is this a new Bond? Is this another reboot? What happened to Daniel Craig? What happened
almost
to his...
60 years that way.
Yeah.
But the cinemas have moved on. But this is the problem.
Are people dumb now? Are people fucking stupid?
Yeah,
and
cinema has
grasp the idea of a reboot.
But then you've got to think as well. I'm going to always bring a box office because it's important. When the most popular Bond has been the first and the 6th ones, what does that say as well to audiences? The 2 most popular Bonds have been the 1st and the 6th, not the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, or the 5th ones. And I think that's something that the studio can't avoid. That you can't just bring in someone new next year. Now, I'll do another Marvel comparison. Let's say Captain America popped up in the next Avengers film.
I thought you were going to say Bond film. And I was like, oh my god, no, please no.
If a new Captain America popped up and it wasn't Chris Evans, and they've not definitively killed him,
isn't it?
Huh?
With Anthony Mackie, there'll be a new Captain America just randomly showing up.
No, but that's character development in the same universe. I'm saying if another actor came in to Marvel and was like, I'm Steve Rogers, I'm Captain America, I'm in the suit, and I'm still in this exact same world.
They did it with War Machine.
That's replacing someone. But no, that's recasting. That's not a new take. That's just recasting. And what do people always laugh about them? They laugh about those. But what happened? They were actors that played them for one film. I'm talking about an actor that's got a legacy of 15 years. If Iron Man popped up tomorrow and it wasn't Robert Downey Jr., people would lose their minds. Pre-Endgame. If he just disappeared overnight, nobody would take to that. And you got to look at, I'm really fair point to probably actually Spider-Man. You went from Tobey Maguire to Andrew Garfield, and the box office had a mighty decline. People just didn't take it on board.
But they weren't set in the same universe. They weren't a continuation.
Precisely. So but this Daniel Craig has never been in the original universe. So you can't just have another one and say he's in the Craig universe, but it's not Craig. Like they've evolved, and this is my approach. They have to reboot it again to go back to it being episodic, which I think they will do. I don't think we're going to get sort of a Sony thing where a character plays him every 5 years until they're fed up and want to do someone else. I think the Craig is a version of Bond, a story. I don't know what you'd call it. I'm forgetting the term, but it is a Bond story across 15 years, not just smaller episodic ones. And I just think modern audiences have evolved over the years, and people want storytelling more so than the old days of big explosions and stuff. And I'm not saying anyone's dumb in the crowd for wanting that, not at all. But I just think cinema has moved on substantially in the last 20, 30 years. Even going back to GoldenEye, they had to 180 it from License to Kill. They had to completely change everything, and it got silly. and then it's a 180 again for Craig. And what they'll do now, they'll go back to the older method. It's just the way that it's the history of the Bond franchise. But the death of James Bond, I think, is a necessity for this film, for Craig's era. Now, if they'd never have tied up to anything, it'd always been episodic, Quantum, Skyfall, Spectre, whatever this. Absolutely. But, when trailers are dropping for this, saying, this is how Craig's story started and how it's going to end, you can't think he's going to be fine and they'll just recast him.
I knew that it was going to be kind of his end going into the film anyway, but
and this is because they literally did the Endgame trailer, but for James Bond, and I think that's when that again, story wise, in 5-10 years, this will be a definitive story of Bond. Where I think
whether we say it's correct for this film or not, I don't believe it's correct for Bond as a whole. It fits the film perfectly fine because we've already discussed it. It's kind of the way that the film transfers and transitions, like with the character motivation and stuff like that. The ending, you don't expect him to get off the island once he's got like the DNA thing scattered into things. So you perfectly find that he's already been shot up to pieces. He's a wounded soldier in this film. He looks older. It feels like the end. They're all pointing towards that direction. I personally just think that is not the way they should have gone for the entire story. Because if they'd gone, okay, Casino Royale, we're going to have this many films at the start, and we're going to have him die there. That's the plan. He's going to be dying at the end of his films. No, they've adjusted the story as they've gone along to meet kind of what they needed to do. And it's just ended up with them going, we're going to have to press the reset button again, which they could have avoided. They easily could have avoided. And it just goes against what the character has been for the 60 years previous. But
it's not Marvel, though. They can't. In 2006, they couldn't plan out a 15-year time map of being James Bond. That the first ever film to do that was kind of unofficially Iron Man in 08, and even they switch it all up and what they intend on doing. And I think now we're going to get it 100%. Whatever comes next, it is going to be we're going to sign you on an X amount picture deal, and we'll get you in for X amount of years, and these will be the dates. That is what will come. But when you look at 2006, the concept of a 15-year Bond was probably not in the conversation ever. But so were so many other things. If they were going to do that back then, they wouldn't have had Judi Dench's M, because they'd have said this is a sequential story. And I think the Bond films have always been, I'd argue, since the 80s, when obviously they ran out of the source material, I guess you could even maybe pinpoint, they've always took the next one as and when it's come. And I think, Quantum, we spoke about that was the one where they had that idea of running beforehand, and it just didn't work out because they planned so much ahead of time that it completely backfired because of an unknown thing coming in, like obviously the writer strike. So it's a really tricky one. And again, Spectre, throwing all your eggs in one basket, is you have a film like Skyfall, which is an astronomical success, but you got to think MGM went bankrupt in 2010. The franchise has never been in safe hands by Eon to progress it forwards. Now, Amazon aren't going to go bankrupt anytime soon. So when their 50% kicks in on the next franchise, I think it will have the legs for them to plan ahead, but they've never been able to plan ahead. It's always been film by film. And I think that's why it's led to this now. And I think it's the best thing they could have done.
But like I said previously, it's just all being targeted at that middle America, and that we need to make it like a modern day blockbuster, and we need to make it like a modern day storytelling, whereas it survived outside of that for so long.
Define middle America, though, because if you wanted middle America,
the general audiences that would go and watch a blockbuster film.
So why would they hire auteurs to make films for the general audience? Why would you hire that? Why would you hire someone that's done shows like True Detective and Beast of Nation over a Michael Bay that's certified to get people in seats at the name? It's
because
that's what they were in the 90s.
It would immediately kind of cause riots if that was the case.
No, but the logic is there. Like when you're hiring auteurs, you're not targeting the average person. You're targeting film people, and that's what Barbara Broccoli's done in this era. She's gone for auteur filmmakers to make films that have James Bond in them, in the same way that Christopher Nolan made Batman films. Whether people agree with that or not, they didn't just hire a random guy to be the studio's pet, which is what a lot of the Marvel machine is probably the perfect example. They hire a young director, they make the Marvel product for them, and they get a chance of doing a spin. But with Bond, they hire a competent director, and that director gets free rein to make a film of their choice. And I think it is. You know, I'd agree with you on so many films about sort of saying it's essentially for general audience, but the Daniel Craig films have been far from ever being for the general audience. They've been, and I think that's why they've been successful, is because ultimately they're not making the same film over and over. You know, Skyfall's a deconstruction of the spy genre. Spectre's a mess. This film is about ending Bond, and you know, we can only look at this weekend's UK box office. This is the, you know, it's done bigger numbers than Spectre and Skyfall in a pandemic in England. And I think that is the takeaway. If this was just a bog standard, another Bond film, it wouldn't make those numbers. It wouldn't be setting records, and it wouldn't have people pushing it for critical acclaim, which is happening now.
I think just because... Sorry, I'll jump in. I was going to go and take another bathroom break. I think just because it's Daniel Craig's last one doesn't mean that they needed to end it as final as Bond taking a nuke to the face. I think that's ultimately where I come down on. I think that you could have had some tragedy. Bond is that tragic character where he thinks he's getting a glimpse of happiness and then it's taken away. And I think you would have had that with the, which I agree with you, George. I love the bit where it's like his ace in the hole, isn't it? With the syringe. Love that, where he's like, you can never see Madeline or your daughter again. And I was like that, and I was putting myself in that situation. I was like, that would suck. That really sucks me in that situation. You can see how defeated he is and how broken he is. And I love how he just like triple taps Safin in the face. Just boom, no airs and graces. That's it. He is pissed. He is done. And I think that would have been a more tragic end for the character. I don't think you needed to like nuke him. I don't think you needed to see like have Bond actually die. I think that's part of the tragedy of the character, you know, whether it be from Lazenby, where he finally feels like he's got happiness, he's married, he's going to settle down, and then boom, straight after the church, dead instantly, and he's got to carry on, and he's that character that endures through all the heartache. Vesper, again, you know, a new continuity, but the same principle. Thinks he loves her, gets betrayed by her, and then she dies, and he gets so close to having a happy thing, he can never have it. And I think you would have got that from the end of this film with him. That's the ultimate sacrifice that he has to make. He would have saved the world, but at a cost. And that cost is he can never see Madeline again, and he can never see his daughter again. And I think that would be a good place to close off the character. It'd be a dramatic way to end off the character. And it stays true to the Bond character that he can never be happy. And, you know, maybe you could have ended it on Bond type like Spectre did. I actually really love the ending of Spectre. I think it's the one scene that I enjoy from that film, where he gets the DB5, looks over, the smirk, Bond theme playing in full statement as he floors it into the horizon. I get that you probably couldn't do exactly the same thing as that because the previous film did it. I get that. But I think there were loads of other avenues that you could have gone down, but you didn't need to definitively kill Bond. And I get that it's, you know, they want it to be its own thing. And I think you could have still had that. I think going into it, knowing that it was Daniel Craig's last one, I don't think just if Bond survived at the end, that automatically means that, oh, well, that has to mean that Daniel Craig has to come back. I think you can still reboot.
If you have the kid.
Oh, sorry?
If he went off in the sunset with the daughter, I'm with you 100%. But I don't think he can go off in the sunset by himself only because of Spectre. Because you just can't run that ending. Because the thing with the vial is that, because I thought it was, oh, why don't you just not touch them and live in pain? But anyone he would touch that got in contact with them is going to, you know, like how Blofeld died from her touching him, he touched that. It's the chain of reaction that will be in the wilderness somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why he knew he kind of had to go. Because I didn't really clock it until I was sort of thinking about it this morning. But I'm with you. I think, yeah, had Madeline have died, which I thought they would have done in like the first act or something, like have Safin kill her off, I could have seen him going off into the sunset, raising a child, and that's him done and dusted in a lovely Aston Martin V8, which I think that's the only other ending. It's either him dying or it's him with the child.
I can see that. No, I can see that. I don't know. Just me personally,
It is a very tough one. I mean, it's a fucking mental thing they did.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no denying that, you know, up till 2021, the riskiest thing that ever happened in a Bond film was him getting married and then killing a wife. And then we got two in this, and there is no hiding from it that this will be one of the most spoken about films in history, as far as I'm concerned. Everyone I've spoken to that's seen this film has been messaging me after, talking about saying what happened, did this just happen, and all this stuff. And I think there's no hiding from that. And I think it adds to the event film that this has become. That, you know, this will go down as the film where James Bond died.
Oh, it is absolutely.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
It's split. Like, from the friends who have messaged me about it, I've had one who's gone, actually, I'm okay with it and stuff like that, because like you were saying, it's all part of one story for Daniel Craig, and you can isolate that and stuff like that. I've had other friends who have gone in the same direction that I've gone. Like, they do not like it at all because it just completely ruins the character for them from what it was built up previously, whether it's the James Bond character done by Daniel Craig or by any of the other Bonds before. They're all playing the same role. That role is a character who is immortal in their eyes, like it is with me, and shouldn't die. Doesn't matter what situation they're put in, they always escape the situation.
Yeah, and I think the death scene as well, it's just done quite dispassionately. You know, it's just this...
It's very 300, isn't it? Where he's like staring down the arrows.
There's only one person, well, two people make that scene. One is Daniel Craig, not the set, and the other is Hans Zimmer by a million miles.
Just recreating time. I've listened to the song in isolation.
It's not time.
It feels like time. It builds
Nah.
like time or The Dark Knight. It's that kind of... there are some similarities.
There's a lot of Dark Knight in the soundtrack.
Is this a good point to move on to the music?
No, dude.
Really?
I have more to say.
Oh,
yeah, Chris
apologies.
we haven't even spoke about the other ending.
Oh yeah. No, well, I'm getting there. I'm building up to it. I'm still on the death scene at the moment. The death scene itself to me is quite dispassionate. It's just kind of this sort of like distant digital shot of just Bond from a distance, just taking a blast. I'm like,
He's got doo-doo.
He does have to. I think the real tragedy here isn't that Bond died; it's that Doo-Doo didn't make it off the island back to Matilda. But I don't know. I just think the death scene itself, if you are going to do it, was just done quite ham-fistedly and quite dispassionate. And then, even just to kind of hit that home, you have two very, very brief scenes after it. One really quick one in the office, which it's great having all those characters together. But I would have liked, let's focus on Moneypenny a little bit. Let's see how she takes it, or Q. And it's just we're short on time. Everyone, just get everyone in a room. He'll just do like an emotional reading, and then quick cut, and then it's just let me tell you a tale of James Bond, and then all the time in the world starts playing, and I flip the screen a double bird.
Just before the last bit, one of my favorite moments of the entire film is when Craig is knowing he's going to die, is the phone conversations, because I love the one with Q.
Yeah, no, that's good. That was good.
And then it's when Q clocks, and it's like, oh, Madeline's the target, and Hans Zimmer's just there, like on the piano on fire, roaring away. But the scene does. I'm going to say this: that scene does not deserve that score, and that sounds really fake. So I love the film, but like Hans Zimmer came in like, Hans, you're going to compose a Bond film. Okay, you're going to kill James Bond right then. Like clicks his fingers. Like, what can I do? But
it's well
to me,
acted. Like the music's great.
It's very well
acted,
done.
Good back.
And even the bit with Madeline,
that was fine.
But I just want to say, because it's the Q bit. So the first time I didn't cry, but I'm going to own up times 2 and 3 I did. I think when you know it's coming, that score's kicking in. It's like, I was driving in my car, I came back from the cinema the other day, and it's like the Matthew McConaughey meme. I was playing the soundtrack out loud, and then it got to the final ascent. I was like, oh no, I can't do this.
It's a good score. It's well acted. I just think that it feels like they contrived to have that end. And as I say, I don't think it needed to end that finally just because it's Craig last one. To me, the Bond films, it's always like a baton race. The other person sprints, hands off the baton to the next one. And with this film, it's like they've tripped the runner over and shot him in the back of the head. And then then we've got to pick up the bloody baton and just sort of like awkwardly pass it to someone else next. And to me, it was just awkward, killing the character off and then ending the credits with, but Bond will return. Like, it's fine. It was such a juxtaposition to me. And I almost laughed seeing that caption, because I thought that kind of, because that it's going to get rebooted or continue or whatever they're going to do next, it felt like it cheapened the ending. If they were going to go with that ending, end it there. I get you need to sort of like convince your paying audience that, oh no, don't worry guys, no, Jesus Christ, there's going to be more Bond films.
Chris,
but it felt awkward based on the ending. That's I guess what I'm getting at.
You actually pinged me a message whilst we were talking throughout the credits.
The credits were on. Yeah.
The credits were on, and you actually messaged saying, I will laugh so hard if it says Bond will return, and literally 2 seconds later I look up and it just says it on the screen, and I burst out laughing as well. And
I mentioned earlier, like, just in terms of me, what I like from the characters, Batman never quits, Bond never dies. And interestingly, I hate the ending of Dark Knight Rises, and I don't like the end of this one. If you switch the endings to each respective film round, I'd be weirdly fine with it. Like, Batman never quits, but if he dies on the job and he goes out on a mission saving the world, he's Batman, he's going to do it, he's going to die trying. That's Batman. Bond, if you do something where everyone goes like, "Oh no, Bond's been lost in action," then he just saunters in or at a cafe and he's like, "Hello, Q, like I made it off the island because I'm Bond." I'm like, yeah, that's kind of Bond. I'd be fine with something like that.
For
And also
Brosnan, I would.
and just like the concept of the nukes, it's like, oh
They're not
no,
nukes. They're not
or the
nukes.
the missiles or
Ballistic
whatever.
missiles.
They're real missiles.
Or the missiles then, where it's like, if the blast doors are closed, the missiles will bounce off. I'm like, they'll still probably devastate the island in some way, though. They might not hit the thing you want to hit, but they can.
They said
do
it's
some
a
damage.
19. It's a missile silo. So it's like the 50s Japan. So those sort of bases were designed like real for not missiles.
I'm
So
just saying, you can still take out a good chunk of the island. You might not hit the bit.
No,
that
but
you
it's
need.
the factory they want, though, isn't it? They need the factory gone, which I will add some logic. If they just took out the boats on the way, I don't know what the issue is that were at the side of the island, which no one seems to speak about.
Were they
Take them
against
boats
time,
out, you
though?
can do
Because I
it.
was like, why couldn't they just, do those missiles? It's like, oh, we didn't hit the target. Oh, just queue some more up. Let's just wait for Bond. Like whenever he's ready, as soon as he's done that and he's off the island, then
But
we
he had
can
already
nuke
fired
it.
them. He did tell him to fire them, didn't he? That was the thing.
Yeah, but if the
They-
doors were blocked, they could be like, "Oh shit, that didn't hit." Not to worry, Bond. Do what you got to do first, mate. If it takes 20 minutes, whatever, just let us know when you're off the island. Then we can nuke it afterwards. I don't know why it had to be there then at this moment. It is imperative that we do it now. I don't know why
They said it was
couldn't
the
have just-
boats. They said it was the boats going there to get the vials, which is what I just think no one's talking about because you can just take out the boats.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
my
and-
one. That's the logic I had. No, they all seem to forget about the boat part. But
They
I wanna
mentioned
add,
some
though-
things about international relations as well, don't they?
Yeah.
They're saying that Japan or America's
Japanese,
breathing
Americans,
down
and
our neck or
Chinese.
something, like, which I thought they could have done more of with that. Maybe I don't know if that just ramped up the tension. So I don't know. It's in an awkward situation now because I'm thinking, where does this end? Like every new Bond that comes on now, if they've got an expiration date, if they know how many films they're doing, or if they say outright, well, I'll do one more and that's it. Where does this end? Do we have to do we have to make each Bond so final now? Where do we end with this now? I think that's my biggest problem. I'm just saying I think you could have still had the drama, had the emotion, had a tragic ending for Bond. If you want to go with a tragic ending, I don't mind. On Her Majesty is one of the best Bond films out there. But I don't feel like you needed to kill Bond to achieve that effect. And then the biggest middle finger for me at the end was the all the time in the world thing playing again, sort of dredging those emotions up from On Her Majesty's without this movie sort of standing on its own with its own emotions and tethering that previous knowledge you might have for that film to this one. So I don't know. It's complicated for me, and I do think it is going to divide the fan base, and I do think it is going to be very divisive. I didn't care for it, and it's the same. You compared it to Dark Knight Rises, and I do see the comparison there. That was also a film that I didn't feel needed to feel as final as it is. Just make a trilogy of films. You haven't got to fake Batman's death at the end or do any of that. And that film itself, as the Dark Knight, this is a weird Dark Knight segue, but
it's fine.
Yeah,
its comparison is valid. Yeah,
it didn't feel. It became the Dark Knight trilogy. This is going to sound weird after the third film came out, but narratively, they did so much in that third film to tie it back to Batman Begins, to bring back Ra's al Ghul and the daughter of Ra's al Ghul, and Batman Begins to Dark Knight. It was just a sequel. It didn't feel like it was this close knit thing, and I don't think you needed like an 8-year jump and Batman's quit and tying it back to just make another Batman film. Just make another standalone Batman.
You know
film
why
and
they
have
don't?
Nolan doing 3, like just.
But he
that's
wanted.
it.
But that's why though he wanted to do 3, and no one else wanted any other director to come on board and tinker with it in the same way that, and it's really different.
Well, he could have said
debate,
like
but-
you don't have permission to use. Christian
But
Bale
that
didn't want to
doesn't.
come
but
back, and
what's that good? They offered Christian Bale like 50 million to come back for Justice League, and he said no. Still,
well, they
I
could have
just
used
think-
Joseph Gordon-Levitt with that logic. He was the new
Well,
Batman at the
yeah,
end,
but-
so.
Well, let's
Like, I
not
think
let-
you can still have like a trilogy of films or like an era or a saga or whatever it needs to be without like offing the character at the end and making it seem so final and like artificially creating it to be that's my
you do
stamp.
need
I
a
don't want
final ending,
anyone
though.
else to pick this up after me kind of thing. Because the next Bond film, you could have rebooted it with a completely different tone. And I think audiences are pretty clued up to know that that's a different take on the character. They were with Casino Royale, which itself was a reboot, and they weren't going, oh, well, why isn't, wasn't Brosnan Bond? Like, why isn't it continuing from him? I think
But they
people
did-
were
people
aware
did say
that it
that.
was a reboot.
yeah.
But it's about the finality angle that there needs to be some form of finality. And I think again, because Spectre took probably the actual ending that and I still maintain that had they have enjoyed Spectre, I say them, not fans. I mean, Eon, Craig, the Broccolis. If they had enjoyed how Spectre came out, I think that would have been it for Craig.
Well,
I
we
think
said
he
at the
honestly would
time,
have
didn't
gone.
we, when we watched it,
Yeah.
the final scene of Spectre feels like boom,
It's an
Bond
ending.
type, that's Daniel
And
Craig, boom.
They
that's
shoe
it,
tied
there
him
we go.
into a relationship with someone as well, and that's why I think if Spectre had been good, and it's gonna, I mean, time will tell. Indiana Jones 5. If Indiana Jones 4 was good, they wouldn't be a fifth Indiana Jones film. The fifth one has been created to retire the character in a way that's going to please Harrison Ford and Lucasfilm. And I think it's the same thing here, that with obviously Craig's got producer credits, I think we spoke about tonight as well, which is obviously a massive thing as well for him. I think he spoke about he wants to move into directing, which would be very interesting. But
so all get prepared for Indiana Jones to die, then Indiana Jones 5, I guess.
God.
There we go.
Also got Phoebe Waller-Bridge involved in that film too.
We've had Han Solo die, we've had Luke's, die, we've had everyone die, Palpatine returning and then dying again. Now we've got Indiana Jones going, Bond's gone. Who's left to kill? Who shall we off next? It feels like we've got Arya Stark.
We'll get the cursed child of Harry Potter at this point.
There we go. Kill Harry Potter off somehow. We need to get rid of him. He already died. He used the resurrection stone. Damn it. There's someone else out there. I don't know. I wasn't keen on it, but I know that it's gonna. If anything, it leads to almost 4-hour discussions on a Bond film, doesn't it? Shall we move on to?
This is going to be light compared to Radio 007. I know.
I know. I know.
Those guys,
terrifying.
Good luck.
You've got to compete with us, haven't you?
We haven't actually finished. Let's talk. Okay, Bond theme, Billie Eilish. Do we have anything to add to last Thursday's discussion? I really like this song.
Not really. I preferred it outside of the film than I did watching the actual credit sequence within the film.
This is technically a retrospective, so we've got to treat the music section as we always do. Really quickly, I'm going to gabble through this.
Any rumors? I'm actually curious now because I've not heard any rumors about who could have done it.
So yes, it's actually it's quite an interesting switch. Actually, I don't know sort of like an artist that was meant to do the song, but usually there's loads of different versions of the songs out there, and then they went with this one. And that's not the case with this one from what I've seen. What is the case is that they had a guy to do the score for the film, and then that dropped to the wayside, and then they got in Hans Zimmer. So apparently Dan Roma was going to do the music. He's worked with Fukunaga on Beasts of No Nation and Maniac, which I think was on Netflix, if I remember rightly. I think it was like a miniseries or something. And then he parted due to creative differences. I don't know why. I don't know what direction he wanted to take the music in. And then Zimmer was brought in the January of 2020 is the first composer in Bond's history to be brought in during the post-production stage. So I don't know how much time he had in total, but if he was rushed for time, the score that, I mean, the score that was produced, it's another case of the Giacchino Rogue One score, as far as I'm concerned. And really limited time, just solid score across the board.
You know, I'll be biased to Zimmer, and I will be completely honest with this. Because of how late he came on board, I honestly didn't know what we were going to get. He came on board late to Wonder Woman 84. I did not like his score. And he came on late to Bond, but it was when that Billie Eilish song played. And I keep saying it, the moment it's... Well, I know it's Johnny Marr actually doing the guitar, but it's the Zimmer guitar riff, isn't it? In that theme song. And So the viewing one at the Albert Hall was great. You can hear bits... You can hear the soundtrack fine, but you couldn't take it in because it's not, it's not a cinema. It's not got the seven. It had very good speakers. But so when I sat down at Friday Night IMAX, one of the really big things for me was, okay, I want to listen to the score properly. I hadn't listened to it at home. I'd kept away from it. And oh my word, all day Saturday when I was on the way down to London, had it on my headphones on the train. Really weird trying to read the Dune book while listening to Hans Zimmer score. Because obviously he's doing the Dune book anyway. So I'm going to hear that soon. I'm taken aback at how good this was. Like the use of like the 007 theme during Cuba with like their instruments, and he's really inventive with his choices. I think he took the ball and ran. Do I want to see him come back? I'm a Hans Zimmer fan, so I'm not going to say no, but didn't expect it to be as good as it was. And as I said, he's there for that final song. That it's called Final Descent. What a song! What an absolute moment.
There's lots of variations on like the Bond main theme. There's like action ones where it's like dun 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 dun.
I love the Poison Garden as well. It's not really like a
good
Safin theme, but it's like a really weird, wispy type voice, like eerie noise. And I'm curious because obviously he scored Dune before he came onto Bond, so I'm curious to see if there's any overlays between
influence or crossover and stuff like that. So from what I've heard, there was talk of Dua Lipa possibly doing the Bond song, because she had a new album coming out at the time, which would have been a more upbeat Bond song. I can only assume it would be kind of more attuned to Man with the
He
Golden
has
Gun.
a powerful
Yeah,
weapon. Oh, you
straight
went for
away.
that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, that would have fit.
Beyonce was odds-on favorite, and so was Ed Sheeran at the time. But
Oh, my
Beyonce's
biggest
a bit
fear.
big for Bond, isn't that? She's a bit too big.
apparently
She did the
that's
Gold
Does she
Medal
sing
song.
apparently
anymore?
that's who they had in mind. But at the same time, the first choice was apparently Billie Eilish, which I find fascinating because she wasn't. I mean, she was big because she just
was
had a
big, but
debut
not
album,
now.
but
Not the level she is
She's
now.
the youngest artist. She was 18 when she
I'll
did
be
the
honest.
song.
When I'm not a big Billie Eilish fan at all, when I heard her announced, I thought this is going to be this is going to be worse than Sam Smith one straight away. But she
Mhm.
did manage to do a good job of it. In the end, it feels like a Bond song. You can definitely tell that more time has been put into it than Sam Smith's as
She
well.
actually had a writer, her brother, not 10
Yes.
minutes.
Mm.
Probably got off the phone to Eon, scribbled down a couple of words. Here's my theme. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I like
but-
that Zimmer used the theme as well in the soundtrack. I always love when the Bond themes do that. I mean, Arnold used to do that all the time, and they kind of got away from that with the Newman one. So it's nice to actually have that theme, be in the score as well. And it is a theme that's grown on me as well. Like when I first heard it, I like the ones I like. We did a tier list for God's sake, but your Duran Durans, your Ahas, this is awesome. And then this one is quite monotonous to listen to. I will say that. It is a song that I've been listening to kind of on repeat, though, since seeing this film. And I do think tonally it works for the film. The melody on its own, like the orchestral version of the film is really, really nice that Hans Zimmer brings into it. And it does kind of have that sound of like an omen of dread, doesn't it? Like this is, it's almost like the Adele, this is the end kind of feeling to it, which is really cool. So yeah, it's one that's growing on me. It's not in terms of my favorites, but I definitely think it works for the film very, very well. And also in the score, I mean, everyone's got a raging hard on for Honor Majesties in this film. You also get the main Honor Majesties main theme kick in one point when he's talking to M of all scenes.
It's great.
Because why not? We've mined everything else we can from that film. Why not that too? It was fun to hear it. I would have been more fine if it was just. I'm not fine with We Have All the Time in the World, especially that playing at the end, but I'm fine with sort of like the main Honor Majesty's theme playing. It's just played in like the most randomest scene. It's like just a completely nonchalant conversation with M. You thought that would play like in full statement in one scene. It's weird that, I mean, because this is kind of my problem, especially like with Honor Majesty's, the All the Time in the World. Those songs were only ever played exclusively, uniquely in that film, in that one film, however many years ago it was now. Was it 1969 that came out? 69, I think it was. And they've never been used since. So they've never been developed as like a main theme across all the Bond films, like some of the other leitmotifs have, or indeed the main James Bond theme. It was unique to that film. So feels weird now that they're mining all of that stuff pretty much exclusively from that one film. So I'm not too keen on that. It's the comparison I made last time, the Star Trek Into Darkness type thing. I guess. Oh, go on. Sorry.
I say with Honor Majesties, it's really interesting that what I'm very curious about is obviously this started filming and wrapped in 2019. It was the 50th anniversary of that film. I wonder.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's influenced, but I'm saying I wonder if at the time they were more aware.
Push for it. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah.
So that's just a pondering thought, nothing real. What I reckon though is Honor Majesties is a film that is very highly regarded by those that have seen it. The key is those that have seen it. That it's the forgotten about Bond film, the one where the guy came in and did one Bond film, so people don't have any attachments to him, or the film, the one where they Bond got married and they killed his wife and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not necessarily defending the use of the song, because I don't mind the song being used. I think it fitted for the ending, but I get that's going to decide people. What I think with this one is that this is them paying homage to it, maybe too much of that.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
Certainly this isn't like a love letter to the last. You know how Skyfall, right? You could interpret Skyfall as deconstructing James Bond as a character in the 50 years of James Bond. Like the tired old trope, which we know is something in sequential order you want to film after Quantum. And I think with this one, this is them very much saying we're going balls to the walls with something we've not done, something that people might not like, and something, you know, it's going to be risky. And I think they took, I mean, I think direct inspiration's the bloody undertone for obviously using the same songs and stuff, but I think certainly there is something there. I don't know if I'm like pontificating too much, but
No,
I feel
I get
that
it, yeah.
whether it's too much of it, I don't think it's been done in a malicious way. I think it is honestly just them, you know, because there might be people that go out and go and discover that film now, which would be quite nice. And I don't know, it's
I think for
it's
me, it was
a
always
really
a song
interesting.
that was tied to Honor Majesty's. Like that was,
Mm.
you know, you talk about main
Yeah,
Bond themes.
no,
That was the one
exactly.
from that film. So now it
But
kind of, you could argue it might retcon or changes the impact of that song because now it's just the song that's
another
played for the
Bond one.
tragic Bond ending. You know,
But then
it's like
that's
you had
how I've
that and
kind of
now
seen
this.
it. Is that, you know, I said no one ever makes reference. Okay, you get a couple of Tracy lines every probably 4 films after at that point. Very occasionally, you had a wife, but to get direct influence from even, I know they're not in the same place, but even going along the mountain as well in the Aston Martin at the start and at the end, it feels so on Her Majesty's. And I think that's what they're doing, is that they're wanting to not do their own version of it, but it sounds unfair, but there's something there, and I can't quite figure out what the word is, because it's not like
It's them
plagiarism.
Yeah.
it's to me it's them just trying to capture. It's like you remember
Nostalgia.
this, the emotions that you feel from this
Yeah.
film. If we play the
Yeah,
music, you're getting
nostalgia
the
could be
same
the
kind of
best
thing from
term.
it. Whereas I'd be fine with them having obviously like a romantic getaway and everything, but make a new song, you know, have it stand on its own. It doesn't have to be the copy pasted music from that other film. That was great for that film. It works for that film. It's unique to that film. Make something new. I will say though, using the song in the credits, I wish they'd have done that for Honor Majesty's. You know, use all the time in the world in the closing credits rather than it just takes me out of it every time.
I think what I'm trying to say is that the other Bond films that have come since, they didn't want to directly acknowledge that film because it wasn't respected for a very long time. And I think this is where I'm kind of coming from. That the last 10, 15 years, the appreciation for Her Majesty's has gone up so much. And the other thing is, well, it has to be sandwiched between Moore and, I mean, technically between Connery and Connery, but, you know, not many people know, unless you've seen them all, that there was someone between Connery and Moore. And I just think that was them trying to say, like, you know, this film does exist. We do like this film. It is important to us. Now, whether they've gone about it in the wrong way, I think is going to be a discussion point. But I don't have issues. I don't think it was. If it had been, you know, them getting married at the end and then her getting pop shotted from Batista driving past or something, I'd be like, absolutely.
Imagine.
That would be. Yeah, I was even thinking the other day, I was like, wow, like, imagine if at the end of Spectre, like, Spectre had killed Madeline and this was a Bond revenge film. I mean, it would make
technically, he
Spectre
does
even
have
worse.
beef with Madeline, doesn't he, after the last
Yeah.
movie? So
and this is it. So it's the Honor Majesty. It's really interesting. What I would love to see, and I'm curious. I mean, I don't know anyone would that I know, but I want to see. I want to find people that have never seen On Her Majesty's or aware of it. I'd be very curious to see if what they would think after seeing this. Does that makes sense?
Yeah.
I guess it'd be newer people maybe, but that's going to be the experiment. And also, in the future, will On Her Majesty's also gain further respect? Will people go out to discover it? Because I really hope so.
I think the last thing I'll say is, like, after that film, the whole Tracy and marriage thing did become part of Bond's canon. After that film came out, you know, you have the Moore scene, you know, you only live twice. Sorry, For Your Eyes Only, where he stood at the grave. You tie up the Blofeld thing. License to Kill mentions having a wife, so it became part of Bond's canon. Now it was a loose continuity between all of them. I mean, they were getting recasted left, right, and center. Different.
Does that mean the loose continuity now is that Bond's gonna be dead in the next few films?
I don't know, but I'm saying that, you know, when you rebooted with Casino Royale, Tracy was never a thing. You know, he was never previously married or anything. There was no so this is more of a direct reference to the film rather than it actually being congruent with the character. I don't know. I'm very tired. Should we move on to sort of like favorite scenes from the film if we haven't talked about any? For me, it's the opening chase sequence throughout Italy. I thought that was beautifully filmed, fantastic. The bike ramp, bloody phenomenal. I know it was all over the trailers, but seeing it on the big screen with that soundtrack kicking in, fantastic. The bit with the bullets coming through the glass, I thought was really well edited.
They gave the DB5 purpose as well,
Yeah.
not just to show off as being the DB5 for the first
And
time.
it's a car that still looks cool, even if it's completely beat up with bullet holes all riddled in it. If anything, it makes it look cooler in it in some ways. And I think my other favorite scene is I really like the forest sequence. I really enjoy the forest sequence and the Jeep. I think that's up there with the most brutal that we've seen Bond, and I thought it was played well. I thought it was shot very well, and I just love seeing cars driving in formation as well, as I mentioned before, when they all ramp off with the bikes and the Jeeps. It's so cool. So they're probably my two favorite scenes, I would say.
Norway for me as well. I don't know if there's ever been a forest action scene bar the Moonraker woman getting eaten by dogs, but I absolutely love that so much, and that felt like the True Detective style thing coming through. That it was, this one man with his machine gun. He wouldn't just take out the car; he'd go straight to shoot the drivers. So that was just Daniel Craig being a bloody murderer, and he's marvelous at doing it. I just loved his coat. He had a really long coat, and I don't know why I like it so much, but that scene where he grabs the rope and he's kind of walking into the fog is just beautiful. So
I've already clotheslines the bikers as well with that cable when you so cool.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's my favorite scene. It's definitely one of them, if not the favorite scene. And then I love the attack at the base at the end. So it's a bit unfair to say like a whole set piece, but obviously the entire staircase sequence I thought was just stunning. But 30 seconds before that, first time since Casino Royale, we get the gun barrel being done in shot. And that was bloody great. And Hans Zimmer put a little whiff of the Bond theme for a little reference. But I know that was in the trailer, but I wanted to bring that because that long take again, that's what he does with his action films. He likes long takes, and doing a staircase upwards fight was quite hard to do. And there's some funny bits, one grenade dropping down throws up, three more come down, and I think they varied the action in a staircase sequence so that you didn't feel like you're watching the same 3 seconds every 20 seconds.
I'm also going to throw into the mix the opening scene for Safin at the very, very start of the film. Just the creepy nature that he gave off, the fact that he got shot up and then he was still able to kind of continue walking like a zombified corpse. I really like that element.
From Halloween.
I like that element of the I wish that was more of his element of the character. Imagine that being his kind of villainous thing, that he can, not in the same way that Renard could like take pain and kind of continue on, but in a way that he just cannot just can't be killed and stuff like that. That would be fantastic, that he just has this knack of just survival. And I think it would make for possibly even a more brutal film than this was. But no, that was one of my favorite scenes, along with the kind of Rambo forest scene where he gets kind of very tactical with his ways of taking people out, and also the staircase scene towards the end.
And I guess weekly one-liners now. I usually have my very handy written notes on my phone, and because this film's still in the cinema, I haven't been that guy and was taking notes.
Do you want me to try and recite some?
So I'm going to be very vague, and then George, I know you've seen it 3 times, so maybe you can help me out. So I love the scene where she takes off the wig, and he says something like, "That's not the first. It's not what I expected you to take off," or something like that.
It's not the first thing I expected you to take off.
There we go. That was good. And then the maid, I can only remember 2, which was really bad because I know there are a lot more in this film than there usually is in some Bond films. It's the one that was going to take it. I knew it was going to take it. It's the one with the cybernetic eye, and he's got the EMP and he blows it up. And then he says, "I just showed someone my new watch. They what was it? Their mind was blown, or it blew their mind."
It really blew their minds.
Loved it. And
it was the pause.
Everyone,
It's like, is he going to say it this time? And he did.
The comedy timing, perfect. So I wish we'd have had more of those across the last few films. In all honesty, they're the only 2 I can remember, but there were definitely some other good ones in there for sure.
The blow my mind is the best one by a mile off. I loved Felix's. I got a feeling in my gut, Ash's eye, because it didn't click until Victor was like, "Oh my god, he's mocking the fact he's just been shot and is going to die." Anna Diarmas had a couple of great ones. I think almost all of hers were one-liners. Lashana Lynch had a few good ones, but it's got to be. I had a brother, his name was Felix Leiter. It's just the way it's to take the car rolls. Like, it doesn't just crush him. You hear a little blip noise as well when he gets spat on as well. But it goes like upwards on the rocks. When he's lying down, when you guys see it again, he's like curved on a rock. That's a curvy rock. Like that car's going up and up and up him. But I absolutely loved that and there's another one which I'm forgetting off the top of my head. I think it was one
I've
of
got
the,
it. It's
I've got a moment. Sorry, can I say a moment that's
Yeah,
not a
go on.
line? I bet it should be. When it cuts to Q cooking dinner, there's this really weird like operatic music on when he's like cutting cucumbers, and then the doorbell goes, and it's just the angle of Daniel Craig's face, and the opera music really kicks in. I just thought was just incredible comedy timing. No one-liner needed. Just that like 5 seconds was just perfect.
For me, it's where Madeline Swan has obviously said, his kid, it's not yours. And then she says, I need to show you something. And he's like, what, are you going to show me more kids or another kid or whatever it was?
Another child.
Another child, yeah. But yeah, no, that one got me.
I'll do for one-liners then. I mean, if anyone else can remember any more, please comment away with any. I know it's a new film, so if you haven't got them memorized, that's absolutely fine. Oh God! Final thoughts on the film in a timely fashion, because this has been long. This has been long. It's been great though. No, it's good. We had to get all this out there. As we said, we weren't kidding when we said there was a lot to discuss in the spoiler section. Final thoughts on the film. It's complicated. It's complicated because on the one hand, I think it's an exceptionally well-directed film, very entertaining film. As I mentioned, that you don't feel the runtime at all. And I'd love to see Fukunaga not just direct more films. I'd love to see him come back to do another Bond film because I think he's really proven himself, especially because he was just kind of bought in as well as a relative last minute thing. Like, oh, by the way, would you like to direct a Bond film? We need 30 days, yes or no. And he just came on board for it. It's great. There's some fantastic performances in there across the board. I think the problem for me, it comes down to, I mean, some silly elements, as I mentioned, the Spectre thing, I'm not too keen on, and how to deal with Blofeld. Some tonally inconsistent parts, you could argue. But the big things for me that hold it back is sort of story decisions. As we've gone into in infinite amount of detail on this video, I'm not keen on Bond dying at the end, or the whole child angle. And although Safin, Rami Malek's fantastic performance, the villain motive or lack of motive in the second half of the film really does let it down for me. So then on the flip side, some of the best action in a Bond film that I've seen in a long time. I do think it's infinitely better than Spectre, and I'd even say Quantum of Solace as well. So that's where I'd kind of rank it in terms of the Craig continuity, but there are some pretty damning decisions in this film that do hold it back for me and that I'm still struggling to accept. So it's complicated. I'm going to need more time, I think. There's no time to die, but I need more time to digest this film, I think. Awful pun. That's as good as pun you're getting out of me at almost 4 hours in. I guess they're my final thoughts on the film for now, anyway, at least.
I'm in a really good place for this one. As so much of it comes down to Kerry Fukunaga's director. I'm the same as you, Chris. If he came back again, I'd take him in a heartbeat, let him do the next Bond film. He said he'd had meetings with Barbara Broccoli back in 2015 about people he'd love to see play James Bond. So, curious, who knows? But I think he saved it for me. I think it's a monumental feat of filmmaking, and I keep using that word. And I think, I keep saying ballsy earlier, and I think it is. But I just think what they've set out to do with this film, there is not another Bond film like it. But I also think this is as a blockbuster, as a film itself, stands out outside of the realm of James Bond in terms of modern day blockbusters. And I would say this is probably the second best directed Bond film after Skyfall. In terms of direction, not necessarily quality or enjoyment, I would go that far to say. But I think this is the funnest Craig performance. Not necessarily his best after Casino Royale, but it's what I wanted it to be from a farewell film for him, that he's done this for 15 years. It felt like a celebration of his era heading into the release. And I feel like we've had that coming out, that a lot of people that aren't big fans of Craig, I've even seen a lot of them being very positive about him in the last few weeks and reflecting on his legacy and stuff. So I think this is going to be a divisive one. And I think this is going to be a conversation that goes on for many, many years, for many years past the next Bond, probably. Who knows how long the conversations will go on about this film for, but I do think it was the right thing to do. And as far as I'm concerned, it is in my top 10, absolutely 100%. The placement of it, I do not know yet. I'm still sitting down with it, and it might rise up a couple more because it's already way further up than I thought after my first viewing. So I'm very curious to see. I'm going to give it a bit of time, give it a couple more days before I see it again. And I'm excited to go back and rediscover it for the fourth time.
This is a very oddly balanced one for me because, like I said in the spoiler-free one, I can give this film loads of positives, and you can chat as many positives as possible. But when you get down to the things which I didn't like about the film, They are, for me, they're rule breaking. They are game changing. They're bold, but for me, they break the rules of what I would want in a Bond film. And for that, it really does bring the film so far down in how I would talk about it and stuff like that. And yes, it is a fantastically shot film. It's a brilliantly acted film as well. I think it is Daniel Craig's second best performance as Bond. And I really think it is a good way for him to finish off as far as acting in the role and stuff like that. But the decisions that they made with this film have ruined the illusion of a character for me that I have loved my entire life. And because of that, I just cannot give it a fully positive outlook. Even after all the positives that I've given it, for me, it's done enough to ruin the illusion for me. So, yeah, that's where I'm sat at the moment.
Well, I'm very interested to hear what people think of this film as well in the comments. I mean, if people have stuck around for 4 hours, then fair play to you. I mean, this will be like clocking on to almost midnight now at this point, won't it? As of this recording. But yeah, let's hear your thoughts then. Spoiler thoughts, go nuts in the comments if you haven't done already, or if you can somehow summarize your thoughts in what's the character limit on YouTube. I don't even know. Is it 150 characters? If you can
It's
somehow
more than
get your
that.
It's
final
thousands,
thoughts.
isn't it?
It's a
Oh, is it
thousand.
1,000?
Now.
Well,
Yeah.
send your essays in then.
Essays.
That's absolutely fine. Let us know your thoughts on this film. It'll be interesting to see if anyone's tuned in for this, if they are split as well, if it's unanimous. I do think this is going to be a very divisive film, as we mentioned. Be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. So one thing we need to get into as well, and we probably should have opened this at the beginning of the review, and we kind of forgot. I'll put it on social, so it'll be fine. Is who is our favorite Bond? And this is a question that we've been, putting to everyone who's joined us, who's jumped on for collaborations and everything like that. And I guess we can bring up the graphic as it stands right now. I believe there's neck and neck between Brosnan and Moore at the moment, and kind of neck and neck as well with Connery and Dalton. So it's going to be interesting to see. Now I'm going to get the deciding vote on this one potentially. So, okay, I do have an answer. Because at the beginning, when we first started Dr. No, I hadn't seen Dalton and I hadn't seen Brosnan. So I just kind of went in with who my favorite one was at the time, which was Connery. That was after having seen only half of the Bond films at that point. I don't even think I watched all the Roger Moore ones at that point as well. And I did get given the option, granted the option by you, George, that after I've seen all the films now in context, I do have the option to recast my vote. And I am going to be recasting my vote now I've seen all 25 Bond films. I'm going to be open with the preamble, and then I'll go into who I'm actually picking. So, my favorite Bond performance out of all 25 films is Dalton in License to Kill. However, I don't feel like I can quite rightly say he's my favorite Bond because he made 2 films, one of which I didn't care about. I didn't think he was bad in it, but I didn't care for it. License to Kill was one of my favorites. And that is my favorite Bond performance in that film. But my favorite Bond, it has to be Roger Moore. He's just so charismatic, so charming to watch. And, even going through some of his films, shaky start, you could argue with maybe Live and Let Die and Man with a Golden Gun. But he's got The Spy Who Loved Me, Moonraker, Octopussy, View to a Kill, some of my most enjoyable Bond films. And, like it or dislike it, For Your Eyes Only, it does show that he could do a more serious side. He was a Bond that could really do everything. And I feel like Octopussy was a perfect showcase of that, where he could do comedy, he could do quips, he could do serious performance, all whilst wearing a clown costume. And that ain't easy to do for any Bond actor. He's just infinitely charming. He's got the quips, and those will be the films that I probably go back to now that I've seen them all, and I can just sort of like dip in drips and drabs for the Bond films. It's probably going to be the Roger Moore films. So he is my favorite, and I believe that is the walk-away winner now, isn't it, in terms of our little voting thing that we were doing?
We do. So we'll bring it once more. We've got Roger Moore with 5, Brosnan on 4, Dalton on 2, and Connery on 1. So no love for Craig or Lazenby. I think I said it earlier. I think Craig would be my second favourite. I think that's when you start to get into time, don't you? When you start to realise that it's the 2 that have been in my lifetime and whatnot. But no, that's been quite an adventure considering, it's been 6 months. There's no need for farewells though, because, this isn't the last Bond thing we're doing on the channel. Even coming up soon, obviously, we've got London Film Festival for the next couple of weeks. So it's going to be very busy with non-Bond films, which is lots to adjust to. We've got Dune reviews coming out. We're all going to be seeing that. But the big one that we are planning behind the scenes is our James Bond top 10 ranking video. That's going to be up on the channel on Tuesday, the 19th of October. And we are still planning out. So if you want some research, you need to go on our channel, check out our Marvel ranking video. It's being done in the exact same system as that. We will have some of our collaborators coming on, which waiting for confirmation on which ones of those will be attending. And we will share a lot more detail as soon as possible. So 2 weeks today, do come on for a ranking video. If you are watching this in the future, if you're an Australian who's missed it in November, it's already up on the channel. You can have a look. Poor you guys for waiting this long. But we're excited to see what you guys think. So do comment on there. Do join us on that stream. That's going to be a fun one. There's loads of graphics, loads of infographics as well. So it's going to be a really fun one to get to edit and record. But that being said, as we said, this is no time to die. Comment your spoiler thoughts. All your thoughts are welcome. We've got so much more happening on the channel coming up, but we're going to save that for social media. So do get following us. Facebook, Cinema Savvy, Twitter @Cinema_Savvy, letterboxd.com/Cinema Savvy. Of course, we have a link to TeePublic in that description below, but I could speak more on Bond, but I'm not going to. But it is now officially the day this video is going up. That's how long this video has been tonight. So yes, I don't think I have anything else more to say. Again, any polite farewells. Not that the Bond's going away even after the ranking video, but again, I'm excited to see what you guys think of this and see what the reception is, and hopefully America doesn't ruin it for everyone else on Friday.
And I mean, 25 films in, we did it. Like, that's the retrospective. As we mentioned, plenty more Bond content coming out. So don't worry, guys, we've got you covered. But it does feel like an achievement to finally get through them all leading to this one. And it's definitely one that's, getting a lot of people talking as well. So thank you for everyone who's hopefully made it to the end of this video. Maybe you're watching it in stages. Maybe you've watched the whole thing. And until the next video, we'll see you guys next time. Take care, everyone.